Family first, my cousin laughed after hijacking my property. Then I inherited $2.8 million, locked down the estate, and let security handle her. The text message came in while I was halfway through a dry turkey sandwich at my desk. It was the kind of gray, lifeless Tuesday afternoon in Seattle where you barely notice the time passing. I was staring at a glowing spreadsheet, watching the little cursor blink on a cell I didn't want to finish, when my phone vibrated against the wood. I glanced down, expecting an automated alert or a quick question from a coworker. Instead, it was a message that made my blood run cold. We all voted. Thanksgiving is at your cabin this year. It was from my cousin, Sarah. Make sure there are enough beds and air mattresses for 28 people. We're doing a woodsy theme. I stared at the screen for a good 30 seconds. I reread the words, blinking hard, halfway hoping the text would magically rearrange itself into something that made sense. My thumb hovered over the keyboard, but my brain was completely short-circuiting. I didn't reply right away. Instead, I just leaned back in my office chair, staring at the device like it had personally reached out and slapped me across the face. Let me back up and give you some context on why this text was the catalyst for the absolute destruction of my family dynamic. I'm Liam, 35 years old, living in Seattle. I work in corporate finance. It's not a glamorous job, and it's certainly not exciting, but I appreciate the quiet stability it provides. After years of grinding away and renting overpriced shoebox apartments in the city, I finally saved up enough money to buy my dream, a remote cabin in the Cascade Mountains. I bought it about 2 years ago. It's nothing luxurious, just a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom A-frame tucked deep into the ancient pine trees, complete with a wraparound cedar porch and the kind of profound, absolute silence you simply cannot find anywhere near the I-5 corridor. That cabin is my sanctuary. It is my retreat from the noise of the world. I go up there on weekends to disconnect from the grid, hike the surrounding trails, read by the fireplace, and sometimes just sit on the porch with a cup of black coffee, enjoying the fact that no one is asking me for a favor, demanding my time, or asking when I'm going to finally settle down. My extended family, on the other hand, operates like a pack of starving wolves. There is a bizarre, unspoken hierarchy within our bloodline, fueled by decades of entitlement, passive aggression, and a general consensus that the loudest, most demanding voices always get their way. I have never been close with most of them. I have one older brother, Mark, who is tolerable in very small, heavily diluted doses. My parents retired a few years ago and now spend their lives bouncing between a condo in Arizona and a timeshare in Florida, depending entirely on which state has the better golf weather that month. But the rest of the family, the aunts, uncles and cousins, are a chaotic, toxic mix of unapologetic freeloaders and self-declared family leaders who never actually ask for anything. They simply announce what is going to happen and expect everyone else to fall in line. Sarah, the cousin who sent that infuriating text, is the undisputed, self-appointed queen bee of this hive. She's 38, insufferably arrogant, and married to a guy named Greg who aggressively pushes shady crypto investments and has been under SEC investigation at least twice. They have 3 nightmare children who treat other people's homes like indoor trampoline parks, breaking things without a shred of remorse. Sarah has this manipulative way of making everything seem like a democratic group decision, when in reality, it's just her deciding what she wants, and looping you in way too late for you to say no without looking like the bad guy. This wasn't the first time she had tried to pull a stunt like this, but it was undoubtedly the boldest, most invasive move she had ever made. My heart started thumping against my ribs. I picked up my phone and typed back a very clear, very firm response. Absolutely not. I am not hosting Thanksgiving, and the cabin cannot hold 28 people. Her response came through in under 30 seconds. Too late. We're already packing the cars and driving up Friday morning. She added a little winking emoji at the end. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of it made my jaw clench so hard my teeth ached. I set my phone face down on the desk, noticing that my hands were shaking slightly. It's that specific kind of tremor you get when you are so thoroughly stunned by someone's blatant disrespect that your brain literally cannot process the entitlement. Driving up to my private property? Without asking? A dozen frantic thoughts raced through my head. I hadn't been informed about any vote. No one had called me. No one had reached out to ask if I even had plans. I opened the massive extended family group chat, a thread I usually kept on permanent mute for my own sanity, and scrolled back through the messages from earlier in the week. Sure enough, there it was. Sarah had floated the idea of a cozy, rustic mountain Thanksgiving, tagged a few of her favorite enablers with "what do you guys think?" and was immediately met with a flurry of "love this" and guy yes" from the usual suspects. Our Aunt Brenda, her 3 adult children who still lived at home, and my brother Mark had all chimed in. Mark probably just agreed because he wanted to avoid being forced to host at his own townhouse. Not a single person in that chat had bothered to ask me directly. And now, Sarah was coordinating a convoy of 28 people to descend upon my quiet refuge. I immediately called her cell phone. It went straight to voicemail. Of course it did. She was dodging me. I texted her again. Do not come to my cabin. I did not agree to this. The property will be locked. 5. She didn't reply to me. Instead, 3 minutes later, my phone pinged with a notification from the main family group chat. Sarah had posted, "Yay! So excited for this weekend, guys. Liam's cabin is going to be the perfect woodsy backdrop for our family photos." That was it, not a single word of acknowledgement to me, just a grand, public announcement to force my hand. And immediately, the rest of the family started piling on. "Can't wait. We'll bring the extra air mattresses. Dibs on the master bedroom. We'll be there by 11 a.m. Friday, Liam." My stomach plummeted. I was watching a slow-motion car crash. I had been volunteered, drafted, and assigned the role of host without even being in the room. I typed into the main chat, "I never agreed to host Thanksgiving. Please do not drive up to the cabin. It is private property and it is not open for guests this weekend." I watched the read receipts pop up. One by one, they saw the message. No one responded. Not a single person acknowledged my boundary. I stared at the screen, a hot, prickling wave of anger washing over my chest. Then, I saw the little typing bubble appear next to Sarah's name. "LOL, Liam, don't be so dramatic. It's just a few days and it'll be so fun. We're bringing the food. Family first." Family first, that was her ultimate weapon. Her favorite trump card. She usually deployed that exact phrase right after she had taken advantage of someone, dropped her feral kids off at a relative's house without warning, or conveniently forgotten her wallet when the bill arrived at a family dinner. It wasn't even about Thanksgiving anymore, it was about the utter, blatant disrespect. It was the fact that they genuinely believed my permission was completely irrelevant. I checked my calendar. It was Tuesday afternoon. Thanksgiving was in exactly 2 days. I opened a private chat with my brother, Mark. Me, "Did you know about this?" Mark, "Yeah, they mentioned it in the chat. Figured you were cool with it." Me, "I never agreed. I just told them not to come." Mark, "Well, it's kind of too late now, isn't it? Just let it happen, man, don't cause a scene." Too late. I stood up from my desk and started pacing the floor of my cubicle. My laptop chimed with a reminder for a 2 p.m. marketing meeting, but I ignored it. I couldn't focus on spreadsheets. All I could visualize was the horrifying image of 28 people pulling up my gravel driveway, hauling massive coolers, dragging muddy boots across my hardwood floors, inflating squeaky air mattresses in my living room, and treating my pristine, quiet sanctuary like a free, trashy Airbnb. And somehow, in their twisted logic, I was the villain for not rolling out the red carpet. They didn't see me as a human being with rights and boundaries. I was just Liam with the cabin. I was a resource, a tool to be utilized and discarded. I suddenly recalled the last time I had seen Sarah, at a family barbecue over the summer. She had cornered me near the cooler, holding a hard seltzer, complaining nonstop about how exhausting it was to always coordinate the holidays. She had nudged my shoulder and smirked, "You should really open up that cabin of yours for us sometime. It's honestly kind of selfish to keep a place like that all to yourself." I had awkwardly laughed it off at the time, but looking back, it wasn't a joke, it was a threat, it was a warning shot, and the absolute worst part was that they were actually going to do it. They were going to show up, barge in, and expect me to just swallow my anger and cater to them, because they always got away with it. Because no one in this spineless family had ever looked Sarah in the eye and told her no. I looked at the clock on my computer monitor, it was 2:14 p.m. If I left the office right now, beat the Seattle traffic, and drove straight through, I could reach the cabin just before sunset. My hand hovered over my car keys on the desk. They wanted drama? They wanted a woodsy family memory? They were about to get one, and it was going to be a memory they could never guilt trip their way out of. I grabbed my coat, practically ran out of the office, locked up my apartment, and got into my truck. I had just enough time to make 2 very important phone calls before I lost cell service high up in the mountain passes, and those calls were about to change the trajectory of my entire life. By the time I pulled off the main highway and onto the rugged, winding gravel road leading up to my property, the sun was already melting into a bruised purple smudge behind the pine trees. The temperature had dropped sharply, and the silence up there was profound, the kind of clean, freezing, untouched quiet that you can feel in your bones. It was the exact quiet that had drawn me to this property in the first place. It usually felt like a reset button for my soul. But tonight, my stomach was tied into a tight, painful knot. I parked my truck, killed the engine, and just sat in the dark cab for a moment, gripping the steering wheel. My phone had lost its signal 20 minutes ago, so I had no idea if anyone was still trying to contact me. Not that I expected an apology, but the silence just amplified the disrespect. I stepped out of the truck, my boots crunching loudly against the gravel, and looked up at my cabin. I had poured my blood, sweat, and bank account into this place. I had spent over a year of weekends patching the roof, restaining the massive deck by hand, upgrading the plumbing, and building a custom fire pit. It was mine. It was not a family timeshare. I unlocked the front door, flicked on the warm overhead lights, and felt that familiar, cozy embrace of the cabin. But the peace was tainted. It felt invaded. I had roughly 48 hours before a parade of absolute chaos arrived to tear it all down. I checked my pantry out of sheer curiosity. I had 3 cans of tomato soup, half a box of dry penne pasta, some coffee beans, and a half-empty bottle of bourbon. I certainly wasn't stocked to feed an army of 28 people. My thoughts were violently interrupted by the low and heavy crunch of tires on the gravel outside. My heart dropped into my shoes. I walked to the front window and peered through the blinds. Headlights cut through the darkness. It was Mark's SUV. He parked, stepped out wearing a designer hoodie and jeans, and strolled up the steps holding a paper coffee cup like he was just casually dropping by a neighbor's house. He offered a lazy wave as if this was completely normal behavior. "Figured you'd come up here to pout," Mark said as I opened the door. "Knew you wouldn't take Sarah's text well." I didn't step aside immediately. "You seriously didn't think this was insane?" I asked, my voice dangerously low. Mark pushed past me, letting himself in. He shrugged, looking around the living room like a health inspector. "Sarah mentioned it in the chat days ago. She had a whole itinerary planned. I just figured you'd be cool with it since you never use this place for holidays anyway." "She never asked me, Mark. No one did." "Come on, man." Mark sighed, walking into my kitchen and opening my cabinets like he owned the place. "You're single. You don't have kids. It's not like you've got massive plans. She just figured it'd be easier to make the decision for the group." "Easier for who?" I snapped. Mark didn't answer. He just leaned against my granite counter and took a sip of his coffee. "Look, technically, you are hosting. It's already in motion. People have already bought groceries. Sarah rented a 1.5-passenger van for her side of the family. Aunt Brenda bought folding tables. I think Greg is bringing 2 deep fryers for the turkeys. Just let it happen, Liam. It's not worth the drama. It's family." I stared at my brother. Just let it happen. That was the mantra of my entire life. Roll over for the sake of peace. Let them stomp on your boundaries because fighting back is too inconvenient for everyone else. Mark stayed for about an hour, attempting to gaslight me into submission. He told me I was being rigid, that I always overthink things, and that this was a beautiful opportunity to reconnect with everyone. I stopped arguing. I realized there was no point in reasoning with someone who fundamentally did not respect me. I just nodded, gave him a blank stare, and told him I'd think about it. Mark left, smugly assuming he had won. He assumed I was going to cave, just like I always did. But I wasn't thinking about caving, I was thinking about total, scorched earth escalation. The next morning, I woke up before the sun. I drove 40 minutes down the mountain into the nearest town and parked in front of a local locksmith's shop. I walked in and explained that I needed every single exterior lock on my cabin changed immediately. I paid a premium for the rush job. By noon, the locksmith had driven up and swapped out every deadbolt on the property. Then, I drove to the local hardware store. I bought 50 feet of the thickest, heaviest galvanized steel chain they sold, along with a massive, industrial-grade padlock that looked like it belonged on a bank vault. Finally, I made the most important call. I dialed the local towing company I had spoken to on my drive up. Hypothetically, I said to the dispatcher, if a large group of unauthorized vehicles parked on my private property, blocking my quarter-mile driveway, how fast could you get trucks up the mountain to remove them? The dispatcher chuckled, a gruff, beautiful sound. "Buddy, we've got 2 heavy-duty wreckers that patrol that exact highway route. If you sign the authorization form, we can be there in under 30 minutes. We love private property impounds. Easy money." "Perfect," I said. "I'll be calling you tomorrow morning." 1. By the time I returned to the cabin, the atmosphere had shifted. The property didn't just feel like a house anymore, it felt like a fortress. I had drawn a line in the dirt. I didn't warn anyone. I just waited. That night, Thanksgiving Eve, I sat on the porch wrapped in a thick wool blanket. The air was so crisp it hurt my lungs, and a hawk shrieked somewhere in the black canopy above. At around 10 p.m., my phone managed to catch a weak sliver of a signal. The notifications flooded in like a broken dam. Missed calls from Sarah. Text from Aunt Brenda. Sarah 10:14 p.m. "Hey, just confirming we're arriving tomorrow around 11ish. Hope you got the place cleaned up. No question mark. No, are you okay with this? Just blind, staggering confidence." Sarah 10:22 p.m. "Oh, we're going to need parking space for at least 4 cars plus the rental van. Make sure your truck is moved out of the way. Also, if you could run out and grab extra milk and coffee for Friday morning, that'd be amazing. See you soon." I didn't reply. I just stared at the glowing screen, my jaw clenched so tight I thought my teeth might crack. There it was, the relentless, suffocating entitlement. The next morning, Thanksgiving Day, the messages started early. 8:14 a.m., on our way, so excited. 8:45 a.m., traffic is awful, ETA 11. 9:30 a.m., wait, What's the gate code for the main road again? There was no gate code. Not anymore. At exactly 9:45 a.m., I walked down the long, winding gravel driveway to the point where my property met the public mountain road. I took the massive steel chain, wrapped it tightly around the two thick wooden posts flanking the entrance, and snapped the industrial padlock shut. Right in the center of the chain, I hung a bright red, metal sign I had purchased at the hardware store. Private property. No trespassing. UN-authorized vehicles will be towed at owner's expense. Then, I walked back up to the cabin, brewed a fresh pot of coffee, lit a fire in the hearth, and sat by the front window. At exactly 10:55 a.m., I saw them. A silver SUV crawled slowly up the mountain road, followed closely by a white minivan, and finally, a massive, obnoxious 15-passenger rental van. They all rolled to a confused, jerky stop right in front of the chained entrance. Through the trees, I could see car doors opening. People spilled out onto the dirt road. I recognized Aunt Brenda's ridiculous bright red winter coat. I saw Greg, Sarah's husband, throw his hands up in the air in frustration. Someone laid on their car horn, the sound echoing aggressively through the peaceful forest. My phone immediately started ringing. It was Sarah. I took a sip of my coffee, let it ring 3 times, and answered. "Hello. What the hell is this, Liam?" she shrieked. Her voice was shrill, completely devoid of the cutesy emojis and fake sweetness. "There is a massive chain across your driveway. We can't get the cars in." "I know," I said, my voice eerily calm. She paused, clearly thrown by my tone. "Well, come down here and take it off. We've been driving for 3 hours." "No, Sarah. You're not coming in." "Liam, this isn't funny," she yelled, her voice echoing both through the phone and up the mountain through the trees. "We have 28 people out here. We have 4 screaming kids, a van full of raw turkeys, and elderly relatives. Open the damn gate." "I told you on Tuesday." "Absolutely not. I told you I wasn't hosting. You didn't ask me, Sarah. You demanded. You hijacked my home. And I told you not to come." She scoffed, a sound of pure disbelief. "You said absolutely not like you were just being a grumpy jerk. Come on. It's Thanksgiving. You are really going to turn away your entire family over a miscommunication?" "It wasn't a miscommunication," I replied coldly. "It was a boundary. And you turned yourselves away." I hung up. A second later, she called back. I ignored it. Then Mark called. Then Aunt Brenda. I switched my phone to Do Not Disturb, pulled up the tow company's number, and gave them the green light. At 11:20 a.m., the deep rumbling roar of diesel engines echoed up the mountain. 2 massive, black heavy-duty tow trucks rounded the corner, their yellow strobe lights flashing brilliantly against the dark green pines. I stepped out onto my porch, zipped up my jacket, and watched the absolute chaos unfold from a distance. It was like watching a beautiful, chaotic symphony. The tow truck drivers didn't hesitate. They pulled up right behind the blockade of family vehicles. I saw Mark run up to the first driver, waving his arms frantically, clearly trying to argue. Sarah was pacing furiously, screaming into her phone, probably leaving me unhinged voicemails. The lead tow driver completely ignored Mark, looked up the driveway toward the cabin, and made eye contact with me. I gave him a single, firm nod. He nodded back, pulled a lever, and the hydraulic lift began to lower. The next 10 minutes were glorious. The drivers worked with ruthless efficiency. They hooked up Mark's SUV first. Aunt Brenda started shrieking as the front wheels of her white minivan were hoisted into the air by the second truck. Greg tried to physically block the rental van, but the tow driver simply pointed to the no trespassing sign and pulled out his radio, threatening to call the state troopers. I watched my family completely melt down. Children were crying, adults were screaming at each other, and Sarah was practically pulling her hair out on the side of a freezing mountain road. By 11:45 a.m., the 2 trucks were hauling the first batch of cars down the mountain to an impound lot 40 miles away. The remaining family members were left standing in the freezing dirt, desperately trying to call Ubers which do not exist in the Cascade Mountains and scrambling to cram into the rental van before it, too, was targeted. The fallout was instantaneous and explosive. Once I finally turned off Do Not Disturb, my phone nearly crashed from the influx of notifications. "Mark, what the actual hell is wrong with you? My car is gone. It's Thanksgiving. Sarah, I hope you are proud of yourself, you absolute psychopath. The kids are freezing, we are stranded. You are dead to this family. Aunt Brenda, you are a monster. Your parents will hear about this." And they did. By 2 p.m., my mother was calling from Florida. My father followed. Then my uncle. It was a relentless parade of disappointed sighs, screaming matches, and guilt-laced lectures. My mother's voice trembled with forced tears. "Liam, I cannot believe you would do something so cruel. We raised you better than this. Family is everything." I didn't yell. I didn't try to justify myself. I just spoke quietly into the receiver. "You didn't raise me to be a doormat, Mom. They tried to break into my house. Actions have consequences." That did not go over well. I was officially excommunicated. For the rest of that Thanksgiving weekend, I stayed at the cabin, completely alone. I chopped firewood. I hiked the trails. I cooked a steak and drank bourbon by the fire. The silence that had once comforted me felt a little heavier. A little bruised. But it wasn't a bad feeling. It was the feeling of a rotting tooth finally being pulled out. Update 1. The weeks that followed were brutal. I returned to Seattle to find my inbox flooded with snide emails and group chat threads I had been tagged in purely for spite. There were passive-aggressive photos of their ruined Thanksgiving dinner, which ended up being fast food in a motel lobby near the impound lot, memes about ungrateful relatives, and a massive Facebook post from Sarah detailing how her abusive cousin left her children to freeze on a mountain. I wanted to be unaffected. I really did, but it hit me harder than I anticipated. Being the villain in your own family's narrative is a uniquely isolating pain. No matter how justified I was, the weight of being completely excluded and talked about like a monster was heavy. I stopped checking social media. I blocked Sarah, Greg, Aunt Brenda, and eventually, even Mark, who tried to text me a month later saying, "You overreacted, but if you pay my $450 impound fee, we can move past this." I left him on red. I spent Christmas alone at the cabin. It was peaceful, but lonely. Not the kind of loneliness that comes from being physically by yourself, but the profound grief of realizing that the people who share your blood don't actually love you, they only love what they can extract from you. That winter, I started therapy. My therapist, Dr. Evans, helped me unpack 35 years of quiet resentment. She helped me realize that I had been groomed since childhood to be the family shock absorber. I was supposed to take the hits so everyone else could be comfortable. Setting a boundary felt like an act of violence to them because they were so used to my submission. As I healed, my life outside the family flourished. I stopped people-pleasing at work. I became assertive, decisive. Within 6 months, I was promoted to a senior director role, complete with a massive raise. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell anyone. It was my victory, and mine alone. Then, in late April, everything shifted again. I received a thick, certified letter in the mail from a prestigious law firm. It was regarding the estate of my great-uncle Arthur. Arthur was an eccentric, reclusive man who lived on the coast and rarely attended family functions. When he did, he sat in the corner, sipping whiskey and watching everyone in silence. He had passed away, and the letter summoned me to the law office. When I arrived, the estate attorney, a sharp, quiet man named Mr. Harrison, ushered me into a mahogany-lined boardroom. I looked around, bracing myself for Sarah or Mark to walk in, but there was only one chair. "Am I early?" I asked. "Are the others coming?" Mr. Harrison adjusted his glasses. "Per Mr. Reynolds' explicit instructions, you are the only beneficiary present today." My heart skipped a beat. Mr. Harrison opened a thick manila folder and began to read. Most of it was legal jargon, but then he paused and looked me dead in the eye. "This section was handwritten by Arthur," Mr. Harrison said. "It reads, 'To my great-nephew Liam, I leave the coastal estate in the San Juan Islands, and the entirety of my liquid trust, for no reason other than this. You were the only one who ever visited me without needing something. You never begged for money, you never treated me like a stepping stone. I watched how you carried yourself when the vultures in our family thought I wasn't paying attention. You have more integrity in your silence than they have in their endless noise. The property and the funds are yours. Burn it down if you want. But know you earned it.'" I sat completely frozen. The room felt like it was spinning. Mr. Harrison handed me the documents. "The coastal estate is 14 acres of prime oceanfront property. The liquid trust is valued at $2.8 million. It is entirely in your name, effective immediately. There are no contingencies." It was a staggering amount of wealth, but more than the money, it was the ultimate validation. Arthur had seen me. He had seen them. I knew the family was going to find out eventually. And when they did, they were going to lose their minds. But this time, I wasn't going to hide in the mountains. I was going to lay a trap. For the next month, I moved in absolute silence. I signed the paperwork. I toured the San Juan property, a breathtaking, ivy-covered mansion sitting on a cliff above the Pacific Ocean. I immediately transferred the $2.8 million into a private LLC under my name. I created the Arthur Legacy Fund, a trust designed exclusively to maintain my 2 properties, strictly barring any family member from ever accessing a dime. Then, I struck gold. I hired a private luxury real estate agency to list the coastal house as a long-term corporate retreat. Within 2 weeks, a tech CEO from San Francisco signed a 6-month lease sight unseen for $16,500 a month. I also took a portion of the inheritance and bought the 10-acre plot of forest land directly adjacent to my mountain cabin, legally fencing off the only access trails. I was building an impenetrable fortress. Then, the vultures started circling. They had received notice from the courts that the estate had been settled, though the details were sealed. Mark texted first, "Hey man. Heard you got something from Uncle Arthur." "What did you get?" I replied, "That is between me and the estate." 2 days later, Sarah sent me a highly formal email. She used the same sickeningly sweet tone she used when trying to scam customer service reps. "Hi Liam. We heard Arthur left you some things. Since he didn't have kids, it would mean the world to the family to share in his legacy. We were actually brainstorming, and we think Arthur's coastal house would be the perfect place for a family Memorial Day getaway to honor his memory. Let us know when we can pick up the keys." I didn't reply. I forwarded the email to my lawyer. Then, I prepared for war. Update 2. Memorial Day weekend arrived with crisp, blue skies and the salty smell of the ocean. I was at the San Juan estate that Saturday morning, doing a final walkthrough with the landscapers before the tech CEO officially moved in on Tuesday. I was wearing an old flannel shirt, holding a cup of coffee, listening to the waves crash against the cliffs below. It was paradise. Then, my phone buzzed. It was an alert from the brand new, $15,000 automated security gate I had installed at the bottom of the estate's private road. I checked the camera feed. It was Sarah's massive SUV, followed by Mark's new car, and Aunt Brenda's minivan. They had actually done it. They had driven 3 hours to the coast, fully expecting to just waltz into a multi-million-dollar estate and claim it for the weekend. I walked down the long, winding driveway, staying hidden behind a thick row of manicured hedges near the gate. Through the wrought iron bars, I watched them step out of their cars. They were stretching, looking up at the sprawling property with greedy, wide eyes. Greg was already pulling a massive cooler out of the trunk. Sarah marched right up to the electronic keypad, aggressively poking the buttons, expecting it to just pop open. "Hello." Sarah yelled toward the intercom. "Liam, open the gate. The code isn't working." I stepped out from behind the hedges and walked slowly to the gate. I didn't press the button to open it. I just stood on my side of the iron bars, looking at them. Sarah's face lit up with a fake, plastic smile. "There you are. Oh my God, Liam, this place is incredible." Arthur was holding out on us. "Hurry up and open the gate. The kids need to use the bathroom." Mark offered a sheepish, uncomfortable wave. "Hey, man. We figured since you didn't reply, you were just busy getting the place ready, thought we'd surprise you." "You didn't surprise me," I said, my voice completely flat, carrying over the sound of the ocean. "I've been watching you on the cameras." Sarah's smile faltered. "Okay, well, open up. We brought steaks." "You're not coming in, Sarah." The silence that fell over the group was deafening. Even the kids stopped whining in the backseat. "Excuse me?" Sarah snapped, her mask instantly slipping, revealing the venom underneath. "Don't do this again, Liam. We drove 3 hours. This is a family home. Arthur would want us here." "Arthur left this house to me," I said, stepping closer to the gate. "Specifically to me, because he despised the way you all treated people. And he put it in writing." Aunt Brenda pushed her way to the front. "Now you listen here, Liam. You are tearing this family apart with your selfishness. You have millions of dollars now. You owe us access to this property." "I owe you absolutely nothing," I replied, staring directly into Sarah's furious eyes. "I legally locked this estate into an LLC. It is currently leased to a private tenant for $16,500 a month. If you step foot over this fence, you aren't trespassing on my property, you are trespassing on a tech billionaire's private retreat, and his private security firm is monitoring these cameras right now." As if on cue, the intercom box on the gate crackled to life. A deep, professional voice echoed out. "Mr. Reynolds, this is Vanguard Security. We are monitoring the perimeter. Do you need us to dispatch local law enforcement to remove the trespassers at the gate?" I looked at Sarah. All the color had completely drained from her face. Greg took a slow step backward toward his car. "No need. Vanguard," I said into the intercom. They were just leaving. I turned my attention back to Mark, who looked like he was going to be sick. "And just so we are completely clear," I added, "I bought the 10 acres surrounding the mountain cabin. It is fully fenced. There are cameras there, too. There is no more dropping by. There are no more family getaways. My homes are not your playgrounds. My money is not your safety net. You are entirely cut off." Sarah's voice shook with absolute rage. "You can't just cut everyone off. We are your blood. You cut yourselves off," I said softly, feeling a massive, invisible weight lift off my shoulders. "When you treated me like a doormat. When you used guilt like a weapon. I am free of you." I didn't wait for a response. I turned my back on them and walked away, back up the driveway toward the cliffside mansion. I didn't look back, but I heard the sound of car doors aggressively slamming, engines revving, and tires spinning on the gravel as they retreated in absolute defeat. That evening, sitting on the balcony overlooking the ocean, I opened my laptop and typed one final email to the extended family group chat. Effective immediately, I am permanently stepping back from this family. My properties, my finances, and my time are no longer accessible to any of you. Do not call, text, or email me. Silence is not an invitation for you to try harder, it is a permanent boundary. Wishing you the lives you deserve, Liam. I hit send, closed the laptop, and permanently deleted the group chat. There were no explosive replies. There were no lawsuits. There was just absolute, glorious silence. They didn't just lose access to a multi-million-dollar estate and a mountain cabin. They lost access to me. I had finally reclaimed my life, and for the first time ever, I was the one holding all the keys. My sister laughed, "You're not worth the trip," 2 days before my wedding. So, I canceled their $150,000 Swiss Alps vacation, dissolved their secret trust fund, and let the internet do the rest. It happened exactly 2 nights before my wedding. Not even a full 48 hours before I was supposed to stand under a crisp autumn sky in the historic botanical garden my fiancé and I had fallen in love with, and finally say I do. But instead of feeling the joyous butterflies everyone talks about, I was sitting in the back of a dimly lit, overpriced rehearsal dinner restaurant, staring at my phone screen, completely and utterly numb. My name is Elias. I am 31 years old, and I come from a family that has always been dangerously complicated. You probably know the type of family I am talking about. They are the ones who look absolutely perfect in holiday photos, always color coordinated at Thanksgiving, smiling brightly at neighborhood barbecues, and polite to a fault whenever guests are around. But the absolute second the front door shuts and the deadbolt clicks, the claws come out. That is my family. And for some inexplicable reason, ever since I was a little kid, I have always been the designated punching bag in the family group chat. I was the invisible middle child of 3. My older sister, Chloe, was the family's golden girl from the very beginning. She was the head cheerleader, the prom queen, the straight-A student who could charm her way out of a murder charge. She could do absolutely no wrong in my parents' eyes. Even when she abruptly dropped out of a prestigious university just 2 semesters in to marry some guy named Liam she met at a 3-day music festival, my parents spun it as a beautiful, spontaneous romantic adventure. My younger brother, Mason, was the baby of the family, and they treated him like a fragile, priceless Fabergé egg wrapped in thick bubble wrap. If Mason got a C- on a geometry test, my parents took him out for ice cream to cheer him up from the academic stress. And then there was me. I was the one who always made things complicated just by existing. I was quiet, deeply introverted, and the kind of kid who would much rather stay in his bedroom tinkering with computer code, building custom PCs, or reading science fiction novels than playing catch in the backyard with my dad. My parents constantly told me that I overthought things, that I was too sensitive, and that I took their harmless jokes way too personally. I remember one specific Thanksgiving when I was 22. Chloe loudly called me emotionally fragile and socially stunted in front of the entire extended family because I didn't laugh at a cruel joke she made about my teenage acne scars and my lack of a girlfriend. Everyone at the table erupted into laughter. My parents just chuckled and told me to lighten up. I didn't take another bite of turkey that day. I just sat there, swallowing the humiliation. Still, despite the constant belittling, I didn't cut them off. I always held on to this foolish, desperate belief that if I just gave them a little more, proved myself a little more, and achieved just a little bit more, they would finally start seeing me for who I really was. I thought that maybe, just maybe, one day they would be proud of me. So, when I started my own software development company at age 26, a boutique mobile app development firm that skyrocketed in value faster than I had ever dared to imagine, I kept the vast majority of my success entirely to myself. I didn't want to become the target of their bitter jealousy or their relentless mockery. I didn't want Chloe making passive-aggressive comments about how I just got lucky. I just quietly built a highly successful, peaceful life for myself in New York. And then, I met Maya. Maya is my now wife, and from the moment we had our first coffee date, it was like someone had finally turned the lights on in a dark room. She saw me. She really, truly saw me. She was kind, incredibly grounded, sharp as a tack, and she made me feel like my thoughts and feelings actually mattered. She didn't care about flashy tech bro success or how many zeros were sitting in my business accounts. She cared about how I treated the waitstaff at restaurants, how passionately I talked about my coding projects, and how my face lit up when I shared the very few childhood memories I had that weren't tainted by pain. I proposed to Maya after 2.5 years of dating. We were standing on a quiet beach at sunset, and she said yes, laughing and crying all at once. It was the happiest moment of my life. But looking back, I should have known right then and there that my family would find a way to infect that joy. The very first red flag appeared a few months into the wedding planning process. Maya and I were footing the entire bill for everything ourselves. We didn't ask for a single dime from anyone. We chose to have a beautifully modest wedding, capped at 80 guests, held outdoors in a lush botanical garden, and catered by a phenomenal local farm-to-table restaurant we frequented. I reached out to my parents, Chloe, and Mason individually to talk about logistics, foolishly hoping they would be excited, or at least supportive. My parents were bizarrely indifferent. They gave me vague, non-committal responses like, well, we'll have to see if we can get the time off work, which was absolutely wild considering I had given them the exact date a full 8 months in advance. Mason ghosted my messages completely, leaving me on read for weeks. And Chloe actually sent me a voice note saying, "That weekend is actually super inconvenient for us. Liam has a fantasy football draft weekend with his frat brothers, but I'll try to swing by the reception if I can find a cute enough dress on short notice." That is what she said, word for exact word. Still, I swallowed my pride and kept my cool. I told Maya they were probably just being their usual self-absorbed selves and begged her not to take it personally. But deep down in my gut, something fundamental had shifted. And then came the infamous family group chat incident. A couple of weeks before the wedding, Maya sent out a very sweet, cute little reminder message in our main family group thread. It was just a lighthearted countdown with a gorgeous picture of the garden venue and a short note that read, "Only 14 days, I absolutely cannot wait to celebrate with all of you." She even added a little champagne clinking emoji. Absolute silence. No one replied. Not even a generic thumbs up reaction. It just sat there, unread by my brother, deliberately ignored by my parents, and worst of all, marked as seen but completely untouched by Chloe. Later that night, I watched as Maya quietly deleted her message from the chat so she wouldn't have to look at the rejection anymore. She didn't complain. She just curled up next to me on our living room couch, rested her head on my chest, and whispered, "It's okay, Elias, it will still be a beautiful day." I wanted so desperately to believe her, so I doubled down on my stupidity. I made one massive, last-ditch effort to make my family feel included, cherished, and excited. Maybe I was still subconsciously chasing the fantasy of a family that actually celebrated my existence. I didn't just invite them, I went completely all out. I secretly booked a full, 10-day luxury vacation in the Swiss Alps for the entire family, scheduled to happen about a month after the wedding. I paid for absolutely everything. First-class flights, 5-star Alpine resort suites, private helicopter tours of the Matterhorn, Michelin-star dining reservations, thermal spa days, everything. The total bill came to just over $150,000. It wasn't a honeymoon for Maya and me, we had our own trip planned. This was exclusively for them. It was my grand gesture, my ultimate gift to show them that I wasn't holding any grudges, that I was successful, and that I deeply wanted to share this beautiful new chapter of my life with them. I didn't tell them about it right away. I was saving the itinerary as a massive surprise to reveal during the rehearsal dinner. I had these beautiful custom envelopes printed out to hand to them. But the rehearsal dinner never really felt like a celebration. For starters, my parents didn't even bother to show up. They called me 2 hours before it started to say that flights were just too expensive right now, even though they live exactly a 2-hour drive away and didn't need to fly at all. Mason didn't RSVP and didn't answer his phone. And Chloe? Chloe arrived a full hour and a half late to the dinner. And she was wearing a white dress. Yes. A literal, floor-length, lace white dress. Maya's face fell the second Chloe walked through the door, but my amazing fiancé didn't make a scene. Chloe waltzed into the private dining room like she was the guest of honor, gave her husband Liam a dramatic, performative kiss on the cheek, and proceeded to completely dominate the table's conversation for the next 2 hours, with mind-numbing stories about her latest Instagram influencer collaborations and how exhausting it is to get free skincare products. She didn't ask a single question about the wedding. Not one. And then, 2 days before the big day, the final blow landed. I was sitting on the floor in our apartment, helping Maya organize the beautiful handwritten table seating cards, when my phone buzzed violently on the coffee table. It was a text from Chloe. It was short, brutally blunt, and lacked any sort of greeting. "No one's coming to your wedding. We all talked and decided you're just not worth the trip. Have a good life." I just sat there on the rug and stared at the glowing screen. My thumb hovered over the glass, trembling slightly. I felt Maya's eyes on me, waiting for me to read the message aloud, but I physically couldn't form the words. I just slowly handed her the phone. She read it, her eyes widening in horror, blinked back tears, and softly asked, "Elias, all of them?" I nodded slowly. That was it. No explanation, no faux apology, absolutely nothing. Just that, one, soul-crushing sentence. For a long minute, I didn't even feel hurt. I just felt entirely hollow, like a massive cavern had opened up inside my chest. It felt like I had finally reached the bitter end of a frayed rope I had been clinging to for almost 3 decades. I slowly stood up, walked into the kitchen, poured myself a glass of ice water with violently shaking hands, and just sat at the kitchen island in pure silence. Maya walked up behind me and gently rested her chin on my shoulder, wrapping her arms around my torso. She didn't say a single word. She didn't need to. That one text message had completely shattered whatever pathetic illusions I had still been desperately clinging to. But that is not where this story ends, because what Chloe didn't know, what none of those toxic people knew, was that exactly 4 hours before she hit send on that vicious message, I had finally finished confirming the last intricate details on that $150,000 Swiss Alps vacation I had booked for all of them. Everything was fully set under my name, my personal platinum card, and my direct authorization. I had spent months coordinating with high-end travel agents to curate an experience that would have been the absolute trip of a lifetime for them. So, when Chloe sent that text, I just sat there in the kitchen, and a strange, cold smile slowly crept across my face. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't sad. I just felt this eerie, absolute calm wash over my entire body. I picked up my phone, opened my luxury travel concierge app, and firmly tapped the cancel entire itinerary button. Then, I made one direct phone call to the general manager of the resort in Zermatt. I calmly explained the situation and requested that they immediately send automated cancellation confirmation emails to all the guest profiles I had registered, informing them that their luxury bookings had been permanently terminated due to a revoked payment authorization. The manager, a very polite Swiss man named Lucas, paused for a moment and then said, "I understand completely, Mr. Thompson. It will be executed within the hour." And then, I just waited. Because if there is one thing I know for an absolute fact about my family, it is that they never, ever read the fine print. And they definitely didn't realize that every single suite, every first-class flight, and every private helicopter reservation was inextricably linked to my email and my bank account. By that evening, my phone lit up like a Times Square billboard. And that is when things got incredibly interesting. I honestly wasn't expecting them to find out so quickly. I figured it would take a couple of days, maybe even until they tried to check in for their flights. But no, it happened comically fast. It started with an aggressive text from my dad, which was already bizarre because he hadn't reached out to me directly in over 6 months. I stared at his name flashing on the screen for a few seconds before opening the message. "There's something wrong with the resort in Switzerland. They just emailed to say all the Alpine suites are cancelled. Did you do something to the booking? No greeting. No how are you holding up before the wedding. Just straight to paranoid suspicion. Classic dad." For a man who barely acknowledged my engagement and never once asked how the wedding planning was going, he had absolutely no problem sending an accusatory text the literal second something didn't go his way. I didn't reply. I didn't feel the need to. I just watched the silence on my end stretch out like a taut rubber band. 10 minutes later, my phone violently buzzed again. "Chloe this time. What the hell, Elias, why is the Swiss Alps trip cancelled? Fix this right now." Still not a single question about the wedding. Still not a single acknowledgement of her brutally cruel message from earlier that afternoon. No apology, just pure, unadulterated outrage that the lavish gift she didn't even know she was getting until the cancellation email arrived had been abruptly revoked. The sheer entitlement practically oozed from the pixels on the screen. Then came my mom. "Elias, can you please explain what is going on? I thought this vacation was fully confirmed. We already told the neighbors we were going to Europe." F. And finally, "Mason, bro, are you seriously messing with our flights? Not cool." 4 rapid-fire texts, all variations of the exact same toxic sentiment, confusion, irritation, and zero accountability. I didn't respond to a single one of them. Instead, I powered my phone completely off, tossed it into a drawer, and went back to helping Maya fold the last of the linen cloth napkins for the reception. I remember how beautifully quiet it was in that moment. Just the soothing sound of Maya humming a song, the soft rustle of the fabric, and this surreal, heavy sense of peace settling over my shoulders like a thick blanket. But the peace didn't last long. The very next morning, the day before my wedding, I woke up to my phone buzzing so violently against the wood of the nightstand that it nearly fell off. I reached over groggily, powered it on, and my screen exploded with notifications. 47 unread text messages, 9 missed calls from my mom, 5 frantic voicemails from Chloe, and a family group chat that had suddenly sprung back to life like a resurrected monster after weeks of dead radio silence. They were absolutely furious. Apparently, Chloe had smugly shared the vacation news in the family group chat the night before, literal minutes after I had cancelled everything, not realizing the reservations were already dead. She had sent some over-the-top, bragging message like, "Oh my god, Elias just dropped the most insane gift for the fam, all-inclusive luxury Swiss Alps trip next month." Guess the weirdo finally learned how to treat us right. I didn't see it happen live, but Maya's best friend Hannah, who was still lurking in the family group chat for some logistical reason, screenshotted the entire glorious meltdown and sent it to us. Chloe had posted her bragging text at 7:15 p.m. At 7:42 p.m., my dad posted a screenshot of the devastating cancellation email. "Dear Mr. Thompson, we regret to inform you that your upcoming Alpine reservations have been permanently cancelled due to a change in payment authorization." Pure, unfiltered chaos ensued. My dad furiously accused Chloe of jumping the gun and ruining the surprise. My mom asked if it was a sick prank. Mason complained about how I always take things too far and ruin the vibe. But Chloe went completely nuclear. She immediately posted screenshots of our private direct messages. Yes, my own sister doxed me in our family group chat, showing everyone that I had read her "You're not worth the trip" text and deliberately didn't reply. She followed her screenshots with a massive paragraph. "So, you're seriously going to cancel an entire $150,000 family trip just because I told you the hard truth? That is absolutely pathetic and manipulative, Elias. You are dead to me." And that right there was the final breaking point. It wasn't the part where they refused to come to my wedding. It wasn't the part where they ignored Maya's sweet messages for months. It wasn't even the part where Chloe wore a white dress to the rehearsal dinner like she was mocking our entire relationship. No, the ultimate breaking point was the realization that after everything, after the decades of silence, the endless snubs, the straight-up emotional neglect, they still genuinely believed I owed them my wealth, my time, and my submission. They thought I was pathetic for finally standing up and saying no. To them, the problem wasn't their absence, their betrayal, or their systemic cruelty. The problem was my reaction to it. Maya sat next to me on the edge of the bed as I scrolled through the vitriol, her hand gripping my arm so tightly her knuckles were white, like she was terrified I might throw my phone through the bedroom window. I didn't throw it. I just kept reading. I read every single toxic word until my stomach physically ached, and then my mind started flashing back to all the little things from my childhood. I remembered the birthday parties where my slice of cake was always noticeably smaller than Mason's. The time Chloe got a brand new car for her high school graduation, and I got a $50 gift card to a bookstore for mine. The way my dad would casually joke in front of his golf buddies that I was the family weirdo because I liked computers instead of sports. The dozens of tiny, daily reminders over 31 years that I was somehow fundamentally less than them. I realized something in that moment that hit me harder than any physical blow ever could. They didn't just ignore me, they never actually saw me as a human being. I had spent my entire life trying to prove I was worthy of being part of a family that never really wanted me to begin with. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't even type out a response to the barrage of messages. I just calmly set my phone down on the mattress, looked deep into Maya's eyes, and said, "I think I am completely done with them." She nodded slowly, a sad smile touching her lips, like she had been waiting patiently for me to say those exact words for years. I thought maybe that would be the end of the drama, that they would finally get the message, literally and figuratively, and leave us alone to get married in peace. I was wrong. By that afternoon, the flying monkeys had been deployed. I had voicemails from extended family members I hadn't spoken to in a decade. My mom had apparently called my Aunt Clara, who lives down in Florida, to weep and complain that I was having a mental breakdown and punishing the family. Clara left a preachy voice message that started with, "Hey sweetie, it's Aunt Clara. I heard you're having a little emotional moment. I just want to remind you that family is forever, blood is thicker than water, and you shouldn't let petty little disagreements ruin your relationships." Petty. I nearly laughed out loud in the middle of the living room. But the laughter died in my throat when I received a Facebook message from my cousin Leo, who I hadn't seen since his bachelor party back in 2018. "Dude, what the hell happened with the Europe trip? My mom said your mom said you're in some kind of massive feud. Should I cancel my PTO for next month?" I didn't reply to any of them. I had been quiet and accommodating for so long. I had been so willing to bend, stretch, and give without ever asking for a single thing in return. But now that I had finally stood up for myself just once with one simple click of a cancellation button, they were treating me like an unhinged terrorist who had burned the family tree to the ground. But here is the thing, that wasn't even the real betrayal yet. The true knife in the back came the very next morning, the actual day of my wedding. Maya and I were at the botanical garden, doing a final, peaceful walkthrough with the floral arranger and our photographer. The weather was perfect. The garden had this soft, cool autumn breeze, the kind that makes you feel like time is slowing down just for you. I was finally feeling light and happy. Until my best man, Julian, walked up to me with his phone in his hand and a deeply concerning look on his face. "Elias, you are really not going to like this," he said quietly before turning the screen toward me. It was a Reddit post. A massive, highly upvoted public post on wedding shaming. The username was obviously a throwaway account, but the writing style, the dramatic flair, the specific details, it was unmistakably Chloe. She had titled it, "Bridezilla and her tech bro groom are trying to financially abuse our family and buy our love." She had spun a masterful, psychotic web of lies. She wrote a story about a controlling, narcissistic tech bro groom who weaponized his sudden wealth to manipulate his loving family. She claimed that I had canceled an entire European vacation out of pure, unadulterated spite just because she couldn't afford to take time off work to attend my overpriced, pretentious wedding. And the absolute kicker? She posted actual photos. She posted photos of me, of Maya, and of our venue from the rehearsal dinner. She put tiny black bars over our eyes, but we were completely recognizable to anyone who knew us. The comments section was an absolute bloodbath. Thousands of strangers were calling me a selfish monster, diagnosing me as emotionally immature, and speculating that I was a narcissist with a god complex who hated poor people. Maya took one look at the screen and gasped, covering her mouth, "Elias, that's your custom suit, that's our venue." We both knew instantly it was Chloe. No one else would have known those specific details. No one else would have used the phrase tech bro to dismiss my decade of hard work building a software firm. She was the only one who had been taking photos at the rehearsal dinner. And now, hours before I was supposed to walk down the aisle, she had posted about us online, framed herself as the ultimate victim, and painted me as a bitter, rich villain having a temper tantrum. I stared at Julian's phone screen for a very long time. I wasn't angry. I wasn't even shocked anymore. I was just broken. Maya put her warm hand flat against my back. Elias, what do we do? I looked at her, my jaw clenched so tightly my teeth ached. And I said the only thing I could think to say, I think it is time they learn what real consequences look like. I didn't sleep the night before my wedding. Not because of excitement, but because somewhere between rereading that vile Reddit post for the fourth time and listening to Chloe's shrieking voicemails, something inside my brain permanently snapped. Not in a fiery, screaming, destructive way, but in a cold, silent, terrifyingly calm way. The wedding itself was incredibly beautiful, stunning, even. The sun bathed the autumn leaves in gold. Maya looked like literal poetry in motion walking down the aisle in a soft ivory silk dress. Our guests, our true friends, my loyal colleagues, our chosen family clapped, cheered, and wiped away tears during our handwritten vows. There was endless laughter, incredible food, and speeches from Julian that made us cry for all the right reasons. Not one single blood relative of mine was in attendance. Not one. But for the very first time in my 31 years of life, it didn't feel like something was missing. It felt intentional. It felt clean. Still, even in that joy, the betrayal lingered in the back of my mind. In the days that followed, Maya and I escaped to a secluded cabin in the mountains for our honeymoon. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, no distractions. Just a crackling fireplace, fresh pine air, and time to heal. We didn't talk about my family at all for the first few days, we just existed. When we finally returned to New York and civilization, I muted the family group chat, archived all their toxic text threads, and unfollowed Chloe on every single social media platform. I didn't block them yet, that felt like giving them too much power. But I created an impenetrable wall of distance, and then, I started to rebuild. Not in a cliché revenge movie way. I didn't hit the gym to get shredded or buy a ridiculous sports car. What I did was far more dangerous to them. I started choosing absolute peace, and I weaponized my skills. I met with my executive team at work and announced I was taking a step back from the day-to-day operations of my software firm. I promoted my brilliant CTO and gave him the reins. I wanted to create something new, something personal. So, I started a side project, an app called ClearSpace. It was designed to help people set firm boundaries with toxic family members. It featured a digital no-contact planner, encrypted journaling prompts, and AI-generated scripts for learning how to say no to manipulative parents. Maya thought it was brilliant. We spent late nights brainstorming features. I didn't expect it to take off, but it exploded. Within 3 months, ClearSpace had hundreds of thousands of downloads. Emails poured in from people saying the app had given them the courage to walk away from abusive situations. It gave me a massive platform, a powerful voice, and a community of survivors who understood my exact pain. And slowly, I began to let go of the anger. I stopped checking that Reddit post. I stopped wondering if my parents would ever apologize. I was finally happy. But, of course, just when I thought I was completely free of them, they came crawling back. Not with an apology, not with remorse, but with demands. And that was their final, fatal mistake. It started with a physical letter. Mailed, stamped, and delivered to my apartment in a plain white envelope with no return address, just my full legal name printed neatly on the front. I tore it open, and a single piece of paper slid out. "You have made your point, Elias, now undo the damage." No greeting, no signature, just those 2 sentences, but I recognized the handwriting instantly. It was Chloe's slanted, overly loopy script. I stared at it, fascinated by the sheer audacity. She didn't want forgiveness, she wanted me to unwrite history. She wanted her control back. Maya found me sitting at the kitchen island, holding the paper. "Let me guess," she said, drying a coffee mug. "The ghost of family drama past?" I smirked, a cold, hard expression. "She wants me to undo the damage." Maya raised an eyebrow. "The damage she caused?" "Apparently not," I replied. I folded the letter carefully and placed it in the trash can. Then, I walked straight into my home office, powered on my desktop, and opened an encrypted folder I hadn't touched since the week of the wedding. It was simply labeled, Archive. I don't believe in petty revenge. Canceling the trip was self-preservation. But this, Chloe demanding I fix a mess she created? That made it strategic. I opened the folder. Inside were hundreds of screenshots, audio recordings, emails, and financial documents I had quietly backed up over the last 5 years. When you grow up in a house built on gaslighting and selective amnesia, you learn to keep immaculate receipts. I had an email from Chloe calling Maya a cheap placeholder. I had a voice memo Mason accidentally sent me where he joked that I was only invited to holidays so I would pay for the dinner tab. I had enough evidence to absolutely destroy their social standing. But I didn't just want a messy online fight, I wanted clinical clarity. The first thing I did was call Julian. Besides being my best man, Julian is a senior freelance editor for several major digital lifestyle publications. Julian, are you ready to drop a bomb? I asked. He chuckled. I've been waiting for this call for 6 months, Elias, let's do it. Over the next week, Julian and I drafted a masterpiece. It wasn't a rant, it was a deeply emotional, highly articulate perspective piece. We titled it, The Scapegoat's Wedding, When Letting Go is the Only Vow That Matters. It was published anonymously, but the details were incredibly specific. We broke down the exact psychology of the golden child dynamic, the weaponized incompetence of my parents, and the sheer cruelty of the Reddit post. Julian pitched it to a massive online platform. The editor loved it so much they made it a front-page feature. That was step 1. Step 2 was the financial kill shot. I scheduled an urgent Zoom call with my wealth management accountant and my legal team. Because here is the massive secret my family didn't know. 4 years ago, when my company first became highly profitable, I secretly set up a blind family trust fund. I had wanted to secure their future. My parents were told it was a small, obscure inheritance from a distant relative that paid out a modest monthly dividend. For 4 years, my parents had been comfortably living off my money. They used it to pay their mortgage, lease new cars, and bail Mason out of credit card debt. They thought it was free money from the universe. They never once suspected it was the weirdo tech bro son funding their entire middle-class illusion. I instructed my lawyers to completely dissolve the trust fund by the end of the business week. I ordered every single remaining cent to be immediately reallocated and transferred into a brand new charitable foundation, one chaired by Maya and me, dedicated to providing housing and legal aid for young adults escaping toxic family environments. Are you absolutely certain, Mr. Thompson? My lawyer asked. Burn it down, I replied calmly. The article dropped 2 days later. It went violently viral. Therapists were sharing it on Twitter. TikTok creators were making 10-minute breakdown videos about it. It resonated with millions of forgotten scapegoat children. And within 48 hours, the internet did what the internet does best. They connected the dots. Someone recognized the details from Chloe's original, wedding shaming, post and linked the two together. Internet sleuths dug up Chloe's Instagram. They matched the timelines. The backlash against her was swift, brutal, and entirely organic. Chloe lost 3 major brand sponsorships in a single afternoon. A fitness apparel company publicly dropped her, stating they did not align with toxic behavior. A popular podcast canceled her upcoming guest appearance. She was publicly humiliated on the very platform she worshipped. And then, the financial rug was violently yanked from under my parents. The trust fund dissolution letters arrived via certified mail on a Tuesday. By noon, my phone was exploding with voicemails from blocked numbers. My dad sounded completely panicked. Elias, the bank is saying the inheritance trust is gone. The account is zeroed out. You're a computer guy, can you look into this? We have a mortgage payment due. My mom left a sobbing voicemail begging me to call her back. Mason texted Julian, begging him to ask me for a $10,000 bridge loan because his car was about to be repossessed. But Chloe sent an email. You vindictive psychopath. You ruined my career. You bankrupted mom and dad. Are you happy now? I didn't reply to any of them. Instead, I had my legal team send one final, certified cease and desist letter to each of them. It contained a single paragraph explaining that the trust fund had been entirely funded by me, Elias Thompson, that I had legally dissolved it, and that any further contact would be considered harassment. They went completely silent after that. The realization that the son they despised had been the one keeping a roof over their heads broke whatever fragile egos they had left. 6 months later, Maya and I were in Greece for our delayed honeymoon. We were sitting on a sun-drenched balcony overlooking the Aegean Sea. I opened my laptop to check my email and saw a message from my university's alumni association. Join us in welcoming Elias Thompson, tech entrepreneur and founder of the Family Resilience Foundation, as our keynote speaker. I smiled, closed the laptop, and looked over at Maya. She was glowing, sipping a glass of wine, the sea breeze catching her hair. We eventually bought a beautiful, spacious house in the suburbs. We adopted a golden retriever. We built a life filled with unconditional love, laughter, and absolute peace. I never spoke to my parents, Chloe, or Mason ever again. I didn't need to scream or fight to win. I just needed to live a life so incredibly full, so undeniably successful, and so deeply happy that their absence became the greatest gift they ever gave me. They didn't lose me because I changed. They lost me because I finally realized my own worth. And that, I know, is a punishment they will have to live with for the rest of their lives. My roommate took my photos, stalked my boyfriend and sent him fake texts. Then I found her in my room wearing my lingerie and my heart stopped. Roommate Emily has called my boyfriend Ethan our boyfriend for 2 weeks. Thought it was a joke. Very scared. Dated Ethan for 7 months. His university is an hour away, but he visits every 2 weeks for 4 or 5 days. My roommates first agreed. Cleaning, cooking, and maintenance are his jobs. Perfect guy ditched Emily in September. Then everything changed. Started small. As a courtesy, Emily waited in the kitchen while Ethan cooked dinner for me and my housemates. Good dude, my ex couldn't. Lucky you. She expected more from him. She witnessed his strength lifting furniture, hooking, and mending. So strong. My man must. Ethan fled to my room, uneasy. Jokes about our boyfriend followed. Ethan gave me coffee and Emily said, "Ah, our boyfriend is so thoughtful. He helped with groceries. Check out our guy helping." I told her it's not funny. A joke. Sisters share everything, right? Our roommates. Sharing a fridge, not affection. Behavior improved. Then she followed. Safety comes via location sharing software. If Ethan and I went out, Emily would text, "Where are you guys? Can I join?" And show there if nobody answered. Emily said she met us at movies, restaurants, and a romantic park walk. She entered my bedroom without knocking, so we locked it. "Hi, man." If we forgot, she'd chirp. Roommates partied after midterms. Drunk, I called Ethan. Emily stole my phone. Her strength outshines mine. She told him about sex. She laughed and ordered him to swat deep while quiet. What? Tired of women talking about our boyfriend? Ethan visited less. Arriving, he hardly left my room. At my door was Emily. Sometimes I heard her breathing. The breaking point came last week. Ethan surprised me in class on our 7-month anniversary. My roommate Maya texted, "Your boyfriend's here, but something weird is happening." I ran home to find Emily wearing my lingerie on my bed, and Ethan cowering against the wall. What the hell? Emily stood slowly, my crimson lace too tiny. "He saw how much I miss you. Get out. Get out." She smiles. "Also my apartment." He seemed unconcerned. "Do you, Ethan?" Ethan shivered and whispered, "Leave me. I was waiting for Sophie when you entered. No door lock. Kind of an invite?" Emily is on the lease, but I phoned our landlord that night. I cannot evict her. Campus security said it's a non-violent roommate dispute. Ethan said he couldn't visit the day before. "She wore your underpants last time, scaring me." What's next? It stung, but I understood. Emily damaged our friendship. Emily used my laptop in my room again yesterday. She found Ethan and my photographs. "I took intimate photos with you. Private, not stated. Give up my PC. These suit my hubby. Made copies for myself." Pardon me. That's unlawful. Calling cops. What proof? My phone has these. Might have taken them anywhere. Maybe Ethan gave me those. Ours may be unique. He never would. People trust whom? Angry girlfriend or roommate with photos? I noticed something else on my laptop. Opening an unwritten email draft. To Ethan. Leaving. Yelling. Emily wrote it as me, but I didn't mail it. But I could. I know your password. Alter your birthday. That night, I updated all my passwords. Lock my bedroom for me alone. A message was under my door this morning. Locks won't keep me from our boy. Check your phone. Ethan received 2 a.m. I texted to discuss. To your unit tomorrow. News. KNC. Unsent text. Sleeping. I kept my phone overnight. Ethan's reply. Who's C? Her reason for coming. What's up, Sophie? He ignored my call. Emily's gone. A automobile exited her lot. It takes 1.5 hours to reach Ethan's U. She departed 2 hours ago. Not sure what she's telling him. As I call Ethan again, I shiver and nearly drop my phone. Voicemail number 4. 20 minutes had passed for Emily at university. No idea what she's saying or doing. My hands slide on the screen as I call again. Jammed. Like the walls are closing. While walking from the kitchen to the living room and back, I check the GPS app every few seconds. Emily's dot stays on Ethan's dorm. Airflow is limited and my chest is constricted. What's she telling him? Did he receive duplicate photos? Was she sent by me? False. We told him something. Like a team. Repeating calls get voicemail. Emily may have broken his phone or ignored my calls. No option helps. Maya leaves her room in pajamas at midday. Her eyes widen when she sees me pacing the living room. I must appear mad. Going mad. Event explanation. I doubt the rapid-fire words make sense. Fake text. Emily left 2 hours ago. No word from Ethan. Listening pales Maya. She sits shakily on the sofa. She says Emily has been talking about Ethan and looking through my stuff in class. Stomach drops. Maya knew but never told me. She thinks Emily listened outside my locked bedroom door. Ethan is mentioned by Emily alone. Last week, Maya saw Emily holding my things and peered in my wardrobe mirror. Maya considered speaking but didn't want issues. Drama. It's hardly the worst drama. Instant choice. Despite Ethan's school being an hour away and my test tomorrow, I'm going. Forget exams. Ethan must be contacted before Emily causes further damage. My gratitude for Maya's help makes me cry. I'm nervous driving alone. Shaking hands distract me from the road. I can call Ethan while Maya drives. I take my keys, phone and wallet as she dresses in her room. Packing nothing else. I ignore our arrival plans. Must leave. Within 15 minutes, we drive. I call Ethan and check Emily's app as Maya drives. Is Emily at Ethan's room? Her phone suggests she's in his dorm. Is his roommate talked to? Wait in the lobby. Nobody moves the dot. Sat target-like. I call Ethan again. Voicemail. Tried texting. No reply. I target Ethan's dorm on the GPS app. A dot exists. Emily's there. I examine our position zooming out. Just 10 kilometers from our apartment. Driving takes ages. Maya merges onto the freeway as I count miles. 120 miles remaining. 1.5 hours felt long. Maya tells me she's watching Emily because she's worried. I get dates, times, and details from her phone during red lights. Emily was outside my closed door. Strange statements about sharing everything. Emily obsesses with my location. Maya has weekly page notes. She regrets not telling me sooner but didn't want problems. Once more, drama. Don't worry, I missed the signs too. Emily seemed odd and lonely after her split. Notes from Maya verify it. This transcends roommate craziness. Riskier, worse. When Ethan messages me an hour into the journey, I grab my phone so fast I almost drop it with the buzz. It chills me that your roommate told my RA you sent her to check on my mental health. It's ludicrous. Where are you? Read 3 times. Emily claims I sent her. Her false text verifies. She makes me appear like the nervous or domineering girlfriend who sends people to check on her guy while she looks like the concerned friend. Type back, shaking hands. I texted Emily immediately to say she sent the message from my phone without authorization. On my way. I describe waking up to the text, Emily leaving 2 hours earlier, and my calls to him. Texting, screen watching. 3 dots, Ethan types. They vanish, they return. The reply arrives. Emily is smarter than unstable, making her scary. That terrifies me. Emily's calm. She specializes in it. She wore my undies calmly. She silently copied my images. She stays calm despite her flaws. Her scariness stems from that. Maya advises I record everything on my phone at a petrol stop. Emily's phony text, location history, and behavior shifting screenshots. If this goes to court, she argues, we need evidence, a legal issue. That wasn't considered. I concur with Maya. Next exit, park at a gas station. Maya drinks coffee inside as I snap screenshots. M was spotted at Ethan's campus in the morning. False 2 a.m., text screenshot. Timestamp. Emily's prior texts calling Ethan were screenshotted. I take what I can. I have proof in my picture album. Maya offers coffee and helps me file. We utilize today's date. Near nightfall, we reach Ethan's campus. Wonderful orange and pink sky, yet I disregard it. My fingers shake again as we park outside his dorm. Ethan texts that Emily is in the common area discussing our relationship with Lucas, his roommate, like my agent. An official, I concurred. Sent her. Not well. Maya touches my arm and asks if I'm ready. We leave the car despite my unreadiness. Maya enters the dorm with me. Left of the glass doors is the community room. Emily and Lucas are on a couch when I see them. They chuckle like old pals. Emily wears makeup, sweater and down hair. She appears normal. She appears kind. Lucas smiles at her words. Emily's expression alters as I arrive. A friendly grin disappears. Never before has she looked so evil. Lucas looks at me perplexed by her slow rise. Emily has steely eyes and delicate lips. She appears unfazed. She's upset I came. Shouts across the room. Student laptop users glance up. She stands slowly with a piercing grin. Thank goodness Sophie arrived. Do we need an honest Ethan talk? Her words indicate group planning. Heads turn. Girl at window whispers to pal. My face heats up and others look. No more we. You must go. You weren't invited. I talked calmly despite shaking. Amy tilts her head like I said something amusing. I was excited to meet Ethan. Our discussion of your issues was wonderful. Now he gets it. Looking at Ethan while she talks. Flush and retreat, Ethan. He seems unwell and uncomfortable. Lucas is confused. I asked Emily to leave 6 times. Ethan joins me. You concerned about Sophie and needed to check. You wouldn't. I perceive anxiety in his loud voice. Lucas nods with arms crossed. She arrived maybe an hour ago. She seemed regular, so I believed she was your buddy, but every time we asked her to go, she changed the subject or said she needed 5 more minutes. Lucas had fully lost his welcoming smile. Examining Emily. Maya shows Lucas her phone. While conversing, she swipes screenshots. Emily follows them for months. She appears wherever their location app leads them. She illegally enters Sophie's room. About 2 a.m., she lied. Phone text from Sophie. Maya swipes more odd text picture. Restaurant and movie appearances by Emily. Lucas carefully examines the facts. All his body language changes. He turns from Emily and looks at her differently. Emily loses her calm, mouth tightens, and eyes narrow. Everyone hypes this. Ethan should know Sophie criticizes him overseas. She always wishes he went to this school instead of 1 hour away. She finds you clingy. She confronts Ethan when she says that. She asked me here to break up with you out of fear. Her voice becomes louder with each phrase. Ethan dims. Get my phone and check email. I need 3 tries to find the folder because my hands quiver. On TV, I face Ethan. See this. Emily typed this on my laptop directly. I never wrote it. The draft email mentioning Ethan's undesirable traits stays. Unspoken words. Ethan examines my phone. His visage changes from sad to bewildered to enraged in 10 seconds. He glances up at Emily. You authored it? You wrote a bogus breakup email on her computer. His voice has altered. Harder. Lucas reads over his shoulder and speaks. Someone must have called the residential advisor because she enters serious. She has a staff badge and is tall with pushed back brown hair. What's up? A disturbance was reported. As I explain, my words blur. Maya shows the RA screenshots from her phone. Ethan shows her a fake email. Lucas says Emily refused many leave requests. Looks earnest as she listens. She faces Emily. Get out of this building swiftly. You're not a student, or welcome. Arms crossed, Emily. I can visit a friend's campus, public university. Her voice elevates. I won't leave to discuss. An RA pulls out her radio. Campus security reacts promptly. 2 uniformed officers. While showing Maya's phone, the RA explains. Emily is invited outside by 1 officer. Emily shouts and flushes. It's ludicrous. Sophie is pushing everyone against me because she can't stand Ethan liking me more. People in the common area film and look on their phones. Each of you will regret this. Each of you. As the security guard walks her to the door, she gestures at me. She takes her arm away but leaves. Sophie, you ruined everything. Everything. Her voice booms over the common area as she pushes through the glass doors. From outside we see her race to her car in the parking lot. The guard watches from distance to ensure she leaves. We hear her vehicle door bang as she arrives. Her tires shriek when she leaves. Returning security collects our statements. He writes everything in a little notebook. Speech makes Ethan's hands quiver. Emily expressed care and kindness concerning his schoolwork and housemates. She said inappropriate things. University library, biology professor, workout. Since we rarely talk about my routine, Sophie never told her. She must have seen our messages. His voice snaps. A security officer writes faster. Back inside, we see Ethan's room. Lucas promises privacy and visits the library. Head in hands, Ethan sits on his bed, shook all over. He leans against me as we sit. She told me you were sobbing and talked about breaking up on the sofa, upsetting her. Because you were unhappy to come, she stated you sent her to check on me. She appeared sincere and almost convinced me. When she revealed my schedule, I felt strange. She knew I had Tuesday and Thursday chemistry labs. My science building lunch spot was familiar to her. How could she know? His eyes were damp. Stomach drops. Checking phone settings. I must reset all passwords now. Social networking, email, everything. Assistance from Ethan. Account after account. My 2-week Emily IP address login history surprises me. My emails are analyzed for a month. Everything I said to Ethan, called my sister and wrote Maya complaining. Ethan finds additional proof in my cloud. Emily saw my pics. The private ones. For me and Ethan. I claim she's everywhere. Voice is distant. Checking email login history. There are access points from places I've never studied or slept. Emily reads everything for weeks. The design is in my picture storage when Ethan opens it. Her device downloaded my private photos often. My shaky hands nearly dropped my phone. Ethan takes it from me and checks. My social media suggests she's online. Reading my love letters. She knows my whole life. Every discussion, goal, every private notion shared with trusted people. After exiting the library, Lucas knocks. Lucas arrives when Ethan lets him in and finds us on the bed with phones and computers. He seems serious as we give our findings. His phone's login and access history is photographed. He demands we capture everything before Emily hides or destroys evidence. Maya texts to check on us, and I tell her what we found. She instantly claims she feels watched, like someone is looking through her possessions when she's away. Now she'll examine her finances. Ethan finds an uncreated cloud storage record. His daily and hourly classes are noted. College library shifts, buddies, roommates, gym, dining hall, coffee shop and routine orders. After Emily was thrown, the paper was 2 months old. A planner, she's tracked his habits. Lucas reads over Ethan's shoulder and adds, "This is serious stalking behavior, not just a roommate being weird or jealous." He suggests reporting this level of watching and plotting to university police. Almost midnight, yet I'm afraid to wait till morning. What if Emily returns tonight? Suppose she performs worse with us watching. Lucas suggests sleeping on university commons sofas for safety and community. Maya texts saying she's sleeping at her girlfriend's house tonight since she feels uneasy at the flat. Ethan agrees immediately. With proof, we seize phones and laptops. Lucas shows us where students study late. The site feels safer with hourly security patrols. Ethan and I share a sofa with Maya. Lucas brings drinks and blankets from his room, unable to sleep. Our phones and evidence are continually watched. Ethan is worried after the lingerie incident. Being unable to terminate my lease or leave, he didn't make me pick between him and my living condition. He can't sleep or focus since Emily could knock on his door or follow him to school. He regrets not being more direct about his worry, but he didn't want to appear dramatic. I shouldn't have overreacted and took it more seriously. We reviewed disregarded or rationalized warning indicators for hours. Breathing outside my door, continual location checking, and Emily forcing herself into every aspect of our relationship and constantly knowing where we were and what we were doing. Fearing Emily's behavior, Ethan stopped seeing me. Ethan and I watch the sunrise through the windows as Lucas rests on a chair nearby. Early classrooms and eating halls attract students with morning light. Tired but anxious. I seek my older sister Lily for sane advice from outside this maelstrom. She's nervous on the second ring since I rarely call early. Emily drove here uninvited, and we found stalker evidence yesterday and last night. I conclude with Lily silently listening. She says this behavior recalls stalker instances she encountered in psychology graduate school. She believes stalkers increase when victims withdraw or restrict. Monitoring and collecting data becomes obsession without aid. She asks whether I called police, and I say we're going this morning. Lily intends to descend in a few hours. She wants to review everything with us and decide future actions. Do not return to the apartment alone and wait for her in public. After Ethan awakens Maya, we drink campus cafe coffee. We watch pedestrians from a window table. Lucas comes and we review, taking screenshots and taping. After the trip, Lily is tired but focused by lunch. She hugs me tightly and joins us at the table. Emily sees my accounts and Ethan's documents. Lily produces a notebook timeline with dates and data. She thinks stalking should rise. Single events may appear insignificant, but patterns demonstrate obsession. Emily says her behavior has become more intrusive and obvious. From remarks and following to accessing my accounts and suddenly visiting Ethan's campus. Lily. Emily's thorough surveillance dossier on Ethan shows premeditation, which courts take seriously. Contact campus police this afternoon. Lucas volunteers to testify after watching Emily refuse to leave yesterday and hearing her threaten. Officer Thompson questions us in a small room in the administrative building's police department. His calm, professional demeanor soothes me as I describe the situation to Lily, who takes notes to prevent missing anything. Officer Thompson listens carefully and asks about dates and times. Lucas explains Emily's refusal to leave after multiple requests yesterday. Ethan expresses his concern and how Emily's behavior has impacted his functioning. After writing a detailed report, Officer Thompson says stalking cases are hard to prosecute, but the evidence we have is strong, especially the digital footprint showing unauthorized access to my accounts and the surveillance file. The 2-month pattern of behavior could support a restraining order. He advises storing all texts, emails and messages, tracking Emily's appearance, and collecting images or videos to establish harassment. Officer Thompson documents all our evidence and says he'll work with my campus's police department as Emily and I live in the same jurisdiction. He gives me his direct number and tells me to call immediately if Emily calls or shows up. He suggests I talk to campus housing about my living situation because sharing an apartment with someone like this is unsafe. Leaving the police station, I'm relieved we reported everything, but terrified of what happens next. Lily says I did the right thing, even though it's scary. Ethan looks exhausted and worried. Maya says Emily hasn't returned to her apartment, but some of her belongings have been moved. Lily insists she'll stay with me for a few days to make sure I'm safe. The 1.5-hour drive back feels long. Maya meets us in the apartment parking lot, and we go in. The apartment feels like home, but Ethan has classes. I find someone in my room despite locking it when Maya notices a picture frame and TV remote moved in the living room. My birthday pullover is gone, photos of us in a box are missing, dresser drawers are slightly open, desk papers are intermingled, and closet door is unfinished. Emily took my journal with my thoughts and relationship with Ethan, like she's gathering proof or trying to enter into our relationship by owning our possessions. Maya misplaced a scarf and a book she gave me. A keyed lock is purchased at a hardware shop after Lily says, "We're changing the lock on my bedroom door right now." My phone also automatically backs up all photographs and texts to a cloud account Emily doesn't know about, created by Lily using her own email. Even if Emily returns to my devices, she can't access anything. After changing my passwords to lengthy random sequences that Lily writes down and puts in her phone, she sets up 2-factor authentication to prevent Emily from accessing without my phone codes. Emily rocks my door frame at midnight while Lily is on the living room couch and Maya is in her room. She says she wanted to borrow some things and I need to stop acting like a victim. The pounding gets louder and I can hear her trying the doorknob over and over. She screams that this is her apartment too, and I can't lock her out. I grab my phone and text Lily that Emily is outside my door. Within seconds, I hear Lily's voice. Emily shouts that Lily has no right to be here and should mind her own business as the pounding continues and she kicks the door. I hear Lily on the phone, clearly saying the address and calling the police. Emily must hear this too, because she screams that I'll regret this and that I'm turning everyone against her. Emily tells Maya to stop up and that she's a traitor once she comes out of her room. I close my door and listen to Emily pacing in the corridor for 15 minutes, which feels like hours. Finally, loud authoritative voices ask questions. Lily allows the police in, and Emily has a weak voice and looks to be weeping. She tells the officer she's worried about me and wants my safety. Emily sits on the couch crying and apologizes for scaring me. 2 uniformed officers ask to talk to us individually. Maya shows her phone with her notes after I show him the police report from Ethan's campus, Emily's locations following us, her bogus text, and my ransacked room photos on my phone. The officer nods slowly as he reads Ethan's campus police report and says he's seen this tendency in stalking cases and Emily's behavior is growing and I should get a restraining order. He describes it and how to apply. The other officer returns and they whisper in the corridor. Emily nods and apologizes again. Emily is yelling on the phone as Lily makes tea and we sit in my room with the door closed. She says I'm trying to steal her guy and turning everyone against her. Lily made me a campus counselor appointment the next morning despite our poor sleep. Violet Parker listens without interrupting in the Student Health Center's soft-lit office with comfortable chairs and calls Emily's actions obsessive attachment and erotomania, explaining that some people fixate on unavailable others. Violet writes everything in a safety plan and tells me to change my class routes so Emily can't predict where I'll be. She also gives me campus security phone numbers and emergency contacts. She tells me to notify my professors and helps me find safe people on campus if I need help. She thinks Emily may intensify stalking now that police are involved. I meet Violet regularly and get her emergency contact information so I can call her if I'm in danger. Then I meet Olivia Grant, a free harassment lawyer, in a small conference room at the school legal aid office. She says I have a strong case for a civil restraining order and that the process would take weeks. First, we petition for a temporary order, then a judge decides if it becomes permanent. Olivia says a restraining order won't force Emily out of our apartment right away because the lease is complicated, but it will legally prohibit Emily from contacting me or coming near me. She warns me that many stalkers violate restraining orders and that I must document and report every violation, which can lead. Olivia clarifies every section and makes sure I include all the important details when I fill out the paperwork. We'll file this tomorrow, and Emily will receive the temporary order in a few days. That evening, Maya comes to my room and closes the door, looking tired and scared. She says she can't live here. She breaks her lease early and moves in with her girlfriend off campus. She feels guilty leaving me, but she doesn't feel safe with Emily here. I tell her I understand and am relieved she's leaving. She shouldn't have to deal with this. Maya says she'll still be around and we can meet for coffee anytime. She promises to testify for the restraining order. My stomach drops when Olivia writes me 3 days later that Emily has been served with the temporary restraining order. Emily will be furious, and the permanent order court date is 2 weeks away, and I have to explain everything before a judge. After 2 weeks of waiting and worrying about Emily's next move, I leave class early and walk to my apartment. Maya is gone and her room is unoccupied. Emily can't get near me, but we share walls and a kitchen. I lock myself in my room and can't study. Ethan calls to check on me again, and I tell him about the restraining order. He's proud of me and wants he could be here, but he has exams. I feel better after seeing his face on video chat, but 2 weeks feels like forever. The next day, I wake up to phone notifications and my stomach drops when I discover Emily posted 3 times since last night. She writes vague messages about fake friends and people who betray you when you need them most, how some people can't handle the truth and turn everyone against you instead of addressing their own issues, and a quote about loyalty, and how real friends stick together through everything. Everyone who knows us will understand. My hands tremble as I click through the comments and see people asking if she's okay, providing support, and assuring her they're here for her. She's already creating her own victim story. I put my phone down and attempt to focus on class, but my mind keeps racing. 3 people had asked about Emily and me before midday. One biology classmate writes a long text stating Emily told her I was jealous and controlling over her friendship with Ethan. I wonder how many will believe her before hearing my side. Another acquaintance asks if I'm trying to get Emily kicked out for nothing. Someone else heard I filed false reports to get attention. I feel sick reading these messages because Emily is lying, and some people believe her. I spend an hour writing responses with evidence and screenshots. In the face of proof, some apologize immediately. After I show them everything, my close friends rally around me, which helps, but I still feel alienated, knowing others think I'm crazy. Maya texts me that Emily has been posting in group chats, playing the victim and convincing people I overreacted to harmless jokes. I'm frustrated because no matter what evidence I show, some people will always believe Emily's version. That night Ethan calls me with a tight voice. I had a panic attack in economics class today when someone who looked like Emily passed me from behind. I couldn't breathe and had to leave. Now my professor thinks I'm skimming, and my scores are plummeting since I can't study. After 2 hours, I reassure him that the restraining order will help, and that she can't come near him legally, but I can hear his fear in his voice. He checks the parking lot before leaving his dorm and walks different routes to class each day. He can't sleep because he hears someone outside his door. Emily's harm to him, us, and our good relationship before she decided we belong to her is terrible. We resolve to chat every night and stay strong, but when we hang up, I weep because I don't know how much stress our relationship can handle. I return from afternoon class to find my bedroom door open, even though I closed it this morning with my key. My pulse racing as I enter and discover my room completely torn apart. Dresser drawers are out and clothes are everywhere. My desk is full of papers, my closet is devoid of hangers, and my laptop charger is gone. My grandmother's necklace, 2 rings, and my wall photographs of me and Ethan are missing. That Emily broke my lock, invaded my privacy, and stole my possessions makes this worse. Her scrawled message on my bed chills me. I phone the police immediately and request Officer Thompson, who knows our case, who arrives within 20 minutes. I shake my head as I describe what's missing and what the message says. He slowly walks through my room, taking photos from multiple angles and writing detailed notes about each item damaged or taken. He examines my door lock and points out scratches around the keyhole where Emily must have picked or forced it. He bags the note as evidence and labels it carefully, explaining that this is a clear and serious violation of the temporary restraining. Officer Thompson is kind and meticulous as I show him images on my phone of me wearing my grandmother's jewelry and document the laptop charger type and serial number from my purchase records. The procedure takes over an hour. While we wait for Emily, Officer Thompson can see the front door from the living room and says this violation, plus the burglary charges, bolster my case for the permanent restraining order. I hear keys in the lock at 6:30 that evening intensify. Emily goes in with shopping bags and appears astonished when she sees Officer Thompson, who announces himself and arrests her for restraining order violation and burglary. Emily opens her eyes and backs toward the door, but Officer Thompson quickly and professionally asks her to turn around and put her hands behind her back. Emily loses it and screams at me, saying I ruined her life, that I'm a selfish, horrible person who can't share anything, and that Ethan would have chosen her if I hadn't poisoned. As Officer Thompson handcuffs her and reads her rights, Emily screams that she'll never forgive me, that I destroyed everything, and that this is all my fault. Other officers search Emily's room with her permission, finding my laptop charger and some of the photos she took from my wall. They bag everything as evidence while Emily keeps crying and yelling about. The next day, Olivia calls to say Emily posted bond. I wanted her to stay in jail until the court hearing, but her parents paid to release her. Olivia says the judge changed the restraining order to prohibit Emily from returning to our apartment and from getting her things without police supervision, which she must arrange legally. Olivia says this is good for me because I won't have to see Emily around the apartment without officers. Since Emily is out on bail, she warns me that she may try to retaliate in other ways, so I need to stay alert and document everything. I'm relieved that Emily can't come back here, but I'm worried about what she might do next. People who violate restraining orders often do it again, and Emily has shown she doesn't care about legal consequences when. I meet with my landlord, Daniel Hayes, a middle-aged man with kind eyes, at his office the next morning to discuss my options. He listens carefully as I explain everything that happened and shows him the police reports, restraining order paperwork and photos of my ransacked room. He shakes his head and says he had no idea it had gotten this. Daniel carefully examines the agreement and explains that breaking it early costs 2 months' rent, but he's ready to make an exception due to the criminal charges and restraining order. I'm glad he can let me out of the lease early without penalty due to my safety and criminal history. He'll remove Emily's name from the lease since she's illegal. Daniel is understanding, saying he has a daughter in college and wants someone to help her. He gives me 30 days to find a new place and move out, and he'll handle the paperwork. That afternoon, I call my sister Lily to tell her about Daniel's offer to break the lease. She immediately offers to help me apartment hunt this weekend. Since I was dividing rent 3 ways before, most apartments near university are too expensive for me to afford alone. Lily discovers a modest studio apartment 15 minutes from campus that's available immediately with solid locks and key card access. Lily contacts our parents immediately and explains the situation. Within an hour, my mom calls back and says they'll cover the rent difference each month because my safety is more important than money. She sounds afraid and angry, but she just wants me safe. I thank her on the phone and weep because I don't want to beg for money, but I need to leave that apartment. We put down a deposit that day, and the landlord says I can move in next weekend. Having a plan and a safe place to go lets me breathe again. Olivia meets me at the courthouse and shows me what to expect. We sit in the hallway outside the courtroom waiting for our case, and my hands won't stop shaking. Olivia presents our evidence first, tracing Emily's behavior through photos, text messages, police reports, and witness statements. Emily won't look at me, but I can see her jaw clenched. The judge is an older woman who looks stern but fair. I testify about the lingerie incident, coming home to find my room ransacked, and Emily's fake text from my phone. My voice shakes, but I answer the judge's questions clearly. Emily's lawyer tries to make it sound like misunderstandings, like Emily was just a concerned friend caught up in drama. She alleges, I overreacted to roommate disagreements and Emily's mental instability makes her a victim. But the evidence is too powerful. Officer Thompson testifies credibly about the break-in and arrest. Judge carefully evaluates everything, asking difficult questions Emily's counsel tries to answer. She reclines in her chair and reads the final paperwork before speaking. She looks at Emily and me intently. She rests permanently based on police reports, witness testimony, and border infractions. The judge ordered Emily to stay 500 feet from me, Ethan, our campuses, and any other places we go. Any offense warrants immediate arrest and prosecution. Imagine holding my breath underwater for weeks and then surfaced. Emily's hatred of me is new. Emily watches me coldly as the judge speaks, like she's trying to remember or message me. Olivia gently touches my arm and suggests leaving by the side exit to avoid hallway conflict. While Emily consults her lawyer, we grab our paperwork and leave. I hear her say something harsh but can't tell. Early Saturday morning, Lily brings her truck full of boxes and cleaning supplies. Maya and her partner join us at my new studio apartment, and Ethan drives 1.5 hours to help me move. Leaving the old flat takes all day. Glad Emily isn't there, but I can tell she's been in my room again because a hair clip and desk photo are missing and items are rearranged. After giving up, I want to go. We load everything into the truck in Lily's car and drive twice to the studio, which is much smaller than expected. I breathe on the floor after unloading the last box and setting up my bed. Small fridge and 2-burner cooktop on countertop. The door and window locks are strong, but the bathroom is so small I can touch both walls. Keys are needed in buildings. Next to me, Ethan hugs my shoulders. I can relax for the first time in months without worrying about who might enter my home. I think my lockable compartment with eye control is its first safety. Maya orders pizza for everyone and we eat on the floor since I have no furniture. The first month at the new apartment is quiet until Emily breaks the restraining order twice. My first Tuesday morning class. Lily offers to help me find cheap thrift store items next weekend. She watches me from the bike racks 40 feet away as I cross campus to the science building. I photograph her on my phone after freezing. She leaves after seeing me, but I call campus police. Officer Thompson noted 40 feet within 500 feet. His promise is to notify Emily's probation officer. A fake social media profile sends me a friend request after 2 weeks. My laptop photo of Ethan Emily is the profile picture for the 3-day-old unposted account. Just thinking of you both. I screenshot everything before closing the account and emailing Officer Thompson, who emails Emily's lawyer and warns him that further infractions may result in jail time instead of probation. Olivia says judges take restraining order violations seriously, especially patterns. I record violations to support the case in court. Ethan is afraid to visit my new house, so we video chat 3 or 4 times a week. He thinks Emily is watching my flat and following him. I sympathize, but distance is too great. We discuss our fears and needs on calls instead of weekends. After Emily's dorm arrival scared him more than ever, Ethan still has trouble sleeping. He learns about my therapy and Violet's support. Travel and other things we couldn't focus on before are planned when it's safer. Distance is difficult, but we're communicating better than when he visited often. Being honest about our worries instead of pretending everything is fine brings us closer, despite being 1.5 hours apart. For stalking trauma treatment, I see Violet weekly. Violet thinks stalkers push boundaries, making victims doubt themselves. I kept blaming myself for not setting boundaries sooner, not taking early warning signals seriously, and being too polite and making Emily think we were closer. I was wrong to think a roommate's joke about our relationship would lead to a break-in and identity theft. Emily turned a lovely thing into dread, and I'm angry. I'm mad she made Ethan ignore me and read my emails, texts, and photos. Violet says my anger is justified. Olivia calls me 3 months after the restraining order with Emily's criminal case news. The sessions are exhausting but helpful. Emily accepted probation instead of jail time for my restraining order violation and room burglary charges, but she must see an obsessive-compulsive therapist twice a week and show her probation officer she's following therapy. More importantly, she promised to switch schools next semester. Olivia says the prosecution needed the transfer requirement because Emily on my campus could accidentally break the restraining order again. Olivia says plea agreements don't indicate accountability or change of mind. Emily may have accepted these restrictions to avoid incarceration, not because she knows her mistake. I must remain vigilant and document suspicious activity. Olivia's announcement that Emily would be on a different campus next semester makes me almost cry. I won't have to worry about running into her in class or at school events, looking over my shoulder, or changing routes to avoid her. In our next therapy session, Violet tells me that stalking victims often remain hypervigilant after the threat ends. She says my brain has been ready for months for the next infraction or conflict. I still check my shoulder and my heart rate jumps when I see someone with Emily's body or hair color on my way to class. Last week, I saw a girl in an Emily-like outfit and worried before realizing it wasn't her. Even though Emily is hours away, she helps me ground myself and convince myself that the threat is over when fear strikes. We'll spend a weekend at my new flat in early spring, making breakfast and watching movies on my laptop in my small kitchen. We don't feel followed or unexpectedly visited. Being near him without apprehension is strange. We discuss his graduate school applications, my next semester plans, seeing his family over summer break, and possibly traveling. Every time we're together, I realize how stressed I've been, and how much I've been preparing for anything unpleasant. Ethan says he's kept an eye out for Emily, but she doesn't answer my door or leave strange messages. We reconnect over the weekend and remember why we work together. Ethan left Sunday night, but he'll return in 2 weeks. Maya and I drink coffee weekly between our flats. I lived with Emily and saw her every day, but I didn't know her obsession was dangerous until it was out of control. I don't blame her for not telling me about Emily's terrible activities earlier. Maya says she's been anxious since everything happened and feels bad for not protecting me as a friend, but she recorded Emily's behavior, joined me at Ethan's college, testified at the restraining order hearing, and helped me move. We discuss how we both learned the harsh lesson that appearance doesn't always indicate danger. Emily was passionate and normal after her separation. We normalized scary behaviors because the ascent was gradual, and we reconciled after overcoming something scary. Maya lived those months. I join a college stalking harassment support group every other week in a counseling center private room with 6 to 7 women and some men. Other stories relieve my loneliness. Several people say their stalkers first appeared normal. A man says one group activity captivated a classmate. Gradual escalation made people doubt their opinions. Everyone in the group feels guilty. I should have acted sooner. The group facilitator says stalkers are good manipulators who gradually push boundaries. They cause victims to distrust reality and intuition. Learning and healing from others' experiences and recovery will help me feel normal again and reduce hypervigilance and terror until their memories. I submit assignments on time and check them twice because Emily doesn't read my emails or track me. My biology professor doesn't penalize late lab reports after I told her early in the semester. I went from C to B by finals week, passed my chemistry midterm, which I feared I would fail, and my advisor says I'm on track for my degree. I can now sit at the library without checking the door or my phone every 5 minutes to see if Emily has bypassed my new security settings. Opening my laptop no longer shake. Ethan books a hotel in a new place 3 weeks before our anniversary so Emily won't show up 4 hours away where nobody knows us. We drive there on Friday afternoons with the windows down and music. After months, I feel like a college student on vacation with her sweetheart. We explore downtown stores and restaurants without me looking. A small Italian restaurant serves dinner, and the waiter doesn't ask why I keep my phone face down on the table, or stiffen up when someone walks by. Ethan hugs me that night in the hotel room as we discuss how close we were to breaking up and how Emily almost destroyed our relationship. He praises my handling of things, getting the restraining order, leaving, and persevering when my roommate's obsession terrified him in his dorm. We promise not to let fear rule our actions anymore, and trust our relationship can handle anything. In line at the campus coffee shop, 2 women discussed a stalker arrested last semester. Later that week, Maya tells me that a mutual acquaintance told her Emily is going to therapy twice a week for probation and enrolling at a 3-hour-away school for the spring semester. I should be happy, but I'm afraid. Since therapy won't fix what made her obsess about Ethan, I only share my location with trusted friends and check my bedroom door lock every night before bed. Violet tells me that Emily's rehabilitation isn't my responsibility, and that I can wish her well while setting limits. Completed her psychology degree and was accepted into a trauma treatment program. After helping me through the stalker issue, she wants to help others with similar safety and trust violations. Watching me heal and navigate the judicial system reminded her how much people need champions who understand. Lily says I was braver than I thought. That most people don't recognize stalking until it's dangerous, and that I stopped Emily before she escalated. 6 months after Emily moved to her new school, I walked to my morning class without looking behind me or searching crowds for her face. With my shoulders relaxed, I don't startle when someone approaches me from behind in the library or dining hall. Violet and I meet every other week because mending isn't linear. I still worry about Emily following me and am nervous about exams and assignments. I yell with joy in the student center when Ethan calls to say he was accepted to a PhD program 30 minutes from mine. He'll move closer next autumn, and we can finally have regular dates without the 1.5-hour commute. We video call that night to discuss apartment SE. We'll see each other weekly instead of every few weeks. He's excited to live without Emily. I want to cook him dinner in my flat without worrying about breaking in, walk without checking for followers, and live together without trauma threatening everything. I've changed since I laughed off Emily calling Ethan, our boyfriend, a joke. Kindness and hospitality don't mean embracing unpleasant behavior. I learned that protecting myself isn't selfish, and that I don't owe someone access to my space or relationship just because we share an apartment or they're struggling. School security ignored my concerns, but I documented everything and built a case until people took me seriously. My studio unit met my needs. Nothing was touched, taken, or stolen. I learned to follow my instincts when something seems wrong instead of rationalizing my discomfort to avoid conflict. Our weekend cooking sessions will be in my modest kitchen, which has posters, plants, and photos of trusted people. A chain lock makes me feel safe at night when I'm home alone. Maya comes over for movie nights, and we joke about everyday things instead of behavior or safety. Emily strengthened my relationship with Ethan by discussing fear, limits, and trust. We stayed together when it would have been easier to go, and my support system respects my space and decisions. 6 months ago, I didn't think I'd feel this good again. My sister mocked my waitress job. "Get a real job," she said. I revealed I am her husband's boss. "I just revoked his raise." She cried at my feet. My sister's fork came to a sudden halt in midair as soon as she and her husband entered the private dining area of the restaurant, and she immediately changed into performance gear. In every sense, Emma was the epitome of someone who was always on the lookout for an audience, always prepared with the perfect word that would give the impression that she was superior to everyone else. On the other hand, this evening, she did not even bother to wait till dessert time. She made sure that her voice was loud enough for everyone sitting at the table to hear when she said, "Please do not ask me about her job. She earns a living by carrying plates. Let's keep our expectations reasonable." She reclined in her chair, gave a smirk, gave her lips a little pull, and a surge of giggles erupted around me, sharp, loud, and painfully reminiscent of something I've felt before. In spite of the fact that it seemed as though my gut was constricting, I prevented my shoulders from moving. Even though I had expected a circumstance similar to this one to occur and I went to the scene this evening armed with that knowledge, the fact that I heard it spoken aloud still managed to hit a nerve with me. The only thing that my father did was clear his throat. He did not say anything offensive to me. My mother stirred the iced tea that she was drinking as though she had not understood anything at all. Following my aunt's whispered remark to my uncle, both of them burst into laughter once more. I kept a weak smile on my face. "Cute," was the only word that I could manage to utter. "That is a very creative idea," Emma responded with an exaggerated shrug of her shoulders. "I'm just telling it like it is. While I don't have anything against serving tables, let's not kid ourselves into thinking that it's the same as working in corporate America." Ryan, who is her husband, took a seat in the chair that was directly across from me and loosened the collar of his button-down shirt. He gave me a modest nod and his eyes conveyed that he was sympathetic to my situation. Despite the fact that he and I were not particularly close, he did not demonstrate the same level of cruelty that she did. In spite of this, he looked around the table with his eyes moving back and forth in a way that seemed uncomfortable, which is a common reaction for people who are aware of knowledge that other people are not. I was weighing my alternatives when my heart started pounding in my chest. It was quite clear that Emma had no idea who the individual was whose identity she was mocking on this particular night. I am completely in the dark about what it is that I have been preserving from this family. I am completely in the dark when it comes to figuring out what my original plan was. The actual state of affairs was uncomplicated. Until that point, my employment as a waiter on a part-time basis had remained unchanged. This job is something that I take pleasure in doing. I was able to establish a good relationship with the folks who came to my establishment. I was pleased with both the movement and the sound that was produced. Nevertheless, that is only one component of the complete tale. In addition, I had not reprimanded anybody for making the presumption that it was the case. Because of that work, I was able to make ends meet financially when I graduated from college. The one item that was never brought up in any conversation by them or by me ended up being the thing that ended up affecting everything. The individual who holds the position of Director of Employee Relations at Silver Oak Tech has the authority to provide approval to salaries, including Ryan's. This person also has a salary that is in the six figures and a view of the city from their office. Emma did not have knowledge of the circumstances, however he did. That was in no way, shape or form done by my family. Emma was pushing every single button that I had at my disposal, despite the fact that I had not previously intended to make it common knowledge. As if I were not present, my father turned to Ryan and said, "So Ryan," in order to address him directly. In response to the query, Ryan answered, "How's that company treating you?" Silver. Silver something. Silver Tech. I experienced a minor muscular spasm in my lips. I felt as though I was going through something extraordinary every time that I heard the name of the place where I was employed at this table. Father responded with a nod of assent. Right. Big place. Good money. I believe that you were promoted not too long ago, is that correct? Yes, Ryan said in a slow, deliberate manner. I was the one who did it, Emma proclaimed, fixing her gaze of pride on him as she clutched his arm in a firm grip. In order to refrain from uttering the caustic words that were coming to the forefront of my consciousness in reaction to her declaration that, he's the one putting in the work around here. Meanwhile, Ava's bringing home leftover burgers. I inhaled a slow, deep breath through my nostrils. Beneath the table I clasped my napkin firmly between my fingers. Ryan cast me a gaze that was dripping with tension. It appeared to convey both the message, "I apologize," and the message, "I hope you don't disclose my location." He was aware of the fact that Emma's mouth was now causing difficulties. Most importantly, he was completely cognizant of the fact that the individual who had approved his new salary just 5 days prior was the same person, but he did not utter a single word. I gave the impression that I was fascinated by inclining my head. I also pretended as if I had not been hurt by her comments. As the inquiry, "If you don't mind my asking, what kind of raise did you get?" was put to Ryan, the table became just a little quieter. He made an effort to change his position while he was sitting. He stuttered and said, a pretty big one." "That is incredible," Emma interjected before he could finish his thought. I restrained myself from laughing out loud as I responded, "If they did not give him a promotion, they would be completely foolish. He possesses an inherent ability to lead." If she were only aware of the number of nights that he spent working up a sweat over policies and procedures, asking me directly for clarification because he didn't want to sound inexperienced in front of his supervisor. While nodding, Mom replied, "I am extremely proud of him." I held up my cup of water. He started to clench his jaw, as like he was already aware of the route in which I was about to go, even though I was not close to him at all. "Ryan, congratulations. It is always a wonderful surprise to receive a raise." The lunch continued, but the atmosphere in my immediate surroundings shifted. I was capable of perceiving it. Emma continued to dig as she felt the tingling sensation beneath her ribs, waiting for a moment that was approaching swiftly. The anticipation of this moment was a joyful feeling. "Tell us, please, how many tables you waited on today or yesterday or whenever you were on duty," she said, directing her comments toward Ava. She thought her own joke humorous, as seen by her laughter. I forced myself a grin, but it was a very restricted one. He made the comment, "I have a lot on my plate these days." She took a sip of her wine before saying, "I'm sure." With a sigh, Dad answered, "Busy lugging bread baskets." He continued, "We have always been hopeful that you will wish to achieve more in life, lovely Ava." When I became aware of the fact that I required something that was both reliable and authentic, my heart rate started to decrease. There is an odd sensation that occurs when someone flips switches within me. The content filters on our website have blocked the generated text. "Honey, you know what?" She made a dismissive gesture toward him as she said this. "We should probably avoid doing that," it was suggested. "Let's take a break." She is not the target of my insults. I'm only pointing out that she is. "It is in your best interest if you allow her to speak," he continued in a gentle tone. "Emma." All of the people who were sitting at the table were completely motionless. In an instant, Emma's eyebrows sprang up. Ryan gave me a look that was accompanied by a forced exhale, and this was the first time that night that I became aware of it. "What? For what reason?" He stated, "Ava doesn't exactly have the job you think she has." At that same moment he became aware that he was no longer able to disguise the truth. My mother blinked her eyes. While I was sitting in my chair, I raised the question, "What is the significance of that?" and waited for their perplexity to fully settle in. I kept my voice steady as I asked, "Like what?" Emma responded with a bitter laugh before saying, "It indicates that there are things that I have not disclosed." "Are you suggesting that you switch up the restaurants that you go to?" "I am happy with the fact that I work for Silver Oak," I answered. The sound of Dad's glass being tapped against the table could be heard. Emma looked from my feet to my head, and then she scoffed and said, "What did you just say?" "In what universe?" I gave the remark, "Not in customer service." Time to sink in by allowing it to linger in the air for a while before Ryan had the opportunity to rescue her. I inquired, "Corporate?" Her eyes continued to stare into mine as I continued to speak. Following that, she stopped smiling. Once I had said, "I am the person who has the authority to approve salary increases," the room fell into silence. The quiet was so complete that you could have heard a napkin being dropped. Ryan gave his silent confirmation of everything by swallowing hard. Father was so surprised that he stepped closer to me. Emma's face became pale and my mother's hand froze in mid-air. I didn't raise the pitch of my voice. I didn't gloat over my accomplishments. All I did was say, "One more time, I want to offer my best wishes to you on your promotion, Ryan." The last, devastating blow. My lips could hardly form a smile as I looked on while my sister's life was turned upside down. Emma kept her silence for the entire 8 seconds that passed. This is the best that any person has ever accomplished. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at me. It was as if she had to take a moment in order to allow her brain to reset. After a short pause, she was able to speak, her voice sounding weak. Are you in agreement with increases in pay? My eyebrows were lifted in response. My aunt let out a cough, and then she covered her mouth with her napkin. This occurred in the middle of a list of other chores that she was completing. My uncle mumbled to himself, "Well, that's something," as if I'd been hiding a secret identity this whole time. Emma's voice increased by a full octave as she said, "Yeah." Ryan massaged the back of his neck for a while. "So, I guess Ava is actually one of the senior approval officers in the Human Resources Department. What caused you to withhold this information from me?" he inquired, avoiding her look. "For a number of years, she has been employed at that location. Because whenever I made an attempt, you cracked a joke at the expense of her occupation. I determined that the argument was not worth the trouble." She slackened her jaw in shock once again. However, for the first time, she was at a loss for words and unable to come up with a response. Dad's eyebrows were raised and he came closer. "Ava, is this true? This whole time you have been employed in the corporate sector, is that correct?" I responded with a smile. 2 years. The perplexed expression that Mom had directed at her softened, but as she turned to look at Emma, a flash of annoyance appeared in her eyes. In a composed manner she stated, "Well, maybe it would be best if we didn't make assumptions about people," Emma responded, her cheeks taking on a warm color. "All right. But why are you working as a waitress then? Why not simply state that you had a legitimate position?" I exhaled slowly because I wanted to keep the many areas of my life separate from one another. Additionally, I did not feel as though I needed to obtain the approval of individuals who had never asked me for it in the first place. Emma's body became rigid as a result of that landing. This time Dad cleared his throat and it sounded like he was feeling apologetic. "We didn't mean to, sweetheart," he said. "You were being serious," I said in a quiet voice. There was an invisible tension in the air that appeared to be getting more concentrated. "But it's okay," he stated. It pushed me to work harder. "The plates have been served. I am going to have the pasta, and Emma will have the salmon." Despite this, no one moved to take their forks. The full extent of Emma's ego has not yet been realized. "All right, so what?" she responded after giving a brief snap. "So now you hold a high-ranking position as an executive, huh?" "No," was all that I said. Ryan suppressed a smile as he muttered under his breath. "Just someone who does their job well and someone who doesn't mind being underestimated." "I would call that a massive understatement," Emma responded, her look so fierce that it could easily pierce through metal. After that, she once again focused her attention on me. At this point her countenance was softer and there was an air of uncertainty about her that I had never noticed before. With a subdued voice she asked, "Can it be that I was the reason for your embarrassment?" "I do indeed agree with this statement," I declared with candor. After a moment of silence fell over the table, something unexpected transpired. The individual continued by saying, "Nevertheless, I am not here in order to seek retribution. I simply want to be treated with a fundamental level of respect," I said. My mother leaned over and offered my hand a soft squeeze. "We're proud of you," she murmured in a whisper. "Really, is that so?" I felt my chest constrict. I could feel a warm, uncomfortable sensation coming up in my throat. This time Dad gave a nod with a bit more conviction. "You've established a life for yourself, Ava. We just did not have that information." I made the comment, "You do as of now," to which Ryan responded by raising his glass in my direction and saying, "For what it's worth, that raise you gave me made an entire year's worth of difference. It was not required for you to do it." I shrugged my shoulders and said, "You brought this upon yourself. You put in a lot of effort. I was aware that your boss would not contest it." Emma closed her eyes for a brief moment, as if she was in need of some time alone. After a short pause she muttered, "I apologize." The other individuals seated at the table were so flabbergasted that it was comparable to a meteorite impact. There was even a gasp from my aunt. I took a close look at the features of her face. For a change, she was not on stage. She did not have a smirk on her face. "I didn't know that you had these feelings for me," she said, looking down at the napkin she was fidgeting with. She seemed as though she was embarrassed. "You didn't ask," I said in a soft and polite manner. She nodded after swallowing with difficulty. I was shocked to discover that I had faith in her when she told me, "I will perform better than I did before." The mood at the table began to become more comfortable. Shoulders that are free of tangles, a small smile appeared on Dad's lips. Conversations were picked up again as my aunt grabbed hold of her bottle of water. This time around they were more quiet and gentler, with less obvious angles. Emma attempted another go. "Perhaps after dinner you can tell me about your job," she added. "The genuine article." I responded with a smile and said, "I'd like that." It was not a matter of revenge. It will not occur in the dramatic exploding way that people have in their imaginations. It was more satisfying. It was not my responsibility to humiliate her in retaliation. The only thing that I desired was for her to view me in the way that I truly am, and she was eventually able to accomplish that. Once the dessert menus were placed on the table, the atmosphere had relaxed enough that people were finally able to have conversations without whispering. It was an odd sensation, as though the whole evening had suddenly changed tracks and placed itself on a different one where I was not ignored or the punchline of the family's ongoing jokes. While addressing Ava, Ryan leaned his torso over the table and rested his elbows on it. He had a tiny smile on his face. He added, "I have to say that you really did succeed in keeping this entire thing a secret, didn't you?" My response was, "I did." It was not my aim to spite anyone by concealing it. All I desired was a life in which I didn't have to continuously justify my own value. Mom nodded in agreement as if she were feeling uncomfortable. She said, "We should have asked." In a soft voice I replied by stating that it would have been delightful if we had been more observant. Nevertheless, I do not have any negative emotions toward you. Emma kept fidgeting in her chair, her fingers running along the rim of the glass of water she was holding. In some way she appeared to be of a smaller stature. She was still herself, and she was still as dramatic as ever, albeit she was not as sharply defined as she had been before. "Would you be so kind as to describe what you did today?" was her question. "Could you please provide a more detailed description of your position? What are the specific duties that you are responsible for carrying out?" I gave a straightforward explanation. I am responsible for handling personnel issues, mediating confrontations, negotiating raises, and approving changes to remuneration. Some days are more straightforward than others. There are days that give me the sensation that I am juggling fire. Ryan gave a nod. She's not kidding. You can't fool the people who work in human resources at Silver Oak. Emma scrutinized me from head to toe, her face conveying her concern. "I've always believed that human resources is simply a matter of paperwork," she said. "It's people," I gently corrected her. "People who are dealing with genuine problems, genuine fears, and genuine goals, and there are instances when I am the sole obstacle between an employee and an unjust circumstance." Her gaze turned more sympathetic. "That actually sounds important." My response was, "It is." She swallowed with difficulty before saying, "I shouldn't have made fun of you. I truly was unaware of it," I said while smiling. My tone was affectionate but also commanding. "Now you do." The waiter returned to us with dessert. "We have some warm brownies and tiramisu cheese dish for you to enjoy." That night, for the first time, Emma slid her plate in my way. "Trade?" she asked, her voice low and kind. I let out a snicker and said, "Cheesecake is something that I continue to dislike. However, if it's looking right at me, I'll eat it." She gave us a little half smile as we switched our plates, a gesture of kindness given in her home language. "In honor of Ava, for the incredible surprise that you provided tonight, as well as for all of the diligent work that you have completed without requiring any form of praise from anyone else," he declared as he raised his mug of coffee in my direction. My mother was the last one to take a sip. My uncle also participated in the toast by raising his glass and saying, "To Ava." Once all the other people had finished, Emma took her turn and said, "To my sister, who succeeded in becoming more popular than the rest of us, even though we were all too busy talking." Everybody started to laugh at that point. Genuine laughter was produced this time, the kind that did not have a biting edge. There was a sensation of warmth that I felt emanating from the back of my eyes. I blinked rapidly in order to avoid being noticed. I made my way out to the hallway to get some fresh air after dinner was over. I have always found that moments such as this one, which are so incredibly emotional and so unexpectedly therapeutic, required me to take a moment to collect myself. With my eyes closed and my back resting against the wall, I took a long breath in. She stopped next to me, her arms folded across her chest. There were no indications that she was the same sister who had mocked me before, 2 hours prior. She had been approaching silently, with her feet making no noise. "I sincerely apologize to you, Ava," she said in a whisper. "For all of these years I believed that you had just stopped trying, I had the impression that you were getting married. That is not the case, I said in a quiet voice. I was in the process of constructing something. In a hushed tone, please. At this very moment I am cognizant of that particular circumstance, she added while awkwardly shifting her body. I started to feel a little bit better when I heard the statement, and I'm proud of you, even if I don't always show it. I whispered a subdued, thank you. Following a little moment of silence, she said, I want us to be better than the sisters who are always criticizing each other. I would not like for that to be a reflection of us, he said. I made a gesture with my head, and she responded with a faint smile and said, me too. As a result, I suggested that we might be able to meet up for a cup of coffee at some point during the week. Only we two. Don't make any jokes and don't take any shots at people. I was unable to keep myself from returning the smile and said, I would like that. When we entered the dining room together as a couple, the entire table seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It was as if they had been holding their breath up until that point. This was the first time in a long time that I felt like I belonged to a family. On this occasion, leaving the restaurant was a unique experience. In some way it was lighter, as if the air was not pressing against my chest in the manner that it typically does during family gatherings. This evening the circumstances went through a change, which was not attributable to my desire for retribution, but instead to the fact that the truth was finally able to express itself without restriction. As we made our way outside, Ryan held the door open for us. Hey Ava, he whispered. I am quite pleased to hear that you have finally spoken up. That was not a requirement on your part. Even though I am aware of that fact, I responded, I believe that it was time. Emma maintained her position at his side for a period of time, and the expression on her face was more benevolent than any I had before seen. It appeared like she was experiencing a feeling of self-satisfaction. I was entirely caught off guard by that. While her arm was wrapped around his, Mom whispered to Dad, we ought to ask her to come over for a visit more frequently. Yes, we have been too distant, said Father, giving a nod of agreement. There was only one reason that made that night feel like it was worth it. We proceeded to the parking lot together, with not a single person taking off ahead of or falling behind the group. At that moment, I felt like I was a part of the group instead of just existing on the outskirts of it. When I arrived at my car, Emma regained her ability to speak. Ava, wait. I took a turn. While Ryan was speaking with me, she walked over with an expression of uncertainty on her face. He is intending to provide you with assistance in regard to something. And, I feel the same way as well. I raised an eyebrow and said, help me? She gave a small nod and then let out a breath of air. You have never relied on anyone to assist you with anything. You do not make any requests for assistance. You simply go through life, even when it is difficult. I have the impression that we fail to remember that you are not actually made of stone. I'm not exactly that, so we figured, I said with a small laugh. Maybe it's our turn to show up for you. I could sense a soothing warmth emanating from my chest. That means more than you might imagine, Ryan stated. At any time that you require assistance with anything, whether it be at work, advice, support, or anything else, you should not hesitate to ask. And if somebody causes you to have any problems, I will support you. He intends that in a manner that is not awkward or strange, Emma said as she gave him a gentle nudge with her elbow. I have figured it out, I said with a smile on my face. I mean business this time around, she said, looking in my direction once again. From this point on, I will not make any jokes at your expense concerning your work. I am not going to speak of you in a derogatory manner. I would like to improve. In my reply I stated, I am of the opinion that we ought to improve from this point onward. Well, in that case, excellent, she said, her eyes exhibiting a glimmering characteristic. We are embarking on a new beginning right now. Initially our embrace was awkward, but over time, it transformed into something more authentic. It was a lengthy, tight embrace that was saturated with apologies, which neither of us was able to express in their totality. And then, all of a sudden, the years of bitterness did not disappear, but they did weaken their grip. Once I made my way back home later that night, I removed my shoes, got cozy on the couch, and then powered up my laptop. I got an email with a new notification, which caused a noise to be emitted. Ava, gratulationer. This is the subject line of the email. The sender is the board of executives at Silver Oak. My heart was pounding quicker than usual. I pushed the button. I had the sensation of being overwhelmed by a rapid rush of feelings, which made me feel as though I had no other option but to hide my mouth. We are happy to let you know that you have been chosen for the post of assistant director. I had been working toward this moment for a long time, and it came at last. Now that I had achieved my goal, I was no longer alone. There were other people around me. Alone, by myself, and with a great deal of patience, I was finally able to attend the meeting where I would be promoted. The timing was so perfectly aligned that it felt as if I were living out a scene from a film. After having spoken up for myself and demanded respect from the people who were of the utmost significance, I found myself at last being recognized for all the hard work that I had put in at the place where I was employed. Tears obscured the picture as I blinked rapidly. After that, my phone made a buzzing sound, indicating that I had received a message from Emma. How about we get coffee tomorrow? This one is on me. I was being sincere when I stated that. I am proud of you, sister. I dried the tears in my eyes while I let out a small chuckle. For the first time in a very long time, I did not have the impression that my life was split between the person I was when I was at home and the person I was when I was at work. This was the first time that everything fell into place. I felt respect, I had family, I had peace, I experienced growth, I got a new job, I had a fresh start, and most importantly, I had a sister who finally recognized me for the person I really am. Ava, wait. I took a turn. While Ryan was speaking with me, she walked over with an expression of uncertainty on her face. He is intending to provide you with assistance in regard to something. And you know, I feel the same way as well. I raised an eyebrow and said, help me? She gave a small nod and then let out a breath of air. You have never relied on anyone to assist you with anything. You do not make any requests for assistance. You simply go through life, even when it is difficult. I have the impression that we fail to remember that you are not actually made of stone. I'm not exactly that, so we figured, I said with a small laugh. Maybe it's our turn to show up for you. I could sense a soothing warmth emanating from my chest. That means more than you might imagine, Ryan stated. At any time that you require assistance with anything, whether it be at work, advice, support or anything else, you should not hesitate to ask. And if somebody causes you to have any problems, I will support you. He intends that in a manner that is not awkward or strange, Emma said as she gave him a gentle nudge with her elbow. I have figured it out, I said with a smile on my face. I mean business this time around, she said, looking in my direction once again. From this point on, I will not make any jokes at your expense concerning your work. I am not going to speak of you in a derogatory manner. I would like to improve. In my reply, I stated, I am of the opinion that we ought to improve from this point onward. Well, in that case, excellent, she said, her eyes exhibiting a glimmering characteristic. We are embarking on a new beginning right now. Initially our embrace was awkward, but over time it transformed into something more authentic. It was a lengthy, tight embrace that was saturated with apologies, which neither of us was able to express in their totality. And then, all of a sudden, the years of bitterness did not disappear, but they did weaken their grip. Once I made my way back home later that night, I removed my shoes, got cozy on the couch, and then powered up my laptop. I got an email with a new notification, which caused a noise to be emitted. Ava, gratulationer. This is the subject line of the email. The sender is the Board of Executives at Silver Oak. My heart was pounding quicker than usual. I pushed the button. I had the sensation of being overwhelmed by a rapid rush of feelings, which made me feel as though I had no other option but to hide my mouth. We are happy to let you know that you have been chosen for the post of assistant director. I had been working toward this moment for a long time, and it came at last. Now that I had achieved my goal, I was no longer alone. There were other people around me. Alone, by myself, and with a great deal of patience, I was finally able to attend the meeting where I would be promoted. The timing was so perfectly aligned that it felt as if I were living out a scene from a film. After having spoken up for myself and demanded respect from the people who were of the utmost significance, I found myself at last being recognized for all the hard work that I had put in at the place where I was employed. Tears obscured the picture as I blinked rapidly. After that, my phone made a buzzing sound, indicating that I had received a message from Emma. How about we get coffee tomorrow? This one is on me. I was being sincere when I stated that. I am proud of you, sister. I dried the tears in my eyes while I let out a small chuckle. For the first time in a very long time, I did not have the impression that my life was split between the person I was when I was at home and the person I was when I was at work. This was the first time that everything fell into place. I felt respect. I had family. I had peace. I experienced growth. I got a new job. I had a fresh start. And most importantly, I had a sister who finally recognized me for the person I really am. At 6 months pregnant, my mother-in-law pushed me down the stairs because I chose my daughter's name. "Change it," she yelled. That's when I cut her off forever. I refused to give my child my mother-in-law's name, so she pushed me down the stairs. My mother-in-law Karen approached me about baby names while I was 6 months pregnant and standing at the top of her stairs. "Will you now reveal the name you have chosen for my granddaughter? Or must I continue to speculate?" She had been making small remarks like this all night, and I continued to sidestep her since I knew she wouldn't appreciate my response. After my grandmother, who reared me throughout my parents' split, my spouse Ryan and I had previously chosen Sophia. There was no way out of informing her now. "We're going to call her Sophia." As if the term physically repulsed her, she repeated it back to me. "Not Karen, but Sophia. For me, the name is everything." Ryan was in my arms for 8 months. She interrupted me. "After his father left, I reared him alone. I sacrificed all for that boy. And you're not even able to give me this one item. Karen, it's not personal. It's the name of my granny." There was nothing humorous about Karen's laughter. "Your grandmother. The woman who made your husband is more important than some woman I've never known." I did not intend that. I stumbled out. "What do you mean then? Because it seems like you're saying that I'm unimportant. You don't value the sacrifices of the past 30 years. The volume of her voice was increasing, and I erred by adding, "Let's talk about this later when you've calmed down." She moved closer, and I retreated, only to find the stairs behind me. "Calm down? You're standing in my house telling me my name isn't good enough for your disgusting baby and I need to calm down. Do you know what I believe? Since the day you met Ryan, I believe you have been attempting to get rid of me. You desire him exclusively. You want to get rid of me entirely." "That's not true, Karen. I hope you can appreciate my point of view." The beads of sweat on my forehead were palpable. "Then demonstrate it. Modify the name." "You can't ask me to do that, Karen." In a manner I had never witnessed before. Her eyes were icy. Incorrect response. Her hand was on my chest before I realized it, and she gave me a forceful shove, which caused me to lose my equilibrium and begin to tumble. I reached for nothing. My brain could only scream one thing, so my arms wrapped about my tummy and my hips smashed on the stairs. "Keep the infant safe." The wind left my body as soon as I struck the bottom, and I just lay there looking up at 40 expressionless faces. For a brief while I noticed Karen standing at the top with her arm outstretched. Satisfaction as though she accomplished her goal precisely. Then it disappeared, and she rushed down the steps in tears. God, oh God. She made a slip. I attempted to seize her. Someone made a 911 call. Ryan fell to his knees next to me after pushing through the throng. "Are you all right, baby? Are you able to move? Is the infant doing well?" Karen was immediately behind him, screaming that I couldn't handle it any longer and that she was afraid and trying to catch me. "Ryan." She pushed me. She gave me a shove. The sobbing ceased. Karen's attitude was that of a wounded animal as she looked at me. "Do you hear me, Ryan? Have you heard what she's saying about me?" Her voice became high-pitched and frantic as she seized his arm. I'd never harmed my grandchild. I attempted to apprehend her. "She's perplexed. She struck her head, Ryan. She is unsure of her own words." No one spoke. Ryan seemed to be seeing his entire world fall apart as he glanced between us. "Just give her some room, Mom. How in the world am I experiencing this?" She went to sit on the couch and sobbed. The ambulance arrived. Ryan held my hand the entire time he cycled behind me. He kept inquiring about my well-being and assuring me that everything would be all right, but his expression gave me the impression that he was unsure of which version of events to accept. I was connected up to monitors at the hospital, and after what seemed like an eternity, we received word that the baby was doing well. I started crying so much that I was having trouble breathing. Ryan also shed tears. Then he asked me what actually occurred up there. He kept mumbling, "Thank God." And I thought, okay, now he believes me. Now he sees what his mom really is. I repeated it to him. My stomach began to drop as he became silent for a considerable amount of time. The name made her angry. "She wouldn't harm you physically, but I am aware of that. It's likely that you lost your balance. She pushed me after placing her hand on my chest. Ryan. Squeezing my hand, he seemed to be attempting to reassure me despite my delusions. You just experienced a horrible event, and you're worn out. Perhaps her reaching for you was transformed into something else by your head. His eyes showed it to me. This had to be untrue for him. He needed his mother to remain the person he believed her to be. I was also quite exhausted. Our daughter's heartbeat filled the room, my hip ached, and the monitors continued to beep. And all I wanted was for it to end. I responded by saying, maybe it happened fast. Maybe I wasn't totally sure what I felt. Ryan kissed my forehead and his entire body relaxed. Let's concentrate on the baby's well-being. I didn't have the strength to make him see something he was trying to ignore, so I let him believe it. Her palm flat against my chest, the half-second of nothing beneath my feet, I repeatedly replayed as I lay awake in the hospital bed that night with my hand on my stomach. I was aware of how I felt and that Karen was at home at the moment, phoning each member of the family and practicing her version until it sounded like the real thing. The plot would change to something I couldn't recognize by dawn. Before her falsehood became the only thing people remembered, I had about 10 hours. Karen's version had already gained traction by the following morning. I received 15 text messages from folks I had only met once or twice when I woke up. After my fall, Ryan's aunt wanted to know if I was feeling better. His relative expressed her hope that I was receiving assistance after learning that I had been experiencing emotional difficulties. According to a different cousin, Karen called her at midnight and sobbed, expressing her concern for me and the baby. I'm not concerned that she shoved me. As if I were the issue, they were worried about me. I needed to hear Karen's exact words, so I called Ryan's aunt. She's just so concerned about you, honey. That poor woman was crying on the phone and said she didn't know what she'd done wrong. She told me, you've been hormonal and erratic this whole pregnancy. She claimed that Ryan has been battling your mood swings for months and that she has been making an effort to help him. And then to be charged with a terrible crime in her own house. She gave a little tisk. Do you think you're stable enough to be a mother? She said. Sweetheart, she's not attempting to be mean. For that infant, she is truly afraid. I was unable to feel my hands. She expressed her fear for my child. She's just worried. All of us are. You know, asking for aid is never a sign of weakness. After hanging up, I contacted my sister Olivia right away and started talking endlessly. When I was done, she remarked sharply, listen, Emma. You will have to co-parent with that woman for 18 years if you don't get Ryan's head out of his ass before this baby is born. Take screenshots of every text and document every dialogue. This will only get worse. How worse could this possibly get? I didn't know just how worse it could get, was my immediate thought. That evening I was prepared when Ryan arrived home. We must discuss what your mother is saying to others. With a groan, he put his keys down. I spoke with her earlier today. All of this is definitely hurting her. In fact, my jaw dropped. Ryan, she's hurt. I'm mentally disturbed, and she's telling your whole family about it. She expressed her concern that I'm unfit to be a mother to your aunt. She did not say that. She simply worries about you and the stress you've been experiencing. What did she say to you specifically? His entire face softened as he took a seat across from me. He was falling for her. She described her early years to me. When she was 6 years old, her mother left her. She simply left a message and never returned. She grew up believing that no one cared about her and that she was invisible. After having me, Mom at last felt like she mattered and that she existed. His eyes were filled with sadness as he gazed at me. I wanted to scream because I could see where this was leading. He reached for my hand and added, naming the baby Karen would have meant she finally mattered enough to be remembered. She claimed that ever since we became engaged, you have been attempting to force her out of the family and have never respected her position. Did she mention anything about the push? She promised never to harm you. That you are aware that's not a suitable response. She claimed that when you began to tumble, she reached for you. She claimed to have been thinking about it constantly and to find it incomprehensible that anyone could believe she would ever harm her own grandchild. I withdrew my hand from his. She never once mentioned what she had actually done to me, instead spending the entire session sobbing about her early years. She discussed it. I didn't do it, she said. You also think she's real. I think she loved her son, had a horrible upbringing, and erred in her response to the name issue. However, I don't think she shoved you. That is unbelievable. Everything I know about my mother is false if I think that. It was there. The reality beneath it all. Because he would be broken if he believed me, he was unable to trust me. Karen was aware of that. For 30 years, she had made herself the center of his universe. The mother who sacrificed all for her son. The child who was abandoned. She wasn't merely rejecting the shove. Without shattering his entire foundation, she was preventing Ryan from seeing the push. I'm mentally unfit to be a mother, she's telling your family. She's simply afraid. She believes that you will take me away from her. The heir walked out of the room. You're standing up for the woman who nearly took our daughter away. He got to his feet and took his keys off the counter. Tonight I can't do this. Karen had committed a mistake. But she was also planning. She assumed that I would ignore this and maintain harmony. She was unaware that as I reached the bottom of those stairs, I underwent a transformation. She was no longer in contact with the woman who had wed her son. She had a mother to contend with. I had had enough of waiting for someone to believe me. I would have to discover the truth on my own if I wanted it to be revealed. At her house, someone noticed something. There's always something to see. I was going to start making calls tomorrow. I began making calls the following morning. The only person who hadn't texted me to pretend to be worried or to inquire whether I was getting aid was Ryan's cousin Lily, who had attended the party. I assumed I could rely on her. She called me within 10 minutes after I messaged her to ask if we could talk. She said, "I was wondering when you'd reach out. Though I wasn't sure whether you wanted to hear from any family members at the moment, I still wanted to say something. If anyone witnessed what transpired at the stairs, please let me know." I could hear her breathing when she fell silent. She said, "I didn't see the push. It made me feel powerless. I had no idea how I was going to prevail in this conflict." Lily spoke next, but I caught a glimpse of her face just before you fell. Emma's expression. She paused. When you fell down, she didn't appear surprised. She appeared content, as if she had accomplished her goal. She was running down in tears when it vanished. Since I too saw that, I was genuinely relieved. I wasn't insane. Would you say that to Ryan? Bitterly, she laughed. He's not going to believe me. They never do. What are you saying? At a family cookout when I was 16, Karen told everyone that I had stolen $200 from her purse. She was so convincing, sobbing and trembling and screaming she couldn't believe her own niece would do this to her. But I didn't believe her. Lily's tone tightened. She was believed by my parents. They made me acquire a job to reimburse her for money I never took, and they grounded me for the entire summer. Lying about me now wouldn't matter to her if she had lied about Lily when she was 16. I think she still thinks I took it. Lily let out a deep sigh. After she makes up her mind that something happened, it becomes real to her. It doesn't matter what really happened. That someone like her was my mother-in-law and the grandma of my future daughter made me feel ill. I showed Ryan everything when he got home. Lily's text regarding Karen's facial expression, the money narrative, and the warning about her delusion. His expression altered in a way I had never seen before after he read it twice. Shaken, not defensive, nor offering justifications. He sat there looking at his phone as if it were the first time he had ever seen his mother. All I felt was fear, even though I wanted to feel like I had won something. This was not going to end with Karen sobbing over the phone to family members if Lily was correct about the pattern. The situation was only going to worsen. My phone rang 3 days later, and I saw Karen's name. I have no idea why I responded. Perhaps I genuinely believed she would offer an apology. Perhaps I simply didn't want to give her another excuse to label me challenging. "I know you've been talking to Lily," she continued, eschewing the politeness entirely. I clenched my jaw and said, "I know you're digging around trying to turn my own family against me. I'm just trying to get people to see the truth." She laughed. "The truth is that you fell down the stairs and decided to blame me because you've never liked me. You're trying to steal my son from me, and I won't let that happen." I can describe the symptoms of postpartum depression, Emma, and I know exactly what CPS looks for when they receive a call about an unstable new mother. Her voice then became dark and cold. I was frozen in place. "Are you threatening me? I'm warning you. You want to keep playing this game? Keep asking questions." I could hear the glee on her face as she said, "I'll call every agency. Keep turning people against me. And I will make sure you never have a moment alone with that baby. I'll speak with each physician. I'll ensure that everyone is aware of your unpredictable and suspicious behavior." She murmured, "I've already heard from Ryan about your mood swings, your crying, and your compulsive worrying." She laughed patronizingly. Who do you think he's going to believe, sweetheart? His mother, who has loved him for 30 years, or the woman who accused her of trying to harm her grandchild? My hands were shaking, but I didn't back down. Listen to me, Karen. If you ever threaten me or my daughter again, I'll make sure Ryan hears every word you just said. She had actually said it aloud, threatening to call CPS and take my baby, and she did it over the phone because she knew I couldn't prove it. No witnesses, no recording, just her word against mine as usual. And if she was already considering CPS, she had most likely already begun setting the foundation. She hung up, and the room fell silent. 3 weeks went by with nothing. No calls, no texts, no Karen showing up at my door with a new threat wrapped in a smile. And while the silence should have been a relief, it only made things worse. The question wasn't whether Karen was coming for my baby, but rather how much of a head start she already had. And that thought scared me. Every creak in the house made me cringe, but I tried to concentrate on getting ready for the baby by washing the tiny clothes and folding them into the dresser we'd painted pink, setting up the crib and hanging the little mobile with the stars and moons that played a lullaby when you wound it up. I would always find myself at the window whenever a car slowed down outside. Ryan claimed that perhaps his mother was finally reflecting on what she had done, but I could see him constantly checking his phone, waiting for something he wouldn't acknowledge he was waiting for. Olivia made sure that only my side of the family attended my baby shower, not Ryan's. Olivia caught me staring and squeezed my hand, telling me that everything would be fine. I tried to smile, but my face wouldn't let me because I knew that this wasn't over. I kept watching the door the entire time, expecting Karen to enter with that serene smile which indicates that she's about to blow up. I was at my OB appointment 4 weeks later, and something felt strange from the moment I walked in. The receptionist, who usually smiled and asked how I was feeling, hardly looked at me. She simply checked me in and told me to wait without making eye contact. I sat in the waiting room with my hand on my belly, trying to figure out what had changed. Perhaps she was having a bad day. She doesn't forgive. She doesn't forget. She just waits. My stomach was in knots by the time they called my name, and it had nothing to do with the baby. The appointment itself went well. The baby was healthy, and the heartbeat was strong. However, I caught one of the nurses glancing at me from behind the desk and turning away when I caught her. Perhaps I was being overly suspicious. I had 3 or 4 weeks until my due date, but after we were done, my doctor asked if she could talk to me in private for a little while. She closed the door and sat down across from me with a cautious expression on her face, saying, "I need to tell you something, and I want you to stay calm." My entire body went cold. We've had multiple calls over the past 3 weeks from someone posing as a worried family member, asking about your mental health history, whether you've displayed signs of instability or paranoia during your pregnancy, and whether you've had any psychiatric episodes. Is there something wrong with the baby? No, the baby is perfect. This is about something else. She paused as if she was carefully choosing her words. I had to put a password on my file because I couldn't breathe for a moment. What did you tell them? Nothing. We don't give out patient information to anyone, but I wanted you to know because the calls have been persistent and specific. Whoever this is seems to be trying to build some sort of case. I knew exactly who it was. I didn't even need to guess. I was going to say the same thing, and I'm also recording these calls in your chart in case you need a record later. My doctor nodded, and I thanked her before leaving that office with my hands shaking. Karen wasn't just talking anymore. She was taking action. No information goes to anyone, including family, without that password. I got a strange call this morning from someone claiming to be a friend of yours. They asked if you'd seemed erratic or unstable at work lately. They mentioned you were pregnant and suggested someone check on you. My jaw clenched. Did they leave a name? No. 3 days later, my boss called me into her office looking confused and a little uneasy. I told her it was a family matter and I was taking care of it, and she nodded, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. They said they wanted to remain anonymous because they didn't want to upset you, but they were adamant that I should be on the lookout for warning signs. She only needed to sow seeds, get people to ask questions, and leave a trail of worried calls, so that if anyone looked into it later, they would discover a pattern of people expressing concern about my mental health. I called Olivia on my way home and told her everything. She didn't need anyone to believe her completely. She remained silent for a while before revealing that she had been doing some research and that she had contacted Ryan's aunt, who had inquired about my well-being following my fall, and that Karen had been phoning her weekly to weep about you, claiming that you had been experiencing psychotic episodes, and that she was afraid for her grandchild. Since I couldn't drive and hear this at the same time, I pulled over. Olivia added, If something happens, I sat there in my parked car staring at nothing. Karen wasn't just trying to make me look crazy, she was recruiting people, getting witnesses lined up for whatever she was planning. If something happens, she said, asking the aunt if she would be willing to be a character witness. I sat Ryan down when he got home and told him everything. The calls to my doctor, the calls to my workplace, and what his aunt told Olivia. As I spoke, I noticed a shift in his expression. First one of bewilderment, then one of disbelief, and finally, what I had never seen in him before. Fear. "She's trying to take the baby," he said quietly. He took out his phone and called her, and I watched him put it on speaker. She answered on the second ring, all warm and lovely. "Hello, honey. I've missed your voice." "Mom, have you been calling Emma's doctor?" Silence. A long one. Then her voice came back different. "Careful. You know your wife hasn't been stable, and you've told me yourself how emotional and paranoid she's been." Ryan hung up, and as he sat there staring at his phone with a pale face, I realized what had happened. Ryan had been venting to his mother as usual, telling her that I was tired, emotional, and worried about the birth, all of the usual pregnancy stuff. That night, Ryan went to check the mail and returned with a single envelope from his mother, which he handed to me and opened, revealing a piece of paper with neat handwriting and blue ink. Karen had taken every word and turned it into ammunition, but she didn't call back or text, which I almost wished she would have done because the silence was worse. It said, "All you had to do was name her after me," with a tiny rightward slant. "Enjoy these final weeks together." After reading it 3 times, my hand began to shake so violently that the paper rattled. Ryan grabbed it from me and read it, and I saw his face become white. We didn't speak for a while, and I had trouble falling asleep that night. Karen had come up to our house, placed that envelope in our mailbox with her own hands, and while we were inside, going about our lives, she was right there, close enough to touch our door, no longer hiding. I just lay there with my hand on my belly, feeling my baby's kick, and thinking about that note. I went into labor at 38 weeks on a Friday morning, and my water broke in the kitchen while I was making toast. For a moment, I just stood there staring at the puddle on the floor, thinking, this is it. Karen had made it clear that she wouldn't miss the birth, and she wanted me to know that she could reach me whenever she wanted. The birth was 2 weeks away, maybe less. When we arrived at the hospital, Ryan reminded the nurses that his mother, Karen, was not permitted entry under any circumstances before I could. If she showed up, you should call security. Don't speak to her. Don't let her speak to anyone, and simply get her out. Ryan drove me there, exceeding the speed limit by 15 miles per hour the entire way. He turned to me and took my face in his hands, saying, "She's not getting anywhere near you, I promise." The nurse looked a little surprised by his tone, but he nodded and took a note. I felt like I had been supported throughout this entire ordeal. After his mom left the note, he completely changed his mind and told himself that his mother was a cruel person. I would squeeze Ryan's fingers until I could feel his bones grinding together, and he never once complained as I held his hand through contractions that felt like my entire body was being torn apart from the inside, coming in waves that made it impossible to think about anything else. I was 6 hours into labor. Ryan's head snapped toward the door. "No, no, no, no." The yelling grew louder. He continued to tell me that I was doing great and that our Sophia was almost here. At first I couldn't hear the words, but I recognized the voice from somewhere down the hall. Before I could stop Ryan, he was out the door, and I heard his voice blending with Karen's as she screamed about her rights, about her grandbaby, and that we were keeping her away from her own family. Another contraction struck, and all I could do was hold on to the bed rails and try to breathe. "You need to leave now." "Ryan, honey, I'm just worried about the baby. You know she's not stable. You've told me yourself." I said, "Leave. I'm your mother. I have every right to be here when my grandson is born. You have no rights." Hers was loud and frantic, while his was low and hard. "When you shoved my pregnant wife down the stairs, you lost them. I didn't shove her, she fell. Why won't anyone believe me? I've only loved this family, and now I'm being treated like a criminal. You called her doctor, her job, and CPS, and you left a note in our mailbox telling her to enjoy her final weeks with our child. I gave up my entire life for you, Ryan, and this is how you repay me. By picking her over your own mother. Yes, I'm picking her. I'm picking my wife and my daughter, and I'm telling you right now, if you don't leave this hospital, I'll call the police myself. You're not a worried grandmother, you're a stalker. How dare you talk to me like that after everything I've given up for you?" The nurse returned, looking shaken, and said, "Ma'am, your husband is handling it, but she's asking to speak to a social worker. She's telling people you've threatened to hurt yourself." I actually laughed, despite the fact that I was having another contraction. Of course she is. 25 minutes later, a woman in a blazer entered and identified herself as a social worker. With gritted teeth I asked, "What concerns?" She said she had to do a wellness check because of reported concerns. "Someone said you have a history of mental illness and have threatened to harm yourself. They said your husband is too afraid of you to speak up." Ryan returned at that moment, his hands shaking and his face red. The social worker looked at me and said, "Is this true? Check my medical records. Check the notes from my OB. It's all documented. That person is my mother, and she has been harassing my wife for months. She has been calling her doctors at work in an attempt to make her look insane. Every single thing she told you is a lie." My nurse looked at me and said, "Has she shown any signs of instability?" "None. She's been completely calm and cooperative. The only problem we've had is the woman in the waiting room." Then we heard Karen screaming again, louder this time, and I put a password on my file because she was calling pretending to be family. Security had arrived. "Ma'am, you must accompany us. Don't touch me. I'm not going anywhere." "Ryan, don't do this to me. I'm your mother. I'm your mother." Her voice cracked into something that didn't sound human. "You can't make me leave. That's my grandbaby. She's poisoned all of you against me. You don't know what she's really like." I heard scuffling and heard her yelling about lawyers and rights and how everyone would be sorry. "This isn't over. Do you hear me? This isn't over. She's going to take that baby and leave you with nothing. I'm trying to save you." Her voice grew farther and farther away until at last there was nothing left. She screamed all the way to the parking lot. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I didn't see it sooner." Ryan returned to my bedside with wet eyes, took my hand, and pressed his forehead against mine. I didn't have the energy to respond because another contraction hit and suddenly it was time to push. Sophia was born at 12:01 that night, and when they placed her on my chest, she was so small and warm, and everything else just stopped. When she opened her eyes and looked at me, I forgot Karen was there. I forgot the yelling, the threats, the months of anxiety, and it was just the three of us, Ryan and Sophia, our baby named after my grandmother who reared me. She had dark hair and small fingers, and I was sobbing too. Karen, the lady who gave me a sense of importance, was no longer able to accept that or anything else. My family mocked my hobby business. "You'll never make it," they said. "Today I made $3 million in one deal." They asked for a cut. I cut them off forever. I'm Owen, and I'm 32 years old. 3 years ago, if you had asked me what the Christmas season meant, I probably would have replied, family, food, laughter, and traditions. However, after the previous year, I feel like the holiday season has become more significant. That night, I sat at a long wooden table with the people who had reared me and were meant to love me unconditionally, and with each derisive chuckle they gave me, I felt smaller. It was the kind that cuts deep, derisive laughter that makes you pretend to smile while your insides twist, rather than the kind that is warm and joyful. My family placed a high importance on conventional achievement when I was growing up. My dad worked in finance and was committed to the 9-to-5 grind. He had a stable job, benefits, and a mortgage by the age of 35. With rigorous scheduling and little time for waste, my mom managed the household like a business. My younger brother Ryan went into accounting and was hailed as though he had saved the family on his own, while my sister Scarlett became a lawyer and was immediately dubbed the golden child of the family. And then there was me. I launched an internet business because I didn't want to conform to the corporate mold. They all warned me I was wasting my time, but at first it was just a side project, an idea I worked on late at night in my tiny apartment. I had been working on my startup for nearly 4 years by the time the holiday season arrived the following year. I wasn't swimming in cash yet, but it was finally starting to pick up some steam. Although I knew they wouldn't comprehend, I kept it to myself at family get-togethers in the hopes that they would at least acknowledge the effort and tenacity I was putting forth. Instead, there was a brief silence in the room when my uncle inquired about my business. My sister then scoffed. My mother, my own mother, laughed, and my father grinned. As if dismissing a child's fantasy, she waved her wine glass and exclaimed, "You'll never make real money with that. It's not a career. It's a hobby." Smug as ever, Ryan sat back in his chair and said, "You need to get serious before it's too late. Perhaps you could spend some time observing me at the company. Get a taste of stability." My cousins continued to make jokes about me squandering my youth on a pipe dream and selling lemonade online. One of them spewed mashed potatoes out of their nose from laughter. I sat there trying to swallow the dry turkey and my pride while my face burned with shame. The words stuck in my throat as I tried to yell at them, to let them know they didn't comprehend what I was building. What was the purpose? I was already dismissed as a failure by them. I promised myself that one day they would regret making fun of me when I lay in the bed my mother still set up like it was when I was a kid and looked up at the ceiling. They wouldn't be a part of my success when it eventually happened because of the way they treated me, not because I would force my success on them. Let's fast forward to yesterday. My company secured its first significant contract at $3.1 million. I was momentarily stunned by the size of that figure when I saw it in my account. It had finally paid off after all those late nights and times I considered giving up but decided against it. The buzzing of my phone started almost instantly. Family members who hadn't spoken to me in months called, texted and emailed me, showering my inbox with congratulations that seemed more like demands. The first communication was from Ryan. Heard the news. Congratulations, young brother, we ought to rejoice. I believe it's only right that I receive a tiny portion since I advised you. Only 10%. Scarlett said, I'm so proud of you, Owen. Nothing crazy. Keep in mind that I stood by you when no one else did. You might be able to assist me in repaying my law school debt. And my mother, who had made fun of me the previous year, left a voicemail saying, Owen, we're so happy for you. Of course, without the principles we taught you, none of this would have been possible. We'll discuss how you can support the family in the near future. Support the family? As if their contempt and mocking hadn't already taken enough from me. Since then, calls have been pouring in, with each one being more entitled than the last. You owe us, we deserve it. I've been thinking about their foolishness all day. I still have the old pain, the urge to please my parents, and the need for their praise. However, a more resilient aspect of me, developed during those restless nights of uncertainty and isolation, recalls precisely how they handled me when they believed I would never be successful. I know precisely what I'm going to do, so here I am, staring at my phone. Before I respond though, let me clarify how deeply ingrained this family dynamic is. It has nothing to do with money. It was never the case. They don't even attempt to conceal their harshness or partiality when they believe they are in control. I had previously been their punching bag before that holiday. Simply put, it was the loudest. However, now that money is at stake, the terrible truth is coming to light. My dad called me first, and I responded primarily out of morbid curiosity. He did not offer me congratulations. He did not inquire about my well-being. Owen, you need to come by the house this weekend, he said right away. I became enraged when he remarked, we need to figure out how you're going to handle the money responsibly, as if I were still a teenager squandering allowance money on video games. I answered in a calm manner. Dad, I've been handling my business just fine. You think you have, but this is serious money, he said, laughing condescendingly. Your tiny online experiment is no longer relevant. You can't handle millions of dollars. However, I know what to do with it, as does your mother. We will handle it. Ensure that it expands. Everyone in the family will gain from it. Not me. Not the one who lived off of instant noodles and missed weekends to get here. No. He believed that everyone save me should have credit for my efforts and accomplishments. My mother then gave me a call. She gave an order without asking. You're coming over on Sunday, Owen. She even trotted out her well-known quote, which she had always used whenever I didn't comply with her authority. Family comes first. But to her, family always meant that Owen was subordinate to everyone else. As if my parents' entitlement wasn't already excessive, my siblings swiftly followed suit. After making fun of me non-stop during Christmas, Ryan abruptly became my biggest supporter. In a single afternoon, he gave me 3 calls. He first said that he had always had faith in me. On the second call, he said he should handle my money because he was good with numbers. On the third call, he was direct. See buddy, I gave you some motivation. You have to give me a cut. Send me something modest, like 55 grand. That's nothing for you now. Scarlett, meanwhile, adopted a more sentimental stance. You are aware of how difficult law school was for me, Owen. I gave up everything. I should be commended for that. And remember all the times I gave you rides when you didn't have a car. As if she was entitled to my whole income because she had a few rides in high school. It wasn't limited to my close relatives. My aunts, uncles, and even cousins I hadn't spoken to in years had heard about it. Hey, congrats on the deal, a cousin texted. Could you give me a $12,000 loan? Another message read, We're family, so I know you'll take care of us just until I get back on my feet. Perhaps create a fund for all of us. It's only fair. However, my mother's statement struck a chord with me once more. I swear, I listened to her voicemail 3 times because I was so shocked by what I was hearing. Owen, don't be selfish, she said. We made an investment in you, you know. Every meal we gave you and every penny we spent on your upbringing was an investment. It's time for you to return the favor. Your father and I put in too much effort to not notice the results. I sat there trembling, holding my phone. A financial commitment. To them, I was just that. Not a sibling or a son, just an investment that will eventually yield returns. Naturally, the analogy started to reappear. Ryan had the audacity to tell me, "You're only able to do this because we set the example." He boasted that his employer had heard about my deal and said, "Guess success runs in the family." Scarlett joined in, stating, "Your company only worked because you grew up in a house with discipline. You should be thankful. You wouldn't exist without us." The worst thing was that their need for control was equally as bad as their desire for money. In an attempt to arrange a family gathering at their home, my dad insisted that I bring all the paperwork so he could go over it. In order to appropriately entertain the holidays, my mother suggested that I purchase a larger home near them. Ryan suggested that I invest in his bookkeeping business. Scarlett stated unequivocally that if one of us is burdened, we are all burdened, so I should pay off her college loans. They were all holding winning tickets, as though they believed my triumph was a family lottery victory. It was oppressive pressure. I was pushed back into the old role they had set for me, the afterthought, the unworthy person who had to grovel for the meager remnants of their approval, by every phone call, text message, and voicemail. The scraps they desired, however, were no longer sentimental. Millions were what they want. I remained mute even though I was furious. I paid attention. I allowed them to speak. Because I was already coming up with my own plan while they believed they were dragging me back under their control. However, you must realize the extent of their entitlement before I tell you what transpired next. Not even the actual breaking point had arrived yet. The flood that followed was what ultimately turned everything upside down, if the incessant cries and demands were like water gently trickling into a glass. At first, I didn't anticipate it. Their conceited remarks and blatant demands, in my opinion, were already terrible. However, when individuals like my family smell money, they take, rather than merely ask. It began modestly. 3 weeks after I signed the contract, I saw an important email from my bank one morning. It stated that there had been several unsuccessful attempts to log into my account. At first, I disregarded it, thinking it was just a fraudster or bot. However, the bank's fraud department called me later that day. Someone had been attempting to enter my account using my personal information, not just to examine it but also to modify the recovery information that was associated with it. My stomach fell when the banker hesitated before responding. It looks like the attempts were made using security questions, things only close family would likely know. Who would know the name of my first pet, the street where I grew up, or the mascot of my high school but my parents and siblings? My intuition told me the truth, but I wanted to think it was a coincidence. My account has been attempted by members of my own family. I refrained from confronting them right away. I chose to wait and see whether they might slip instead. And they did, indeed. My mother sent me a group text a few nights later. It was not at all subtle. "We had some difficulty accessing your account today, but don't worry, we'll work it out," she responded. Simply said, "Managing this money by yourself is too dangerous for you. We must ensure its protection." My heart thumping, I gazed at the screen. They hadn't even made an effort to conceal it. For them, accessing my account was a form of protection, rather than theft. I typed one word back. "What?" My dad called very immediately. He spoke in a steady, nearly practiced voice. "Listen, Owen. You lack the maturity to handle that amount of money. You will be destroyed by it. We have witnessed individuals lose everything due to a lack of direction. Your parents are us. We are expected to intervene. We've already decided that granting us access is the best course of action. We'll handle everything for the time being." The way he stated, "We already agreed," made me shudder. You can concentrate on your little projects while we handle the serious stuff. Like vultures circling over a meal, my parents, siblings and most likely even extended family had actually sat down and discussed how to divide up my accomplishment. Ryan wrote me a smug message that evening. "I'll assist in investing a portion of it once my parents have access. Bro, don't worry. I'll see to it that it grows." Then Scarlett, the lovely, accomplished Scarlett, spoke in a voice full of fake sorrow. "You'll thank us later. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be, Owen. You are aware that the stress of having too much money is too much for you. Let's assume control." Don't hold on to it and make yourself look foolish. We are related. Shares throughout the family. Family shares. The sensation of that moment is beyond words. Erasure was more than just treachery. They were attempting to take away the same things I had spent years establishing, my identity and independence, when no one else had faith in me. They were acting with the same arrogant assurance that they had always used to tell me that I was insufficient. The emotional tipping point came that evening. I wasn't merely upset. I felt chilly. I became aware at that point that they did not regard me as a brother, a son, or even a human being. They viewed me as a bank, a resource that needed to be depleted until nothing remained. I refrained from confronting them right away. I didn't scream or shout. I gave them the impression that they were winning instead. As I silently started to distance myself, I allowed them to discuss meetings, plans, distributing finances, and establishing boundaries. Because they were going to discover how mistaken they were if they believed that I was going to give them all I had worked so hard to earn. But you must realize how far they pulled me down before I can discuss what I began to plot. How I was on the verge of losing everything until I mustered the courage to make things right. Growing up as the family's punching bag makes you resilient. You come to take in the insults, the contemptuous laughter, and the silent groans of disappointment. However, nothing had ever pierced my soul as much as discovering that my own parents had made a concerted effort to steal everything I had created. Not only did that betrayal hurt, but it also made me feel empty. I had a burden that hung over me like a shadow for weeks after learning about the attempted account breach. My phone was buzzing non-stop with calls, messages, and well-crafted reminders about family responsibilities as I lay awake in my apartment, staring at the ceiling. Even in silence, they were developing their story, but I stopped responding to the most of them. All of a sudden, I was the egotistical kid, the unstable idealist, and the one hoarding money that wasn't truly mine. The seclusion was cruel. You must realize that aside from them, I didn't have much of a support network. I had been the odd man out for a long time, too preoccupied with my business to make many acquaintances. My parents had their country club dinners, my siblings had their co-workers, and I had my apartment, my laptop, and the dim hope that one day it might all be worthwhile. Now that I had $3.1 million in my account, I ought to have felt victorious. Rather, I felt more alone than before. I gave up going out. I didn't eat much. Every time I got onto social media, I seen their happy faces in group photos that I wasn't invited to, so I avoided it. From the screen, captions like, "Family is everything," made fun of me. Texts continued to accumulate in the meanwhile. "Don't drag this out," Ryan wrote in one. Scarlett attempted to guilt-trip me by saying, "It's unbelievable that you're excluding the people who brought you up. Just let us handle the money before you ruin it. If you don't come home soon, we'll have to take steps to protect you from yourself." Protect me from myself. Mom had been crying all week, and Dad left a voicemail that echoed in my mind, as they usually did when they tried to justify controlling me. It had to do with who I could hang out with when I was younger. It was about which college I should go to when I was a teenager. It was now, as an adult, about the money I had earned. The fact that a tiny, delicate part of me still desired their acceptance was perhaps the worst aspect. "If you just give in, if you just let them take control, they'll finally love you," a voice inside me whispered, and it almost crushed my heart. I was starting to doubt everything. Did I have the capacity to handle this money? Was my reluctance to share selfish? Was I unappreciative of their calls? There were evenings when I nearly gave in, nearly picked up the phone, and nearly gave them the keys to all I owned. That was the lowest point. Not only did I feel alone and betrayed, but I also realized that despite everything they had done, I still yearned for their praise. Then, however, something changed. I took out an old notebook one evening that I had used to jot down business ideas back when the company was just a dream. I had lists of things I desired for the future, half-baked schemes, and sloppy sketches all over the pages. Years ago, on a very dark night, I wrote in bold characters on one page, "Do this for you." I gazed at those words until my eyes burned. For me? Not for them. Not to win their favor. Not because they applauded. I made the decision that night that I could no longer play defense. I had to start pulling away if they were going to continue pushing. I started quietly looking into financial advisors, real ones, screened, reliable, and unrelated to my family. I shifted some of the money, created protections, and started different accounts. I began reading about legal protections, trusts, and how wealthy people protect themselves from avaricious family members. Although it was intimidating, it was also empowering. I began establishing distance at the same time. I ceased responding to all of the messages. I did not return their calls. I was aware that it infuriated them, but I was unable to grant them the desired access to my thoughts. My quiet gradually turned like a shield. However, the storm on their side continued to intensify even as I started preparing to defend myself. Threats replaced the guilt-tripping. Ultimatums emerged from the concealed anxiety. They were now moving in for the kill, rather than merely circling. I was pushed over my breaking point when they made their most audacious move to date. At that point, I ceased to be the reserved, timid son they could manipulate and began to transform into somebody quite different. I don't remember the betrayal or even the loneliness when I think back on that terrible period. I stopped allowing their voices to determine who I was at that very moment. There's an odd clarity about rock bottom. You begin to see things more clearly and sharply after losing your illusions and the cloud of hope that others will change. That was the start of my ascent. I started by looking for a financial advisor who had no familial ties and had no motive to take sides. Martin was his name. He was a calm, sharp-eyed man in his mid-40s who could explain intricate financial systems without ever making you feel foolish. He didn't laugh or brush it off when I informed him about my family's predicament. "You're not the first client I've had with this problem," he remarked, leaning back and steepling his fingers. "Money has no power to alter a person's identity. It merely reveals them." Martin became my silent ally throughout the course of the following few weeks. "Let's make sure they never touch a cent without your consent." He assisted me in creating barriers between me and the funds, such as trusts, accounts in my company's name, and legal frameworks. The goal was to build a wall that no entitled relative could climb, regardless of how many family gatherings they had. It wasn't about being paranoid. I slept well for the first time in months because I knew that my parents and siblings would run into iron-reinforced brick walls if they did anything. However, my ascent involved more than just financial gain. After spending years glued to my laptop, I finally started exercising. I joined a gym to regain control over my body, not to impress others. After years of fatigue, I gradually started to feel stronger again. The shame they had ingrained in me for so long began to fade as my posture straightened and my thoughts became clearer. My business expanded along with my confidence. I never would have thought that the initial $3.1 million deal would open doors for me. All of a sudden, those who had disregarded my emails were contacting me and wanting to work together. Even though they weren't as big as the first deal, I nevertheless signed 2 more. Each one demonstrated that this was genuine, long-lasting success rather than a fluke. My cousins used to make fun of my small internet lemonade stand, but now it was a respected business. Juggling this personal triumph with my family's increasing needs felt unreal. I would look at my phone, shake my head, and go back to a conversation with investors who genuinely appreciated what I had created each time it buzzed with another deceptive message. The sound of contracts being signed, agreements concluding, and opportunities piling up one after another overshadowed the faint echo of their laughter from the previous Christmas. However, I was surprised by how empowering quiet might be. I ceased introducing myself to them. I stopped justifying my decisions. Every time my father left a message, he would say, "You need to stop being stubborn." "This is larger than you," I said without replying. I ignored Ryan when he texted, "We'll have to step in if you don't let us in soon." And I just preserved Scarlett's lengthy, heartfelt note about how I was destroying the family. "Stop stoking the flames. I will no longer allow them to misrepresent what I say." Rather, I concentrated on my career, my well-being, and gradually, establishing relationships beyond them. I got back in touch with a former college acquaintance who had always had faith in me. Even though I was constantly exhausted by social gatherings, I started going to networking events. I was surprised to meet folks who didn't view me as a walking bank, understood the hustle, and valued the grind. It seemed like I was escaping a cage I had been unaware I was in. Every accomplishment and bit of growth felt like evidence that I wasn't the failure my family had portrayed me as. Their voices had less and less influence over me as I developed. The problem with developing strength, though, is that the individuals who once held you back don't simply disappear once you start standing taller. They exert more force. They strike out. They become desperate. And my family did precisely that. They crossed a new threshold as my business grew and I gained strength, making it obvious that this was no longer just petty entitlement. It was war. It took time to go from defense to offense. The feeling that they will eventually force my hand was more like a faint hum that pervaded everything I did. And they did indeed. My family acted in ways that were almost unreal after they realized I wasn't going to cave, as though they had forgotten that I wasn't the same defenseless child they used to abuse. My mentor Martin called me, and there was the first crack. "Owen," he added cautiously, "your parents attempted to get in touch with one of the banks that house your business accounts. I don't want to worry you. I recall sitting motionless and holding the phone so firmly that my knuckles became white. They said they were acting on your behalf. For me? How? Martin stopped to allow the gravity of the situation to set in. They claimed to have your consent and even sent over a letter with a shaky-looking signature. Naturally, we reported it right away. However, you must realize that they are no longer asking. They are attempting to forge your hand with this. I felt a silent rage stirring within me. They had attempted to harm me by using my own name. I started excavating that evening. I engaged Dana, a straightforward private attorney who focused in family law and wealth preservation. She listened to everything, even the phony letter, the bank's fraud alerts, and the derisive laughing from the previous Christmas. She slowly shook her head when I was done. This goes beyond simple entitlement. This is on the verge of financial abuse. They risk legal repercussions if they continue in this manner. Legal repercussions. I kept thinking about those words, and I realized for the first time that I wasn't helpless. I was no longer merely responding. I had allies and tools that weren't dependent on them. I worked discreetly with Dana and Martin throughout the course of the following few weeks, strengthening my defenses. We created legal documents that unequivocally stated my independence. In order to notify me if someone even murmured my name to a bank, we built up surveillance devices. Above all, I began recording everything, including every voicemail, deceptive text, and attempted hack. Initially, maintaining such thorough documents seemed trivial, but Dana reassured me that paper trails are power. This will disprove any assertion that you are unstable or unfit. Then, in the middle of all, I discovered something unexpected. Ryan had become irresponsible. He shared a picture of himself and a few friends at a bar on social media. Big smiles and lifted drinks. Normally, I wouldn't have given a damn, but the caption, "Everyone eats soon when your bro finally cashes out," attracted my attention. It was more than simply boasting. Everyone eats soon. It was an admission. Evidence that he had been informing individuals that they could take my money. As I read the remarks, my chest constricted. His friends wrote things like, "Man, your brother better hook you up big time," and "Can't wait for that payout." He had obviously been babbling, portraying me as a certain way to get rich. I needed that particular piece. It was no longer just a matter of entitlement. Exposure was the cause. How long before one of the strangers knocked on his door if he had been telling them he expected a cut? Every screenshot, comment, and timestamp was kept by me. I then began to pay more attention. Scarlett also made a mistake a week later. She texted me, but it was intended for someone else. "Don't be concerned, I'll cover you when Owen eventually gives in." She hastily attempted to remove it and added, "Oops, wrong chat. He still owes us. Funny. Ignore that." However, I didn't disregard that. By then I had discovered something important, so I preserved it. They would put more rope around their own necks the more I gave them. My life was getting better while all of this was going on. Another sale, smaller but with a well-known client that contributed credibility I couldn't have purchased, was secured by my company. I received an invitation to speak at a panel about entrepreneurship. People outside of my family were treating me with respect instead of contempt for the first time. My resolve was unwavering because of the contrast between the respect I received from the outside world and the greed at home. Because I was more than simply a wealthy man now. I was a man with legal protection, allies, documented proof, and influence. Although my family believed they were surrounding prey, they were actually further entangling themselves in a trap that I hadn't even had to set. I knew they thought they were getting closer, prepared to finally take what they thought was theirs, as the holiday season drew near once more, precisely 1 year after the night they had laughed me out of the room. However, I was already in position, stronger than I had ever been, and I was just waiting for the right opportunity to let them know how much they had misjudged me. I was aware that their conceit would ultimately lead to their demise. I only needed to wait. Fuel came from every voicemail, every deceptive message, and every arrogant belief that I was still the child they could manipulate. By December, a full year after that embarrassing holiday dinner, I was ready to respond in a way they would never forget, in addition to defending myself. My mother, of course, sent out the invitation. 2 weeks prior to Christmas she called, her voice smothered in the phony coziness that only she could manage. "Everyone is coming over this year, Owen. It will be pleasant to celebrate as a family. After all, isn't this year unique?" She left that final, heavily implied sentence hanging in the air. I understood exactly what she meant. My accomplishment was theirs to claim, not just mine. They would expect me to pass it all up at the holiday dinner. Calmly and softly, I accepted the invitation, and in the days before, I completed my preparations. Dana had assisted me in writing letters that made it clear that none of my family members had any legal control over me or my business. Martin had made certain that every asset was out of their grasp. I had all of my evidence, including voicemails, texts, and screenshots, carefully arranged in a folder. However, I had no intention of yelling, making accusations, or raising my voice. I understood that retribution ought to be unquestionable, not loud. I smiled steadily when I entered my folks' home at nightfall. Silverware gleamed as candles flickered in the dining room, just as they had the year before. Around the long wooden table, everyone gathered. Instead of making jokes about my internet lemonade stand, this time the room was filled with barely veiled expectation and forced congratulations. As I walked in, Ryan gave me a pat on the back. The millionaire is there. He smirked at his wife, who chuckled a bit too loudly. Remember your favorite brother when the gifts start flying. Leaning in, Scarlett planted a kiss on my cheek. Owen, I'm so proud of you. Really? My father held up a glass of wine toward me and exclaimed, to Owen. His voice booming, finally demonstrating that he was a part of this family's tradition. You know, law school was such a burden on me, but I'm sure you'll help lighten that load. Around the table, there was courteous but famished applause. Not me, but what they believed they were going to get was what they were toasting. Even though I hardly tasted my food, dinner proceeded as usual. I let them to speak in circles, giving me clues and sowing seeds. Perhaps you'll purchase a larger home close by. Perhaps you will invest in Ryan's company. Perhaps you may settle Scarlett's debts. The word maybe become their most obvious cover for when. Eventually, after dessert was cleared, my mother put her hand on mine. Perhaps you'll finance a family vacation to Europe. Why don't you tell everyone what your plans are, Owen? She asked pleasantly. The place fell silent. You've been so quiet. All eyes turned toward me. It was this. The moment they anticipated my announcement regarding the allocation of their fictitious portions of my laborious efforts. I inhaled steadily. I took a little folder out of my backpack and placed it carefully on the table. You're right, I replied. I've been quiet for too long, and I think tonight is the perfect time to clear things up. I experienced a lot of success this past year, and those who felt they should have a piece of it put pressure on me. I looked around the table, seeing their stiff smiles replace their smirks. I opened the folder and said, So, I want to be clear tonight, once and for all. Printed copies of texts and screenshots were placed on top, including my parents' group message acknowledging they had attempted to access my account, Ryan's bar photo, his boastful caption, and Scarlett's incorrect text pledging money to someone else. One by one, like cards in a game, I slid them across the table. My victory was always inevitable. The quiet was overwhelming. My mother's face turned white. Ryan's mouth clenched. Scarlett parted her lips, shut them, and then parted them again. But nothing escaped. These are only a portion of what I've documented, I added softly. Every phone call, voicemail, and threat to my accounts. Everything was carefully preserved. All readily given to the appropriate individuals if I so choose. Leaning back, I allowed my words to sink in. Let's be crystal clear then. You all have no right to my money. Not a single penny. Never. Ever. This is mine. Built in spite of your ridicule, without your belief, and without your support. And I won't be the next person you hear from if any of you attempt to meddle once more. It will be my attorney. Nobody moved for a long time. There was a noticeable change in power, a seismic fracture in the base of authority they believed they had. Ryan scoffed at last, attempting to regain his confidence. You're playing a bluff. I met his stony gaze and said, You wouldn't drag your own family through the mud. Give me a try. I left the folder in the middle of the table, the evidence like a ticking time bomb, and got up. They were unable to dissipate it. Their astonished quiet followed me like an echo as I left that dining room with my head held high. I wasn't the one trembling under their laughing for the first time in my life. Under mine, they were getting smaller. However, that was just the start. Because the actual tale started with what transpired after that night, the aftermath, the desperation, the scramble when they discovered I was serious. Although it wasn't instantaneous, the aftermath happened quickly. I would never again enter my parents' home as the version of me they believed they could control after that holiday dinner. Not only was I leaving dessert behind when I left the folder on the table, but I was also leaving behind years of their control, their arrogant superiority, and their conviction that I would be nothing without them. I believe they knew it too, deep inside. The next morning, the first wave struck. Ryan's urgent, fast-paced messages flooded my phone. He was furious at first. Then came the guilt. "You're really going to destroy the family over money? You're pathetic." The desperation began to creep in by the afternoon. "Bro, I was just joking in that post. You know I'd never really take from you." "Okay, maybe I messed up, but please don't go to a lawyer. I could lose my job if this gets out." I didn't respond. Scarlett was a little more subdued. She made 3 calls and left lengthy voicemails explaining that she only ever wanted the best for me, that her text had been misread, and that I should never forget the sister link. "I don't know who filled your head with this paranoia, but we're family. Don't ruin everything over misunderstandings." She even sobbed at one point. However, my siblings weren't the ones that really broke my silence. It was my mother. Dripping with entitlement, she sent a stiff, icy email. That's when I realized they weren't going to stop, not out of love, guilt, or fear. "Owen, your behavior at Christmas was deeply disappointing. You embarrassed this family in front of everyone. The least you can do is make amends by contributing to the household that raised you. We expect a proper discussion soon before this gets any more out of hand." Until I set a line they couldn't cross, they would continue to push and claw. And I did. With Dana's assistance, I filed official notices that prohibited my relatives from contacting my financial institutions, recorded their attempts at forgeries, and made it apparent that any more harassment would result in legal action. It was not necessary for me to take them to court. The threat alone was sufficient. Their names were highlighted by banks. The advisors were informed. It was as though they were surrounded by imperceptible boundaries. The phone calls ceased. The voicemails were silent, then bitter. Ryan ceased sharing his arrogant captions. Scarlett fell silent and withdrawn. Despite their bravado, my parents appeared to recede the most. They stopped sending me their cynical, "family comes first" texts, and stopped inviting me to dinners. They appeared to lose the drive to act as though I belonged once they discovered they couldn't control me or my money. And what do you know? I was okay with that. Because I flourished while others scrambled. My company continued to expand. My circle grew. I felt liberated from their bonds for the first time in my life. At the dinner table, I was no longer the failure. I wasn't an afterthought. I was a self-made man who had at last come to terms with the most difficult reality of all. Blood does not define family. Respect is what defines it. When the holidays returned a year later, I didn't go back to that dining room. I chose to spend it with friends instead, folks who had supported me without expecting a cut of my achievement. We ate, joked, and raised a glass to another year of development. As the evening drew to a close, I reflected on the time my mother had made fun of me and said I would never be able to earn a living. I grinned to myself, clearly, not resentfully. The reality was straightforward. They hadn't simply undervalued me. They were no longer a part of my future. "To doing this for me," I whispered softly, almost to myself, as I lifted my glass. The words were not a promise for once. They were a triumph. The last line, "They believed that my success would make me theirs, but it ultimately set me free from them permanently," the same. The emotional tipping point came that evening. I wasn't merely upset, I felt chilly. I became aware at that point that they did not regard me as a brother, a son, or even a human being. They viewed me as a bank, a resource that needed to be depleted until nothing remained. I refrained from confronting them right away. I didn't scream or shout. I gave them the impression that they were winning instead. As I silently started to distance myself, I allowed them to discuss meetings, plans, distributing finances, and establishing boundaries. Because they were going to discover how mistaken they were if they believed that I was going to give them all I had worked so hard to earn. But you must realize how far they pulled me down before I can discuss what I began to plot. How I was on the verge of losing everything until I mustered the courage to make things right. Growing up as the family's punching bag makes you resilient. You come to take in the insults, the contemptuous laughter, and the silent groans of disappointment. However, nothing had ever pierced my soul as much as discovering that my own parents had made a concerted effort to steal everything I had created. Not only did that betrayal hurt, but it also made me feel empty. I had a burden that hung over me like a shadow for weeks after learning about the attempted account breach. My phone was buzzing non-stop with calls, messages, and well-crafted reminders about family responsibilities as I lay awake in my apartment, staring at the ceiling. Even in silence, they were developing their story, but I stopped responding to the most of them. All of a sudden, I was the egotistical kid, the unstable idealist, and the one hoarding money that wasn't truly mine. The seclusion was cruel. You must realize that, aside from them, I didn't have much of a support network. I had been the odd man out for a long time, too preoccupied with my business to make many acquaintances. My parents had their country club dinners, my siblings had their co-workers, and I had my apartment, my laptop, and the dim hope that one day it might all be worthwhile. Now that I had $3.1 million in my account, I ought to have felt victorious. Rather, I felt more alone than before. I gave up going out. I didn't eat much. Every time I got onto social media, I seen their happy faces and group photos that I wasn't invited to, so I avoided it. From the screen, captions like "family is everything" made fun of me. Texts continued to accumulate in the meanwhile. "Don't drag this out," Ryan wrote in one. Scarlett attempted to guilt-trip me by saying, "It's unbelievable that you're excluding the people who brought you up. Just let us handle the money before you ruin it. If you don't come home soon, we'll have to take steps to protect you from yourself. Protect me from myself." Mom had been crying all week, and Dad left a voicemail that echoed in my mind, as they usually did when they tried to justify controlling me. It had to do with who I could hang out with when I was younger. It was about which college I should go to when I was a teenager. It was now, as an adult, about the money I had earned. The fact that a tiny, delicate part of me still desired their acceptance was perhaps the worst aspect. If you just give in, if you just let them take control, they'll finally love you. A voice inside me whispered. And it almost crushed my heart. I was starting to doubt everything. Did I have the capacity to handle this money? Was my reluctance to share selfish? Was I unappreciative of their calls? There were evenings when I nearly gave in, nearly picked up the phone, and nearly gave them the keys to all I owned. That was the lowest point. Not only did I feel alone and betrayed, but I also realized that despite everything they had done, I still yearned for their praise. Then, however, something changed. I took out an old notebook one evening that I had used to jot down business ideas back when the company was just a dream. I had lists of things I desired for the future, half-baked schemes, and sloppy sketches all over the pages. Years ago, on a very dark night, I wrote in bold characters on one page, "Do this for you." I gazed at those words until my eyes burned. For me? Not for them. Not to win their favor. Not because they applauded. I made the decision that night that I could no longer play defense. I had to start pulling away if they were going to continue pushing. I started quietly looking into financial advisors, real ones, screened, reliable and unrelated to my family. I shifted some of the money, created protections, and started different accounts. I began reading about legal protections, trusts, and how wealthy people protect themselves from avaricious family members. Although it was intimidating, it was also empowering. I began establishing distance at the same time. I ceased responding to all of the messages. I did not return their calls. I was aware that it infuriated them, but I was unable to grant them the desired access to my thoughts. My quiet gradually turned like a shield. However, the storm on their side continued to intensify, even as I started preparing to defend myself. Threats replaced the guilt-tripping. Ultimatums emerged from the concealed anxiety. They were now moving in for the kill rather than merely circling. I was pushed over my breaking point when they made their most audacious move to date. At that point, I ceased to be the reserved, timid son they could manipulate and began to transform into somebody quite different. I don't remember the betrayal, or even the loneliness when I think back on that terrible period. I stopped allowing their voices to determine who I was at that very moment. There's an odd clarity about rock bottom. You begin to see things more clearly and sharply after losing your illusions and the cloud of hope that others will change. That was the start of my ascent. I started by looking for a financial advisor who had no familial ties and had no motive to take sides. Martin was his name. He was a calm, sharp-eyed man in his mid-40s who could explain intricate financial systems without ever making you feel foolish. He didn't laugh or brush it off when I informed him about my family's predicament. "You're not the first client I've had with this problem," he remarked, leaning back and steepling his fingers. "Money has no power to alter a person's identity. It merely reveals them." Martin became my silent ally throughout the course of the following few weeks. "Let's make sure they never touch a cent without your consent." He assisted me in creating barriers between me and the funds, such as trusts, accounts in my company's name, and legal frameworks. The goal was to build a wall that no entitled relative could climb, regardless of how many family gatherings they had. It wasn't about being paranoid. I slept well for the first time in months because I knew that my parents and siblings would run into iron-reinforced brick walls if they did anything. However, my ascent involved more than just financial gain. After spending years glued to my laptop, I finally started exercising. I joined a gym to regain control over my body, not to impress others. After years of fatigue, I gradually started to feel stronger again. The shame they had ingrained in me for so long began to fade as my posture straightened and my thoughts became clearer. My business expanded along with my confidence. I never would have thought that the initial $3.1 million deal would open doors for me. All of a sudden, those who had disregarded my emails were contacting me and wanting to work together. Even though they weren't as big as the first deal, I nevertheless signed 2 more. Each one demonstrated that this was genuine, long-lasting success rather than a fluke. My cousins used to make fun of my small, internet lemonade stand, but now it was a respected business. Juggling this personal triumph with my family's increasing needs felt unreal. I would look at my phone, shake my head, and go back to a conversation with investors who genuinely appreciated what I had created each time it buzzed with another deceptive message. The sound of contracts being signed, agreements concluding, and opportunities piling up one after another overshadowed the faint echo of their laughter from the previous Christmas. However, I was surprised by how empowering quiet might be. I ceased introducing myself to them. I stopped justifying my decisions. Every time my father left a message, he would say, "You need to stop being stubborn." "This is larger than you," I said without replying. I ignored Ryan when he texted, "We'll have to step in if you don't let us in soon." And I just preserved Scarlett's lengthy, heartfelt note about how I was destroying the family. "Stop stoking the flames. I will no longer allow them to misrepresent what I say." Rather, I concentrated on my career, my well-being, and gradually, establishing relationships beyond them. I got back in touch with a former college acquaintance who had always had faith in me. Even though I was constantly exhausted by social gatherings, I started going to networking events. I was surprised to meet folks who didn't view me as a walking bank, understood the hustle, and valued the grind. It seemed like I was escaping a cage I had been unaware I was in. Every accomplishment and bit of growth felt like evidence that I wasn't the failure my family had portrayed me as. Their voices had less and less influence over me as I developed. The problem with developing strength, though, is that the individuals who once held you back don't simply disappear once you start standing taller. They exert more force. They strike out. They become desperate. And my family did precisely that. They crossed a new threshold as my business grew and I gained strength, making it obvious that this was no longer just petty entitlement. It was war. It took time to go from defense to offense. The feeling that they will eventually force my hand was more like a faint hum that pervaded everything I did. And they did indeed. My family acted in ways that were almost unreal after they realized I wasn't going to cave, as though they had forgotten that I wasn't the same defenseless child they used to abuse. My mentor, Martin, called me, and there was the first crack. "Owen," he added cautiously, "your parents attempted to get in touch with one of the banks that house your business accounts. I don't want to worry you." I recall sitting motionless and holding the phone so firmly that my knuckles became white. "They said they were acting on your behalf." "For me? How?" Martin stopped to allow the gravity of the situation to set in. "They claimed to have your consent and even sent over a letter with a shaky-looking signature. Naturally, we reported it right away. However, you must realize that they are no longer asking. They are attempting to forge your hand with this." I felt a silent rage stirring within me. They had attempted to harm me by using my own name. I started excavating that evening. I engaged Dana, a straightforward private attorney who focused in family law and wealth preservation. She listened to everything, even the phony letter, the bank's fraud alerts, and the derisive laughing from the previous Christmas. She slowly shook her head when I was done. "This goes beyond simple entitlement. This is on the verge of financial abuse. They risk legal repercussions if they continue in this manner." Legal repercussions. I kept thinking about those words, and I realized for the first time that I wasn't helpless. I was no longer merely responding. I had allies and tools that weren't dependent on them. I worked discreetly with Dana and Martin throughout the course of the following few weeks, strengthening my defenses. We created legal documents that unequivocally stated my independence. In order to notify me if someone even murmured my name to a bank, we built up surveillance devices. Above all, I began recording everything, including every voicemail, deceptive text, and attempted hack. Initially, maintaining such thorough documents seemed trivial, but Dana reassured me that paper trails are power. This will disprove any assertion that you are unstable or unfit. Then, in the middle of all, I discovered something unexpected. Ryan had become irresponsible. He shared a picture of himself and a few friends at a bar on social media. Big smiles and lifted drinks. Normally I wouldn't have given a damn, but the caption, "Everyone eats soon when your bro finally cashes out," attracted my attention. It was more than simply boasting. Everyone eats soon. It was an admission. evidence that he had been informing individuals that they could take my money. As I read the remarks, my chest constricted. His friends wrote things like, "Man, your brother better hook you up big time, and can't wait for that payout." He had obviously been babbling, portraying me as a certain way to get rich. I needed that particular piece. It was no longer just a matter of entitlement. Exposure was the cause. How long before one of the strangers knocked on his door if he had been telling them he expected a cut? Every screenshot, comment and timestamp was kept by me. I then began to pay more attention. Scarlett also made a mistake a week later. She texted me, but it was intended for someone else. "Don't be concerned, I'll cover you when Owen eventually gives in." She hastily attempted to remove it and added, "Oops, wrong chat. He still owes us." Funny. Ignore that. However, I didn't disregard that. By then, I had discovered something important, so I preserved it. They would put more rope around their own necks the more I gave them. My life was getting better while all of this was going on. Another sale, smaller but with a well-known client that contributed credibility I couldn't have purchased, was secured by my company. I received an invitation to speak at a panel about entrepreneurship. People outside of my family were treating me with respect instead of contempt for the first time. My resolve was unwavering because of the contrast between the respect I received from the outside world and the greed at home. Because I was more than simply a wealthy man now. I was a man with legal protection, allies, documented proof and influence. Although my family believed they were surrounding prey, they were actually further entangling themselves in a trap that I hadn't even had to set. I knew they thought they were getting closer, prepared to finally take what they thought was theirs, as the holiday season drew near once more, precisely 1 year after the night they had laughed me out of the room. However, I was already in position, stronger than I had ever been, and I was just waiting for the right opportunity to let them know how much they had misjudged me. I was aware that their conceit would ultimately lead to their demise. I only needed to wait. Fuel came from every voicemail, every deceptive message and every arrogant belief that I was still the child they could manipulate. By December, a full year after that embarrassing holiday dinner, I was ready to respond in a way they would never forget, in addition to defending myself. My mother, of course, sent out the invitation. 2 weeks prior to Christmas, she called, her voice smothered in the phony coziness that only she could manage. "Everyone is coming over this year, Owen. It will be pleasant to celebrate as a family. After all, isn't this year unique?" She left that final, heavily implied sentence hanging in the air. I understood exactly what she meant. My accomplishment was theirs to claim, not just mine. They would expect me to pass it all up at the holiday dinner. Calmly and softly, I accepted the invitation, and in the days before, I completed my preparations. Dana had assisted me in writing letters that made it clear that none of my family members had any legal control over me or my business. Martin had made certain that every asset was out of their grasp. I had all of my evidence, including voicemails, texts, and screenshots, carefully arranged in a folder. However, I had no intention of yelling, making accusations, or raising my voice. I understood that retribution ought to be unquestionable, not loud. I smiled steadily when I entered my folks' home at nightfall. Silverware gleamed as candles flickered in the dining room, just as they had the year before. Around the long wooden table, everyone gathered. Instead of making jokes about my internet lemonade stand, this time the room was filled with barely veiled expectation and forced congratulations. As I walked in, Ryan gave me a pat on the back. "The millionaire is there." He smirked at his wife, who chuckled a bit too loudly. "Remember your favorite brother when the gifts start flying." Leaning in, Scarlett planted a kiss on my cheek. "Owen, I'm so proud of you." "Really?" My father held up a glass of wine toward me and exclaimed, "To Owen," his voice booming, finally demonstrating that he was a part of this family's tradition. "You know, law school was such a burden on me, but I'm sure you'll help lighten that load." Around the table there was courteous but famished applause. Not me, but what they believed they were going to get was what they were toasting. Even though I hardly tasted my food, dinner proceeded as usual. I let them to speak in circles, giving me clues and sowing seeds. "Perhaps you'll purchase a larger home close by. Perhaps you will invest in Ryan's company. Perhaps you may settle Scarlett's debts." The word maybe become their most obvious cover for when. Eventually, after dessert was cleared, my mother put her hand on mine. "Perhaps you'll finance a family vacation to Europe." "Why don't you tell everyone what your plans are, Owen?" she asked pleasantly. The place fell silent. "You've been so quiet." All eyes turned toward me. It was this. The moment they anticipated my announcement regarding the allocation of their fictitious portions of my laborious efforts. I inhaled steadily. I took a little folder out of my backpack and placed it carefully on the table. "You're right," I replied. "I've been quiet for too long, and I think tonight is the perfect time to clear things up. I experienced a lot of success this past year, and those who felt they should have a piece of it put pressure on me." I looked around the table, seeing their stiff smiles replace their smirks. I opened the folder and said, "So I want to be clear tonight, once and for all." Printed copies of texts and screenshots were placed on top, including my parents' group message acknowledging they had attempted to access my account, Ryan's bar photo, his boastful caption, and Scarlett's incorrect text pledging money to someone else. One by one, like cards in a game, I slid them across the table. My victory was always inevitable. The quiet was overwhelming. My mother's face turned white. Ryan's mouth clenched. Scarlett parted her lips, shut them, and then parted them again. But nothing escaped. "These are only a portion of what I've documented," I added softly. "Every phone call, voicemail, and threat to my accounts. Everything was carefully preserved. All readily given to the appropriate individuals if I so choose." Leaning back, I allowed my words to sink in. "Let's be crystal clear then. You all have no right to my money. Not a single penny. Never, ever. This is mine. Built in spite of your ridicule, without your belief, and without your support. And I won't be the next person you hear from if any of you attempt to meddle once more. It will be my attorney." Nobody moved for a long time. There was a noticeable change in power, a seismic fracture in the base of authority they believed they had. Ryan scoffed at last, attempting to regain his confidence. "You're playing a bluff." I met his stony gaze and said, "You wouldn't drag your own family through the mud. Give me a try." I left the folder in the middle of the table, the evidence like a ticking time bomb, and got up. They were unable to dissipate it. Their astonished quiet followed me like an echo as I left that dining room with my head held high. I wasn't the one trembling under their laughing for the first time in my life. Under mine, they were getting smaller. However, that was just the start. Because the actual tale started with what transpired after that night, the aftermath, the desperation, the scramble when they discovered I was serious. Although it wasn't instantaneous, the aftermath happened quickly. I would never again enter my parents' home as the version of me they believed they could control after that holiday dinner. Not only was I leaving dessert behind when I left the folder on the table, but I was also leaving behind years of their control, their arrogant superiority, and their conviction that I would be nothing without them. I believe they knew it too, deep inside. The next morning, the first wave struck. Ryan's urgent, fast-paced messages flooded my phone. He was furious at first. Then came the guilt. "You're really going to destroy the family over money? You're pathetic." The desperation began to creep in by the afternoon. "Bro, I was just joking in that post. You know I'd never really take from you." "Okay, maybe I messed up, but please don't go to a lawyer. I could lose my job if this gets out." I didn't respond. Scarlett was a little more subdued. She made 3 calls and left lengthy voicemails explaining that she only ever wanted the best for me, that her text had been misread, and that I should never forget the sister link. "I don't know who filled your head with this paranoia, but we're family. Don't ruin everything over misunderstandings," she even sobbed at one point. However, my siblings weren't the ones that really broke my silence. It was my mother. Dripping with entitlement, she sent a stiff, icy email. That's when I realized they weren't going to stop, not out of love, guilt, or fear. "Owen, your behavior at Christmas was deeply disappointing. You embarrassed this family in front of everyone. The least you can do is make amends by contributing to the household that raised you. We expect a proper discussion soon before this gets any more out of hand." Until I set a line they couldn't cross, they would continue to push and claw. And I did. With Dana's assistance, I filed official notices that prohibited my relatives from contacting my financial institutions, recorded their attempts at forgeries, and made it apparent that any more harassment would result in legal action. It was not necessary for me to take them to court. The threat alone was sufficient. Their names were highlighted by banks. The advisors were informed. It was as though they were surrounded by imperceptible boundaries. The phone calls ceased. The voicemails were silent, then bitter. Ryan ceased sharing his arrogant captions. Scarlett fell silent and withdrawn. Despite their bravado, my parents appeared to recede the most. They stopped sending me their cynical, family comes first texts and stopped inviting me to dinners. They appeared to lose the drive to act as though I belonged once they discovered they couldn't control me or my money. And what do you know? I was okay with that. Because I flourished while others scrambled. My company continued to expand. My circle grew. I felt liberated from their bonds for the first time in my life. At the dinner table, I was no longer the failure. I wasn't an afterthought. I was a self-made man who had at last come to terms with the most difficult reality of all. Blood does not define family. Respect is what defines it. When the holidays returned a year later, I didn't go back to that dining room. I chose to spend it with friends instead, folks who had supported me without expecting a cut of my achievement. We ate, joked, and raised a glass to another year of development. As the evening drew to a close, I reflected on the time my mother had made fun of me and said I would never be able to earn a living. I grinned to myself, clearly, not resentfully. The reality was straightforward. They hadn't simply undervalued me. They were no longer a part of my future. "To doing this for me," I whispered softly, almost to myself, as I lifted my glass. The words were not a promise, for once. They were a triumph. The last line, "They believed that my success would make me theirs, but it ultimately set me free from them permanently." Sister excluded my son and me from dinner. "You'd have called ahead," her husband mocked. Minutes later, we're enjoying a VIP meal while they were jealous. If I were to summarize my relationship with my sister in one word, I would say this. She's the type of person who will smile sweetly at you before pulling the chair out from under you, causing you to fall and convincing everyone that it was your fault for not sitting properly. My name is Daniel. I'm 40, and I've never been the confrontational kind. I'm the quintessential let-it-go person. The one who picks his battles so carefully that people forget I have any fighting ability at all. But I remember every jab, every backhanded comment, and every time I was admonished not to overreact when I knew I wasn't. My sister Megan is 43 years old, a picture-perfect suburban mom with a white grin, matching Christmas pajamas, and a well-maintained social media presence that looks like a Pottery Barn commercial. But behind it all, she's bright, strategic, and, to be honest, a bit of a jerk when no one is looking. However, family gatherings often bring out her darkest side. Perhaps it simply brings out her true personality. She was the best-behaved child growing up. Straight A student, head cheerleader and prom queen. You get the idea. I was the quiet younger brother who enjoyed art, didn't care much about athletics, and preferred reading over arguing about who got the front seat. Our parents never mentioned it aloud, but partiality was built into everything. Megan was worried up about school when she got into a small vehicle accident. When I scratched someone's bumper in college, I was reckless and irresponsible. Her faults were forgivable. Mine were character faults. I didn't know how deep those habits were until after father died. He was the glue, rough around the edges but always kept the peace. Once he was gone, it was as if the thin layer concealing the rot had been peeled off. Suddenly, every supper became a power struggle. Every invitation has restrictions. And just when I thought we were getting along, she'd do something little and petty to remind me where I stood. But I handled it. I've always coped with it. Especially for my son Ethan. Ethan is now 13, and he is everything to me. Smart, humorous, and caring. His mother and I split amicably 6 years ago, and I've had full custody since she moved abroad for business. I never imagined being a single father would come naturally, but it does. Perhaps it's just that he makes it simple to attempt. He's the type of child who will open the door for strangers, say please without prompting, and write thank you notes after birthday celebrations without being nagged. I'm not sure how I got lucky, but I did. Anyway, a few months ago Megan invited us to a great downtown restaurant to celebrate her twin's birthday. Her words. "Nothing too fancy," she texted. "But dress appropriately. They have a dress code." That should have been my first warning. Megan doesn't do anything too extravagant. I knew she chose that place to impress her friends, maybe even to brag a little, but it was for the twins, and Ethan enjoyed hanging out with his cousins, so I agreed. I even went out and purchased him a new button-down and a good dress shirt for myself since I didn't want to show up and be quietly evaluated. Traffic was really heavy on the day of the meal. We arrived barely 6 minutes late, but I apologized as we stepped in. The hostess smiled politely and ushered me to the private dining area. It was completely glass-walled and softly illuminated, with magnificent hanging lamps, servers, and real tuxedo vests. Ethan's eyes widened. "This place is awesome," he muttered, pulling on my sleeve. "Can I order steak?" "Whatever you want, bud." I smiled. We followed the hostess down the hall, and I saw the group immediately away. Megan and her husband John were already sitting at a big table, with their twins and another couple I didn't recognize. For children and adults, there were a total of 9 chairs, although only 4 were occupied. The rest had carefully folded napkins, menus, and little place cards with names. I slowed slightly, puzzled. My name was not on any of the cards. Megan looked up and grinned with that faux surprised expression she'd perfected over the years before I could say anything. "Oh, Daniel," she said, as if she hadn't noticed me walk in. "I thought I told you we only reserved for 9. I hadn't noticed. I didn't know I needed to RSVP. You said to come. I did say that, she confirmed, her voice saccharine sweet. But we had to finalize the guest list for the private room, which has limited seating and will be filled with the twins' friends and their parents, she said, gesturing vaguely toward the table. There's only room for 4. I looked around. There are no staff members bringing more seats. There is no one making room, just 9 chairs are pre-arranged, similar to a wedding rehearsal supper. Ethan stood awkwardly behind me, peering up with that polite, apprehensive grin that children give when they realize something is wrong but don't want to make a fuss. John reclined back in his chair, sipping from a wine glass. You really should have called ahead, man. I felt heat rise in my face but swallowed it. Got it, I said quietly. I could have argued. I could have confronted them right then, but I did not. Something in the air told me it wasn't just a misunderstanding. It was a planned message. I smiled firmly, placed a hand on Ethan's shoulder, and directed him to the opposite side of the diner. The hostess, bless her heart, observed us wandering and inquired if we needed assistance. I gave her a quick summary and asked casually if there was any open sitting available, preferably private. She paused for a second before smiling and saying, "Let me check with the manager." And this is how I met Steve. Steve, the restaurant manager, was probably in his late 60s. Silver hair, a nice suit, and the type of demeanor that immediately makes you feel like you're speaking with the person in control. His brow wrinkled as I narrated what happened with no bitterness and only facts. They didn't reserve spots for you and your son, even though you were invited? Apparently there's only room for 4, I remarked, using air quotes. Steve gave me a long look and nodded once. Give me 6 minutes. 12 minutes later, Ethan and I were seated at a gorgeous booth on the opposite side of the restaurant. Plush leather chairs, a fireplace view, and a server who greeted us like we were royalty. I wasn't sure what Steve did behind the scenes, but it was evident that we were taken care of. I maintained my cool. I didn't return to Megan's table. I didn't create a disturbance. But I could see her through the glass barrier. Every time she looked up and saw me smiling, conversing with Steve, or joking with Ethan, her face clenched slightly more. Then came the moment that changed everything. The waiter returned and said, "Mr. Daniel, the manager wanted you to know that everything has been arranged as discussed." He then glanced up at me, perplexed. "What did you arrange?" I simply grinned because that's when I realized this wasn't going to end the way Megan expected. This wouldn't be another scenario in which Daniel silently accepts the blow, makes explanations, and fades into the background. No, this time I had a plan, and by the time dessert arrived, everything would fall into place. Ethan was drinking his lemonade with one of those nice metal straws when I noticed Megan bend over and mumble something to John. He stared at us, then snorted into his wine. One of the twins, James, I believe, craned his neck to gaze across at us before being gently diverted by his mother. The entire affair played out like a pantomime, nuanced enough to allow for plausible deniability while being sharp enough to sting. I did not flinch. Instead, I grinned and waved across the room, as if we were old friends reconnecting from a distance. Steve, the manager, walked by again and observed. "Everything still good here?" he inquired, casting a curious glance at the other table. "Perfect," I said. "Better than expected, honestly." Ethan smiled. "Dad, can I get the steak and mac and cheese?" I said, "Go for it," and nodded. "We're celebrating." He cocked his head. "What are we celebrating?" I simply smiled at him. "That we're not sitting over there." It would have been easy to brush it off, put it up to Megan's personality, and move on, but something had changed. Perhaps it was the way Ethan looked at me, hesitant but trying to be strong. Perhaps it was Megan's apparent ease in throwing her weight around and humiliating me in front of my child. She always understood how to tread that fine line. Just petty enough to make you question your own rage. Just subtle enough that blowing out would make you appear like the issue. But it wasn't just about me anymore. This time, she didn't just shove the chair out from beneath me. She also grabbed it out from beneath my son. And I was not going to let that go. Dinner was great. I led Ethan to order whatever he wanted. Michael, the server, kept our drinks full and our dishes warm. Halfway through our lunch, Steve stopped by again and informed me that if we wanted dessert, he had something special planned. I assured him we'd love it. Megan's table was visible via the reflection in the glass behind Ethan's seat. Their side was active, but she would check over every few minutes, most likely wondering what we were talking about, what we were laughing at, and what I had said to the manager. However, the breaking point did not occur until the cake. Megan had apparently arranged for a large shared dessert to be carried out to her table for the twins, a sparkler-topped volcano of fudge and brownies that kids would go crazy over. The children shouted and yelled when the waiter rolled it out, music blaring and fireworks fizzing. The spectacle focused the whole restaurant's attention on her table. Ethan turned to look and grinned. "That looks cool." "It does," I said. Megan lifted a champagne glass toward us and mouthed, "You missed out." Subtle, refined, and completely annoying. I nodded, not in rage or defeat, but just to acknowledge. But that's when it struck me. This wasn't a casual insult. The entire affair had been arranged. Megan never meant for us to attend the dinner. The exclusive area, the allocated seats, and the spectacle were all orchestrated. It was a statement, a flex. She wanted to show her pals that she was a star. That she could freeze out her own brother while remaining nice about it, that she could omit her family without feeling guilty. Because in her world, looks meant everything. And I knew she was going to attempt to make me appear like the ungrateful one. Steve stopped by again just as they were finished their cake. "Everything still to your liking?" he inquired. "Couldn't be better," I said. "Hey, do you guys do custom desserts for events?" He raised an eyebrow. "We do. Want me to send over a menu?" I paused. Then I leaned in little. "Actually, how hard would it be to make a duplicate of that dessert?" I covertly gestured to Megan's table. "Only bigger." Steve tilted his head. "Bigger?" "Same base but triple it, make it theatrical, I'll cover it." He offered me a sneaky smile. "I'll see what I can do." With that, the stage was set. I assumed that was the end of it, the small finale. A small flex of mine own, offered with a grin and courteous tone. I did not need to be petty. I didn't need to raise my voice or cause a scene. I simply wanted Megan to feel the way she made us feel. But then something happened that flipped the night upside down. Ethan had excused himself to go use the bathroom, and I was looking through my phone when a shadow moved by our table. I looked up and found John standing there, wine glass in hand, a perpetual sneer on his face. "We didn't expect to see you here," he remarked. I blinked. "You mean after you told me there were no seats for us?" He laughed as if we were telling a joke. "Come on, man, it's not that deep. You know how Megan gets with party planning, she's got that whole guest list system." "It's just numbers, right?" I responded, ignoring the bait. "Just numbers. You could have said something though," he continued, tipping his drink. "Could have asked for a chair or whatever, nobody was trying to snub you." I gazed at him. "You told me I should have called ahead." John shrugged. "Well, yeah. I mean, if you really wanted to sit with us, you would have made sure, right?" I had to bite my tongue. Ethan returned to the table and paused when he noticed John standing there. "Hi, Uncle John." John gave him a nod. "Hey, kiddo." Then he returned his attention to me and dropped his voice so that only I could hear. "Look, I know you don't always feel included. But it's not personal. Megan just doesn't like chaos. You and Ethan, you're kind of unpredictable." I blinked. "Unpredictable?" He hurried to add, "Not in a bad way. Just, not part of the routine. She works hard to make things nice. Maybe next time just check in before showing up." That term, check in, made me feel like an alien, a visitor who required permission to be with family. I stood slowly. "Thanks for stopping by, John. I think our dessert's about to arrive." He gave me a little shrug, then returned to their table. Megan noticed him and spoke to him as he sat down. He responded with a whisper, and she laughed. And then I felt it. The deep, piercing snap of something finally breaking free. It was not about supper. It was not even about the table. It was about the years of being the forgotten brother, the spare seat that only counted if someone else canceled. I recall the holidays when our gifts were typically last-minute afterthoughts. She neglected to write Ethan's name on the birthday card. She once invited the entire family to her beach house except for us and explained that it was simply a logistical issue. I recalled everything, and for once, I wasn't going to swallow it. The waiter reappeared, wheeling in a trolley so enormous it required 2 staff members to maneuver. On top there was a 3-tiered dessert monstrosity: molten lava cake, brownie towers, ice cream scoops balanced with chocolate shards, caramel dripping, strawberries coated in gold flakes, genuine gold flakes, and a little fondant plaque that said, "To the best dad and the coolest kid." Ethan's eyes almost flew out of his head. The entire restaurant gasped audibly. Phones appeared. Everyone started clapping. The waiter lighted a line of sparklers around the base, creating a scene reminiscent of a Vegas performance. Megan's expression became frozen across the room. Steve returned as if by magic and patted my back. "Enjoy, gentlemen, it's on the house." I blinked. "Wait. What?" He grinned. "Your story kind of stuck with me. And honestly, it's nice seeing someone treat their kid right. Consider it a manager's privilege." I was astonished. Ethan dug in and giggled. Chocolate splattered on his cheek. "Dad, this is awesome." I chuckled, overwhelmed but appreciative. "Yeah, but it really is." Megan did not come over after that, but she was under no obligation to. I could see the tightness in her jaw. She grabbed her handbag a bit more tightly, the gradual terror that set in when she realized she was no longer in control of the room. But the big surprise happened when the check arrived. Not mine, hers. Because you see, Megan had no idea, and neither did anyone else at her table, that the restaurant had a policy about large private dining bookings. On Friday nights, groups using the private space must spend a minimum of $3,500. If you do not reach the minimum, they will not cancel the charge. They simply charge you regardless. And someone at that table had just ordered sparkling water and salad, but I didn't point it out. I didn't need to because the manager was already approaching their table, and her expression when she saw the quantity on the bill. Let me just say, the look she gave me from across the room was worth every sparkler. When we left the restaurant that evening, Ethan was still buzzing from the sugar and the attention. He gripped one of the gold-dusted strawberries like a prize, recounting every aspect of the dessert spectacular with the frantic delight that only a 13-year-old could muster. I smiled and nodded as he spoke, but my mind was elsewhere altogether. The rush of adrenaline from Megan's frozen expression, the manager's silent support, and the quiet power of being noticed began to wear off. And now I feel it. That strange hollow feeling in your chest when you finally stand up for yourself. That is a question you do not want to ask. Did I go too far? I didn't speak anything throughout the way home. Ethan slept out halfway through, still babbling about the lava mountain cake. But my mind was racing. Not quite guilty, but rather exhausted. Emotional hangover, perhaps. Standing up to Megan, however, did not solve the problem. It did not rewrite the past. It didn't change the reality that I was still the forgotten sister, the one who was only useful when someone needed a helping hand or a discreet favor. That night was a spark, yes, but I could feel it immediately. It would not affect how the rest of the family perceived me. If anything, it may support their silent misgivings. Daniel is emotional, overreacts, creates a scene, and maybe I overstepped. I have no regrets about treating Ethan to something wonderful, but I worried whether the special dessert, the 3-tiered extravaganza, came across as petty. Was I attempting to give my son a memory, or was I out to get even? That question remained for several weeks. Megan did not follow up after the dinner. No text, no phone call, not even a passive-aggressive group message including a link to birthday images. I didn't anticipate an apology. She'd never apologized for anything in her life, yet the stillness seemed heavy. Intentional. My mother, of course, became engaged in the way that only she could. I heard things got a little awkward at the restaurant, she stated over the phone one afternoon, stretching out the word awkward as if it were thorny. Awkward, I said, attempting to keep my voice cool. She said there was no room. We had to eat separately. Well, she began with a sigh that was deliberate. You have to understand, Megan puts a lot of effort into these events, planning for kids, making sure everything runs smoothly. Maybe you should have communicated better. I closed my eyes. There it is. Mom, I declared. She invited me. She told me the time and place. She didn't say anything about RSVPs or limited seating. I'm just saying, maybe if you'd called ahead. She told me I should have phoned ahead once we arrived. A pause. Well, maybe she was just stressed. Then I heard about an elaborate dessert. I nearly laughed. So now I'm the problem? I didn't say that, she said. But her tone conveyed just that. The conversation came to an end shortly thereafter. There is no resolution or support, it is simply more of the same. I'm tiptoeing around Megan's sentiments and minimizing mine. That was then I noticed something else. Megan's actions did not bring the situation to its lowest point. It was rock bottom because I kept expecting strangers to suddenly understand me. I'd spent the majority of my life shrinking myself to suit their comfort zones, downplaying victories, laughing off slights, and telling myself, that's just how she is. But what was I teaching Ethan if I continued doing that? I didn't want him to grow up believing that love meant condoning rudeness, or that family meant no limits. I wanted him to understand his worth, so I had to start showing him mine. So I stopped waiting for validation. I stopped responding to group conversations that were solely to commemorate Megan's achievements. I did not give gifts for her twins' upcoming occasion. I did not explain myself. I did not defend myself. I just stepped back. In the silence that followed, something unexpected occurred. I started breathing again. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't wasting energy trying to navigate family politics. I wasn't practicing comebacks or repeating disputes in my brain. I had room. And in that space, I began to focus on something I had long neglected. Myself. I had always been artistic, sketching, painting and creating. But I'd hidden that side for years, trying hard to make Ethan's life solid following the divorce. It paid the bills, yes, but it never satisfied me. One night, after Ethan had gone to bed, I took out my old sketchpad from the back of the closet and began scribbling. It was odd at first, like taking up a language you hadn't spoken in years. Then muscle memory took over. A doodle became a drawing. A single drawing became a full-page illustration. And one night I shared a handful of them anonymously on a Reddit art thread to see what others thought. The reaction stunned me. People enjoyed my work. They absolutely enjoyed it. There were several comments, inquiries, praises, and even a handful of commission requests. I hadn't even considered generating money from it, but now it didn't seem so far-fetched. I began putting in 2 hours every night after Ethan went to bed. Not laboring or hustling, simply creating. I finally felt like myself after years. And Ethan noticed. "You've been in a better mood lately," he commented one morning at breakfast. I blinked. "Really?" "Yeah," he said. "You don't seem tired anymore." I smiled and ruffled his hair. "That's because I've been drawing again." "Cool." He smiled. "Can you teach me?" That moment, that one tiny statement, meant more than Megan's entire apologies. Things took a positive turn from there. I launched an Instagram art page and worked on a few minor projects, including logos, pet pictures, and even a book cover for an indie author. It wasn't a life-changing sum, but it was something. A side income, a secondary identity, and something I owned. Ethan and I started having art evenings every Friday. We'd turn on music, get some munchies, and doodle together. He would occasionally attempt to imitate my manner. Other times he'd perform bizarre, abstract things I'd never thought of. I could see how it boosted his confidence in the same manner that it restored my voice. And with each passing week, the resentment subsided. I didn't need vengeance anymore. I didn't want Megan to be harmed. I simply needed to recover. But of course, relatives will not let you leave peacefully. It began with a birthday invitation. Not Ethan's. Mine. Megan's handwritten card arrived in the mail. "We're doing a little joint birthday dinner for Mom and Daniel, family only. Dress nice, RSVP." I looked at it for a long time. No call, text or apology, just a perfectly penned invitation as if nothing had occurred. And the setting, the same restaurant, private room, and Friday night. I nearly threw the card away. But something stopped me because I knew Megan. This was not an olive branch. It was a reset, an attempt to reclaim control, rewrite the story, and reintroduce me into the fold on her terms. But I was no longer the same person. I was not coming back to be silent. And if Megan wanted a supper, she was going to get more than she expected. The invitation lingered on the corner of my desk for 4 days. Not because I was considering whether or not to go. Deep down, I already knew the answer. I was going, but not as the Daniel they were expecting. Not the quiet brother who nodded along while being ignored. Not the doormat who smiled through clenched teeth and attempted to preserve the peace. Daniel was gone. This was more than simply a birthday supper. It was a test. Megan was attempting to regain control. She had picked the eatery. She included me this time, but not warmly. With calculating, she said, "See, I can be generous when I want to be, but only if you play along." Except this time, I didn't show up to play along. I came to make a statement, and I knew just how to do it. The first thing I did was phone the restaurant's manager, Steve. I did not expect him to remember me. It had been more than a month since the twins had dined. But when I announced my name and described the triple-decker dessert, he chuckled. "How could I forget?" he said. "You're the guy who made my pastry chef cry." But in a nice way. Her response was, "That was the most fun she's had plating something in years." I grinned. "Well, I've got a bit of a situation, and I think you might be the only person who can help." He listened as I described the invitation, the setup, and how Megan worked. I kept my tone casual yet honest. I did not want to lie or exaggerate. I only wanted him to understand. He did. "Let me guess," Steve said dryly. Private room again. Limited seats. Everything perfectly orchestrated. Exactly, I said. Let me check the booking. He clicked in the background. Yep. Friday night. Same table reserved for 12. That's what your mom, Megan, her husband, the twins, you and your son, and probably a plus one or two. My chest clenched. 12 chairs. Just enough to make it feel like a family gathering, but not enough to invite anybody outside of the immediate circle. Megan had once again declared herself the gatekeeper to admittance. I want to shake things up, I remarked. Nothing loud, nothing petty, just something to remind her I'm not playing by her rules anymore. Steve hesitated. Do you want a separate table again? No, I said. This time, I want a seat at that table. And it was the beginning. Over the next 3 days, I began putting things into action. Step 1. Bring someone she did not anticipate. Megan had always made subtle comments about my social life. At family gatherings, she'd say things like, Daniel's too busy to date, he's got Ethan and, well, his doodles. Or, some people are meant to be parents, some are meant to be single, and some are meant to be both. Passive-aggressive crap. She enjoyed playing the game in which she said I was somehow less mature because I hadn't remarried or paraded someone new around. And usually I didn't mind, but this time I had a card to play. I started talking to Samantha around a month ago. We connected through an online art community. She was a graphic artist situated in another city, with a wicked sense of humor and a calm intensity that reminded me of myself. We had only gone on 4 dates, but we clicked. She was not flamboyant. She didn't need to be the focus of attention, yet she captivated me. So I phoned her. This might sound insane, I remarked. But would you be willing to come to a family dinner with me this Friday? Dinner? She said, doubtful. At a restaurant where my sister once exiled me and my son to the sidelines. A pause. Now I'm interested. I totally understand if it's too soon or too weird, but I'll go, she told me. Just like that. Step 2. Dress the role. I do not mean fancy. Megan anticipated something special. She lived for aesthetics. I wanted something crisper, more subtle, more confident. I found a fitted blue jacket that I hadn't worn in years. I paired it with a clean white shirt, dark jeans, and boots that didn't scream trying too hard, but yet made a statement. Ethan donned a new charcoal button-down with chinos. Samantha, of course, looked effortlessly lovely in a rich burgundy gown that made Megan's pink clothing appear like wallpaper. Step 3. Control the story before she can. Megan lived on surprises. She enjoyed how people were taken off guard and rushing to react. That is how she maintained her power, by setting the pace. So I flipped it. On the morning of the meal, I uploaded a photo on my Instagram art account. It wasn't anything showy, just a snapshot of Ethan and me drawing at the park with the statement, 1 year ago, I was stuck in a place that drained me. Tonight, I celebrate not just my birthday, but the quiet wins that saved my life and the people who made it worth rebuilding. It exploded more than I imagined. A handful of my paintings had gone semi-viral in the previous month, and I suppose many had been hoping for a peek behind the curtain. Comments came in, offering support, encouragement, and cheering me on. Megan follows me on Instagram. I knew she had seen it. She loved the post within an hour but did not reply, which, in her language, was more powerful than an insult. Step 4. Arrive last. She always liked to make a great entrance. This time, I gave her the spotlight. Let her bask in it. I even contacted Steve ahead of time and requested, if we arrive a few minutes late, can you make sure there's someone to walk us in personally? He chuckled. You got it. So we did. Ethan, Samantha, and I arrived exactly 9 minutes late. A well-dressed hostess greeted us and escorted us down the familiar corridor. I could immediately hear the conversation in the private dining area. Megan's voice was too loud with laughing. John interjects with one of his dull tales. My mother had questions that no one was answering. When the door opened, everything came to a standstill. Every head turned. Megan froze in mid-sentence. Her gaze moved between me, Samantha, and Ethan. Then she grinned. Too tight, and too quickly. Oh Daniel, she responded. You're here. We were starting to worry. I messaged you. We were on our way, I murmured easily, resting my hand on Samantha's back as we entered. Traffic was a nightmare. She gave Samantha a wavering grin. This is Samantha, I said. A good friend. She's a designer. Samantha offered her hand cordially. Thanks for having me. Megan snatched it, then dropped it a little too hastily. Well, we hadn't planned for, +1s. Good thing the reservation was for 12, I remarked, staring at the table. And there were 12 beautiful seats. Except for 4, all are occupied. She had no way out. We sat between Samantha and I. My mother stood opposite us, looking little shocked. John lifted his glass in a half-hearted toast, mentioning that the birthday boy had finally arrived. Megan attempted to recuperate. She directed the conversation toward neutral subjects. She discussed a business trip John had done. She described the twins' current extracurricular activities. She even included a passive-aggressive joke. We all thought Daniel was keeping us in suspense. Classic artistic temperament, right? I grinned. I like to make an entrance. Guess it runs in the family. John chuckled. My mother gazed down at her menu, but the tension was palpable. Samantha handled herself like a professional. She posed meaningful inquiries. She complimented the twins' activities. She laughed at the proper moments. She did not overshare, fawn, or attempt to prove anything. Samantha wasn't trying to win, which bothered Megan more than bringing a spotlight and a marching band would have. She was simply there, relaxed and confident, and it disrupted Megan's entire performance. She was already in a downward spiral by the time the appetizers came. You know? She said abruptly, drinking her wine. Daniel's always been the mysterious one. The artist. The free spirit. We never know what he's working on, do we? I set down my fork. Actually, I've been working on a children's book, illustrations and all. Got picked up by a publisher last month. A quiet descended across the table. My mom's eyes widened. Really? I nodded. Yeah. It's about a kid who finds strength in being different. Inspired by Ethan. Samantha leaned over and softly squeezed my hand. That's amazing. My mother responded really. Megan recovered quickly. Well, isn't that sweet, she said, her smile too big. Daniel always had a vivid imagination. Good thing he's finally putting it to use. Ethan, God bless him, spoke out just then. He also has over 35 commissions now, and his art was featured in an online magazine. I didn't tell him to say that. I didn't know he remembered, but the pride in his words moved me. Megan blinked. Well, I guess we've all been busy lately. I grinned. Some of us more than others. With that, the equilibrium changed. The tables had turned. Not via screaming, not through show, but through presence and proof. I was no longer a supporting role in Megan's well-maintained family story. I rewrote the script. And yet, I wasn't finished since dessert hadn't arrived, nor had the main surprise. The clink of forks, murmurs of uncomfortable compliments, and the odd forced laugh filled the room like background noise. By the time dessert arrived, Megan's theatrical warmth had hardened into something colder. She still smiled politely and cocked her head in interest while others talked, but her gaze remained fixed on me, observing, calculating, waiting for a blunder on which she might capitalize. I did not give her one. I hadn't spoken anything since dropping the children's book bomb. Not because I didn't have anything more to say, but because the stillness was louder. My absence from the typical family conversation disturbed her. Megan flourished while handling the script. But now I was not feeding her lines. I was not going to give her a foil. I was simply sitting calm, present, and unconcerned, and it was driving her crazy. Megan perked up when the server presented the dessert menu, her opportunity to retake the situation. Should we do a shared dessert again? She questioned the table. Like we did at the twins' birthday. My mother nodded graciously. John gave a non-committal shrug. The twins, who were half asleep at this point, didn't care. Megan stared at me. What do you think, Daniel? I drank my coffee and met her eyes. Actually, I already arranged something. She blinked. You did? I spoke with Steve last week. He's got something special lined up. Before she could react, the lights dimmed slightly, just enough to quiet the place down. Then it rolled in. A cart carried by 2 waiters and accompanied by a third carrying a tray of sparkling glasses. The cart included a big stacked dessert. Not a carbon replica of the one at the twins' party, but a perfected development. This one was exquisite and sculptural, with a tower of white chocolate mousse, caramel-drizzled profiteroles, and dark chocolate shards that span out like wings. The gold-dusted raspberries glistened in the candlelight. On the top tier, a thin slate of tempered chocolate embossed with white script. To Daniel for rising quietly, but powerfully. The visitors let out gasps and hushed wows. Even John leaned in to get a better look. Ethan's eyes widened. Samantha grinned. Megan? She froze. I stood. Thank you, I told the waiters before turning to face the table. I hope you don't mind. I just wanted to mark this moment. Megan discovered her voice. That's quite a gesture. I grinned. It is. She offered a little laugh. I mean, it's lovely, but don't you think it's a bit much? This was supposed to be a shared dinner, not just your celebration. There it was. The fracture and simmer underneath the surface. I nodded thoughtfully. You're right. But for the past decade, every family dinner has been about someone else. Someone's promotion. Someone's kid's recital. Someone's curated perfection. And I've always sat quietly congratulating everyone, applauding the show, trying not to take up space. She opened her lips, but I continued. This time, I wanted to try something different. Not out of spite, just to remind myself that I'm allowed to be seen. A pause to remind Ethan that being kind doesn't mean being invisible. Megan's cheeks twisted as she considered whether to double down or back off. I did not give her the chance. Oh, and one more thing, I said, putting down my coffee. I went inside my jacket pocket and took out a folded envelope. I wasn't planning to bring this up today, but since we were all present, I passed the envelope across the table to my mother. She took it carefully. What's this? A letter from Dad's lawyer, I answered calmly, referring to the trust fund. Megan paled. What? What are you talking about? My mother opened the envelope and started reading. Her eyes expanded. You see, I said calmly. Before Dad passed, he set up a trust, one for each of us, but the language was a bit particular. The terms were conditional. Megan was frozen. Mom. He saw how things were going, the dynamics, the favoritism, the silences, and he wanted to correct that. My mother gazed up at me, shocked. He left you a controlling interest, I told him. In the family cabin, the one Megan's been renting out as an Airbnb for the past 2 summers. John abruptly sat up taller. Wait, what? I turned to face him. Yeah, the deed's been in a trust this whole time. Megan's name is on the usage lease, but not the ownership. I returned my gaze to my sister, and the condition states that if any beneficiary engages in exclusionary conduct against another, particularly regarding their kid, the trust may be reorganized. Megan's voice crackled. You're bluffing. Check with the lawyer, I said. His number's on the back page. She took the envelope from my mother and scanned the papers like a drowning woman searching for a rope. John peered over her shoulder. Is this real? Megan didn't respond. I stood again. I don't want the cabin, Megan. I don't want your parties or your spotlight. But I will protect what's mine. And I won't let my son be treated like a second-class citizen in his own family. Nobody spoke. The only sound came from a fork landing on a dish. I exhaled. So, here's the deal. I'm going to assume control of the cabin lease starting next month. You can remove it from your Airbnb listings. I've already spoken with the management company, and I've decided Ethan and I will spend a few weeks there this summer, just the 2 of us, no drama, no performance. Megan looked like she had swallowed glass. And going forward, I went on, I'll decide when and if we attend family gatherings. If I'm invited, I'll assume it's sincere. If not, I'm okay with that too. I turned to my mother. No hard feelings, but I won't keep showing up to be someone's backdrop. She gave a hesitant nod, tears in her eyes. Perhaps guilt. Maybe something more, but she didn't say anything. Samantha stood alongside me and placed a hand on my back. Ethan stared up at me with astonishment. For the first time all night, I grinned sincerely. Thanks for dinner. We stepped out as dessert was served, and the door closed behind us. I could still hear the hush echoing in that exquisite small dining room. That was the last family meal I'd attended in a long time. However, that was the first night I actually felt free. Not only from Megan, but from the pressure to explain, prove and perform. I didn't need their approval anymore since I had created something greater. I had constructed myself, and I had showed my kid that quiet people do not stay quiet forever. On my birthday, my parents humiliated me in front of 35 relatives, handed me a $121,000 bill, and fired me. They thought they won. But I'm not done yet. I'm writing because I want people to understand what occurred before I do what I'm going to do. My phone contains 54 missed calls from my mother Clara, 45 from my father John, and 28 from my sister Sophia. They have been bombing up my phone since Friday a.m., and it is just Monday afternoon. I haven't responded to a single one, and I won't. Let me go back to last Thursday, my 29th birthday. My parents insisted on hosting me a large family dinner at their home. They mentioned that it would be good to get everyone together as we hadn't had a major gathering in a long. I should have realized something was amiss when my mother expressly instructed me to arrive at 6 p.m. sharp and well-dressed. She kept emphasizing how crucial this was and how I needed to be there on time. I arrived at 5:55 p.m. There were automobiles everywhere. I counted at least 18 automobiles in the driveway and on the street. When I stepped in, the living and dining rooms were crowded with relatives, aunts, uncles, cousins, my grandmother, and acquaintances I hadn't seen in years. Someone had set up a huge table of food. Everybody was dressed up. It resembled a wedding banquet. My sister Sophia was standing at the door with a strange expression on her face. She asked me to come into the dining room because Mom and Dad wanted to make an announcement. I assumed they were going to give an uncomfortable birthday speech or show old baby photographs. Standard parent stuff. John stood at the head of the table, clinking his glass. Everyone became silent. He began discussing how they had reared me for 29 years, how they had sacrificed everything and given me every chance. His tone seemed strange. It was neither friendly or jubilant. It seemed chilly and official, as if he were reading a prepared statement. Then Clara got up. She stepped over to the wall with family portraits displayed. She took my high school graduation photo, pulled it off the wall, and dumped it in the garbage can they had set up nearby. Then she removed another photo of me, and another. Every time she threw one out, she said something. "You were always ungrateful. You have never appreciated what we have given you. You're a failure who emptied us completely." The room was totally quiet. Nobody moved. Nobody mentioned anything. My granny held her palm over her lips. My cousin was taping with his phone. I just stood there, trying to understand what was occurring. John took out a manila packet and handed it to me. Inside was a printed document. The top said, "Invoice for parenting services rendered," and itemized every expenditure they claimed to have incurred while parenting me. Diapers, formula, clothes, school supplies, auto insurance, college fees, and line items dating back 29 years. The sum at the bottom was $121,000. He informed me that they had squandered every penny raising an ungrateful kid who never amounted to anything. He told me I had two options: repay them in full or never touch them again. He stated they were finished being my parents. I was officially cut off from my family. Sophia moved forward and extended her hand. She instructed me to give her my car keys. I was perplexed until John clarified that the automobile I had been driving was still officially in his name. He had been allowing me to use it, but now he was transferring the title to Sophia. She needed a nicer automobile nevertheless. Sophia immediately removed the keys from my grasp and placed them in her handbag. That's when I recognized Ethan, my supervisor from work, sitting at the far end of the table. He was present for my parents' birthday dinner for me. Clara indicated to him, saying they'd asked him to hear the truth about who I truly was. Ethan stepped up and informed me that he had had a lengthy talk with my parents earlier that week. They had expressed some concerns regarding my character and work ethic. He stated, based on their feedback and his own findings, he was terminating my employment effective immediately. I should clean my desk on Monday morning. I need you to comprehend something. I did not weep. I did not shout. I did not question why or urge them to rethink. I looked around the room full of relatives and family friends who had come to see my humiliation. I stared at my parents, my sister, and my old boss before turning around and walking out. I phoned an Uber from the sidewalk. I returned to my flat and started making arrangements. Here's what my parents didn't know. I had been planning for anything like this for 3 years. Not quite this scenario, but I'd known for a while that our relationship was failing. They'd been telling me for years that I was a disappointment, that I wasn't living up to their expectations, and that I owed them all they'd done. The intensity has increased since I began making my own decisions about my life rather than following their suggested route. My father wanted me to go medical school. I went to tech support instead. My mother urged me to participate in her religious activities and social clubs. I stopped going after college. They wanted me to date Sophia's pals and join the country club. I didn't either. Every decision I took that deviated from their vision fueled greater animosity. My parents are all about appearance, prestige, what their relatives and friends think. They needed everyone to perceive them as beautiful parents with flawless children leading perfect lives. I wasn't going along with that story anymore, so they chose to openly remove me from it. What they didn't expect was that I am truly competent at my work. Very excellent. Ethan firing me was a problem that would be resolved after I contacted his regional boss, with whom I had worked directly on numerous important accounts. Ethan had no valid reasons for firing, and my parents could not give any serious performance problems. The automobile was unpleasant, but not disastrous. It was a 2015 sedan with 130,000 miles that need new brakes. Sophia could get it. The bill for $121,000 was legally useless. Parents cannot charge their children for parenting them. That document had no enforceability. It was completely theatrical. My parents were unaware that their theatrical presentation had witnesses. They humiliated their son on his birthday in front of 35 or more witnesses. Some of the witnesses had difficult ties with John and Clara. Some of them were curious about where particular family funds had gone over the years. Some of them recalled things that my parents undoubtedly wished they had forgotten. I spent Thursday night creating a list. I spent Friday investigating. By Saturday, I had collected phone numbers and email addresses. By Sunday, I had written many well-crafted notes. Friday morning, my phone started ringing. Bernadette came first, followed by Nicholas, and finally Emma. I let all calls go to voicemail. The initial messages were hostile. How dare I go away without saying anything? How could I disgrace them in front of their family? Did I believe I could simply ignore them? On Friday afternoon, the tone changed. They needed to chat with me. It was significant. There were some things they needed to explain. Could I simply answer the phone? Saturday, the calls became frantic. Clara left a voicemail stating that there had been some misunderstandings during the meal. Things had gone out of control. They had not intended for it to go that way. She wanted to meet for coffee and clear the air. Sunday morning, John left a voicemail explaining their faults and how they handled the situation. He wanted to talk about everything calmly and find out a way ahead as a family. Sophia texted me 12 times in a row on Sunday evening. Mom and Dad were panicking out. Relatives were phoning to ask questions. Some folks spoke terrible things. Grandmother was unhappy. I needed to call them back right now to let everyone know that I was all right and that we were working things out. I didn't reply to anything since this was what was happening. Those carefully written letters I had sent out on Sunday morning were making their way across the family network. Certain family were having certain chats. Questions were posed concerning John's financial actions throughout the years. Questions concerning why Clara's mother's wealth was dispersed in the manner it did. There are questions regarding what actually occurred with Sophia's college fund. I was not breaching any laws, I was not making anything up, I was only ensuring that the appropriate individuals know how to ask the relevant questions about what had actually occurred. My parents had been extremely cautious to keep things secret. Things they kept buried beneath their beautiful family picture. The calls kept coming. 54, 45, 28. I have preserved them all. Every voicemail in which the terror rises. Sophia uses different strategies to persuade me to reply to each text message she sends. They want to chat. They want to explain. They want me to make it stop. I'm not going to make it stop. I'm going to make things worse. Update 1. It's been 8 days since the birthday dinner, and I feel compelled to provide an update because this scenario has taken unexpected turns. The calls have not ceased. I currently have 94 missed calls from Clara, 76 from John, and 51 from Sophia. However, that is no longer the most intriguing element. Let me clarify what the texts I sent were. I did not make up anything or propagate falsehoods. I contacted certain relatives and asked them questions regarding specific occurrences that had occurred over the years. My parents meticulously crafted the narrative around certain events. My uncle Adam, John's younger brother, sent a telegram inquiring whether he would ever receive the $17,000 that Grandma Evelyn had left in her will. Adam was intended to receive that money, according to the will I discovered at Grandma's house years ago while assisting her with paperwork organization. I had always puzzled why he never mentioned it. My Aunt Lucy, Clara's sister, received a note inquiring about the funds from the sale of their mother's house following her death. Their mother had lived in the house for 40 years. It sold for $310,000. Lucy said at Thanksgiving that she had never seen any of the money. My cousin Luke, who is Adam's son and not my boss, received a note asking if he knew what happened to the college fund that our grandmother had put up for all of the grandchildren. She had set it up in 2005, with precise instructions that each grandchild would get an equal amount when they reached 18. I didn't instruct anyone what to do with the information. I merely asked questions. Questions that prompted individuals to consider issues that they had previously been too polite or conflict-averse to address. Monday morning, I dealt with a work scenario. I phoned the regional manager David, with whom I had worked closely on the software migration project last year. I mentioned that Ethan fired me on Friday without cause and without following correct protocol. David was perplexed since he had not been informed of any termination. When I informed him Ethan had made the choice based on a talk with my parents during a family meal, he was silent for a long time. Then he told me to sit tight and he'd call back. 2 hours later, David called back. Ethan was suspended pending an inquiry into illegal firing procedures. I was being reinstated, with back pay for the days I had missed. David apologized for what had occurred and stated that he would be checking in with me personally to ensure that there were no retribution concerns moving ahead. So I got my job back. That was one problem fixed. The automobile scenario was more unpleasant. I looked into my alternatives and decided that while John officially owned the automobile and freely transferred it to Sophia, I had no legal right to reclaim it. It didn't matter that I had been paying the insurance and maintenance bills. His name was on the title. I started riding the bus to work and browsing used vehicle listings online. On Wednesday afternoon, my Uncle Adam called me. Not texted, but genuinely phoned. I responded because Adam had always been nice to me, and I was interested about what he wanted. He got right to the point. He'd been reading through old paperwork after I sent that letter, and he had discovered the original copy of Grandma Evelyn's will. He had never received the $17,000. John served as the estate's executor. Adam had inquired about it at the time, and John had informed him that the estate did not have sufficient liquid assets after paying bills and burial expenses. However, Adam had just requested the estate filing forms from the county clerk's office. After deducting all bills and fees, the estate had $52,000 available. John had submitted a form saying that the entire sum was used for burial and estate administration fees. Adam asked whether I knew anything about it. I told him I didn't know the details, but I was aware that John had paid off his truck about the same time and took Clara on an expensive vacation. Adam became quite silent, then he informed me he was going to have a talk with John and wanted me to know how much he appreciated my query. Sophia visited my apartment on Thursday morning. I have no idea how she obtained my address because I moved here 6 months ago and had not provided it to any family members. She must have followed me to work or asked someone. She was there in the corridor when I went for my bus stop. She looked awful. Her eyes were red, and she had that feverish energy that comes with not getting enough sleep. She began chatting instantly. Mom and Dad were going crazy, family members were continually phoning them. Uncle Adam had arrived at the house on Tuesday night with a copy of Grandma Evelyn's will, and there had been a heated argument. Aunt Lucy had hired someone to investigate the house transaction. Cousin Luke had called a lawyer over the college fund. Everyone was turning against them, and it was my fault. I asked Sophia why she believed I was responsible for John and Clara's actions. She said I stirred everything up on purpose. I had sent those texts to cause issues. I was attempting to destroy the family because I was upset over the birthday meal. I explained that I had just asked her questions regarding genuine events. If such queries were generating issues, perhaps she should investigate why. Sophia shifted tactics. She stated the birthday supper was Dad's idea, not Mom's. She stated her mother attempted to talk him out of it, but Dad was determined to teach me a lesson. She said they had both been drinking before the supper began, and things had gotten out of control. She told me I needed to realize that they were stressed, and that I hadn't made things simple for them. I inquired as to how much worry I had caused her. She became unclear. Just the regular things. I'd been distancing away from my family. I stopped attending gatherings. The way I refused to date her friend Melissa when they attempted to set us up. I picked an ordinary job rather than pursuing anything more ambitious, as they had desired. None of this explains the birthday meal. None of this explains the public humiliation. None of this explained the attempt to get me dismissed from my work. Sophia kept talking in circles, implying that everyone had made errors, and that we should all just go on. I questioned her about the vehicle keys. She appeared uneasy. She said her father had informed her I wasn't operating the car correctly and that she needed a vehicle for her new work. I inquired about her new employment. She did not have an explanation for it. She had been working part-time at a boutique for the last year. Nothing had changed. I asked her whether she knew about the meal ahead of time, and what they were planning. She took too long before saying no. That pause revealed all. She knew something was going to happen, though she didn't know exactly what. Sophia tries again. She told me I needed to call my parents. She suggested I should tell Uncle Adam, Aunt Lucy, and everyone else to stop asking questions. She stated the family was disintegrating and I was the only one who could restore it. I asked her why I wanted to solve it. She did not have a response to it either. Clara showed up to my office on Friday afternoon. I was in the break room when David came to locate me and informed me that there was someone in the lobby looking for me. When I got down, my mother was seated in one of the guest chairs, as if she were attending a business meeting. She was all dressed up with flawless hair, makeup, and full Clara armor. She told me we needed to speak quietly. I told her we could discuss right in the foyer. She looked around at the receptionist, the security guard, and the other individuals passing through. She stated that this was a family company and needed to be kept confidential. I informed her she had made our family business public by inviting 30 relatives to witness her toss my photographs away. If she wanted to speak with me now, she could do so here. Clara's composure cracked somewhat. She claimed I was being unfair and childish. She claimed she'd come here to apologize and attempt to make things right, but I was making that difficult. I asked her what she was sorry for explicitly. She started listing things in a theatrical manner. She was sorry that the meal had turned emotional. She felt remorseful for what had been uttered in fury. She was sorry I had been upset by what had transpired. I stopped her. I inquired whether she apologized for pulling my photographs off the wall. She said that this was one of the reasons she had become too emotional. I inquired if she was sorry for calling me useless, and that I had emptied them empty. She stated she was unhappy and didn't intend it that way. I inquired whether she was sorry for encouraging my boss to dismiss me. She said that it was John's idea, and she had warned him it was too much. Every answer was a deflection. Every apology included an excuse, an explanation, or a method to deflect responsibility. I asked her what she wanted from me. She asked me to forgive them so they could go on as a family. She asked me to cease whatever I was doing that was causing family to ask all these inquiries. She claimed she wanted everything to return to normal. I told her there was no normal to return to. She ruined everything during the birthday supper. She said I was overreacting to one horrible night. I asked her whether she believed this was just one horrible night or 29 years of them seeing me as a disappointment because I didn't live the life they had intended for me. Clara stood up. She claimed she had attempted to be reasonable. She attempted to apologize, but I was determined to be tough and vengeful. She warned me that I would regret it once I learned I had ruined my own family over bruised feelings. Then she left the lobby. David had witnessed the entire event from the second-floor corridor. He came down thereafter and asked whether I was all right. I told him that I was okay. He stated that if she came up again, building security would handle it. He also stated that he had submitted an official complaint regarding Ethan's behavior and that there would be a thorough review procedure. Saturday, my phone rang 63 times. Sunday, it rang 41 times. I haven't responded any of them, but I did listen to the voicemails. They are becoming increasingly anxious and furious. John left one message in which he stated that I was pulling down all he'd constructed. Clara left one in which she said I was deceptive and harsh. Sophia left one weeping and claimed I was ruining her life as well since everyone was grilling her about stuff she had no idea about. The issue is, all I've done is ask questions about facts, about actual events that occurred. If those facts are producing issues for John and Clara, it is not my manipulation, it is the result of their actions. And this is only the beginning. I have more questions lined up. Questions regarding other family events and financial decisions. Other times when my parents' account of events differed from reality, I had years of observations saved up, but I kept silent about it all to maintain the peace. I am done preserving the peace. Update 2. It's been 17 days since the birthday dinner, and the issue has escalated in ways that are quite entertaining to see. I'm writing from a parking lot outside a grocery shop since I wanted to go out of my apartment for a time to process what had transpired. Missed calls have slowed. I'm 135 from Clara, 109 from John, and 76 from Sophia. But that's because they've switched tactics. Yesterday, a family gathering was held at my grandmother's house. I wasn't invited, yet I learned about every detail from 3 distinct sources within an hour of the event concluding. Let me catch up on what has happened since my last update. Uncle Mark filed a formal complaint in probate court over Grandma Evelyn's estate. He presented the original will and county documents indicating that the estate had $52,000 in liquid assets. He is requesting a detailed explanation of where the money went and why he never received his inheritance. John is now compelled to show paperwork or face legal ramifications for mismanaging the inheritance. Aunt Sarah hired someone to investigate her mother's house sale. Clara was also named as a co-executive for the estate. The home sold for $310,000. After paying off the mortgage and estate expenses, Sarah and Clara should have received an equal share of $200,000. Sarah got $30,000. Clara informed her that this was her complete share, after all additional charges and fees. Sarah's investigator discovered evidence indicating that the entire $200,000 was distributed, with $150,000 going to an account in Clara's name. My cousin Luke called the bank that handled Grandma Evelyn's college money trust. The trust was formed in 2005 with $60,000 and specific instructions that it be shared equally to all 5 grandkids when they reached 18. John had been designated as the trustee. Luke turned 18 in 2015, he never received money. When he inquired about it back then, John informed him that the fund had underperformed and had been drained due to market losses and management expenses. The bank presented Luke with the whole trust history. In 2015, the fund had increased to $80,000. Between 2015 and 2020, there were 5 withdrawals, each of which coincided with a grandchild's 18th birthday. Each withdrawal was for the whole balance in the account at the time. All 5 withdrawals were made to an account held by John and Clara. So now there are 3 distinct cases in which my parents were in control of family money and it vanished. I did not cause any of this, I simply posed the questions that prompted folks to look at records they should have reviewed years ago. Sophia visited my flat again on Tuesday afternoon. This time she was accompanied by a tall man dressed in an expensive suit whom I did not recognize. Sophia presented him as her legal buddy who was coming to assist us sort things out. I asked Sophia why we needed a lawyer to speak. She stated that things had grown difficult and that someone impartial should intervene before things worsened. The lawyer, whose name I quickly forgot, began discussing family reconciliation and how litigation between family members never ends well for anybody. He said he had evaluated the case and that there were definitely some misconceptions that could be resolved via open conversation. He advised that we all sit down together, parents and children, and discuss everything calmly with him there to keep things productive. I inquired who was paying him. He explained he was doing this as a favor for Sophia. I asked Sophia how she met this lawyer. She became hazy again. She'd met him through friends. He'd volunteered to assist when he learned about our family problems. I asked him explicitly who had approached him initially. He stated Sophia had contacted him but Clara had supplied him with background information on the incident. So my mother had Sophia send a lawyer to my apartment to attempt to get me to sit down for a mediated talk. I told them I was not interested. The lawyer said I was making a mistake. He stated that families that allow issues to grow into court fights frequently damage ties forever. I informed him that the relationships had already been damaged during a birthday dinner 17 days earlier. Sophia began weeping. This time the tears were genuine, not staged. She claimed I was spoiling everything. She said that her parents were splitting up. She mentioned Uncle Mark was not speaking to them. She said Aunt Sarah had shouted at Mom over the phone for 20 minutes. She stated that the entire family was taking sides, and she was caught in the midst. She said I had to repair this since I was the one who began it. I asked Sophia whether she knew anything about the missing money, such as Mark's inheritance, Sarah's house sale profits, and the college fund that vanished. She said she knew nothing about any of it. I asked her whether she thought Mom and Dad had reasonable reasons for where all the money went. She stated that there needed to be explanations. She denied that her parents were thieves. She stated that there were most likely misunderstandings and errors in documentation. I questioned her if she truly believed it, or if she was simply trying to convince herself. She didn't respond. The lawyer attempted to resume mediation discussions. I instructed both of them to go. Sophia kept weeping. The lawyer put a business card on my kitchen counter. They departed. Wednesday, I received a text from my grandma. She received a text message rather than a phone call, which was uncommon given that she is 81 years old and hardly understands how to operate her phone. The text stated that she wanted to see me. She informed me that the family was meeting at her place on Saturday afternoon, and I needed to be there. She stated it was vital, but she wasn't asking. I texted back to see whether John and Clara would be there. She claimed everyone will be there. I inquired whether this was an ambush. She said that it was a family gathering to discuss important topics, and my presence was needed. I assured her that I would think about it. Clara contacted me on Thursday from an unfamiliar number. I responded since I suspected it may be work-related. She began chatting instantly. She stated I had won. She said I had effectively turned the family against them. She said I had ruined their reputation and connections with everyone they cared about. She replied, I must be very proud of myself. I wondered whether she was phoning to blame me for the repercussions of her own conduct. She said I orchestrated the issue to make them appear terrible. She said I asked questions in a way that made people suspect, even though there were perfectly plausible explanations for everything. I asked her what a logical argument was for withholding Adam's $17,000 inheritance. She indicated the estate had debts I wasn't aware of. I asked her what the plausible argument was for withholding $130,000 from Sarah's property selling proceeds. She stated that there had been additional estate fees that Sarah did not comprehend. I asked her why she hadn't mentioned these expenditures to Adam and Sarah earlier, and why she had led them to assume they had gotten their whole inheritance. She claimed it was complex, and I wouldn't understand because I'd never managed a family estate. I told her she was correct, and I couldn't comprehend how someone could take from their own family members while sleeping at night. Clara's tone changed entirely. She stated I didn't know what I was talking about. She said she and John had given all for this family. She said that they had put everyone else first for decades. She said that if they had spent any of that money for their own needs, They would have earned it over the years by taking care of everyone else's concerns. I asked her whether Adam and Sarah understood they had gained the right to steal money that was not theirs. She hung up. On Friday morning, John called from the same mysterious number. He took a different strategy. He stated he knew I was upset over the birthday meal. He admitted that he had handled things poorly and regretted the way he tackled the problem. He said he was attempting to educate me about responsibility and appreciation, but he had gone too far. He stated that he wanted to set things right. I asked him what doing things right looked like. He suggested we could sit down as a family and discuss everything. He stated we could resolve the difficulties with Adam, Sarah, and Luke. He stated that there were answers to the financial issues that people were asking, and he wanted an opportunity to adequately explain them. He stated if I attended to the family meeting on Saturday, he'd address any issues I had and we could begin to re-establish trust. I inquired whether he was going to write Adam a check for $17,000. He claimed it was not that simple. I asked him whether he was going to write Sarah a check for $130,000. He stated that the estate circumstances were legally complicated and required adequate paperwork and assessment. I inquired if he would refund the money from the college fund that was intended to go to his 5 grandkids. He stated that the money had been utilized for family needs throughout the years, and there was no pool of cash waiting to be returned. So, basically, he asked me to attend a family gathering where he would explain why he was justified in hoarding money that belonged to others. I told him I was not interested in his explanations. He said I owed him an opportunity to defend himself. I told him he had 17 days to explain himself, but he spent it contacting me 109 times and sending Sophia with a lawyer to put pressure on me. He said I was being unfair and vengeful. I hung up. Saturday morning, Sophia texted me 8 more times. She begged me to come to Grandma's place. She claimed everyone would be there, and here was my chance to hear my mother and father's perspectives. She stated if I didn't come, I was demonstrating that I didn't care about the truth and only wanted to make trouble. She stated Grandma was furious because I refused to attend. She claimed that my absence was exacerbating the situation. I didn't attend the family gathering. Instead, I sat at my apartment, waiting for the expected developments. At 3:47 p.m., I received a text from cousin Luke. The meeting had been disastrous. John and Clara attempted to explain the financial position, but were unable to offer any concrete proof to back up their statements. Uncle Mark had brought a lawyer. Aunt Sarah had presented the investigator's report. They had addressed John and Clara with precise statistics, dates, and requests for responsibility. According to Luke, John began ranting that everyone was ganging up on them due to misunderstanding. Clara had sobbed, saying they had devoted their entire life to this family, and this was how they were being compensated. Sophia defended them, claiming that everyone was being harsh. Grandma struggled to maintain order but ultimately gave up. Adam and Sarah both stated that they were seeking legal action. John had stated that if that was what they intended, he would battle them in court. Everyone had departed angrily. At 4:15 p.m., Grandma left me a voice message. She expressed disappointment that I had not gone to the meeting. She stated that families should address challenges together, rather than avoiding them. She stated I began this issue and it was my obligation to see it through. She stated she had no idea what I was trying to accomplish, but I was ripping the family apart. I sat in my flat and listened to the message 3 times. My grandma, whom I had always loved and respected, blamed me for driving the family apart. Not John for accepting money that was not his. Not Clara for lying regarding estate distribution. Not the 2 of them for publicly embarrassing me at my birthday dinner. I asked inquiries about where the money went. That's when I understood they had also gotten to her. They'd persuaded her that the true issue wasn't what they'd done, but rather that I'd revealed it. And if they had convinced her, they were undoubtedly attempting to persuade everyone else in the same manner. I am not backing down. This meeting was not the end. It was only affirmation that John and Clara have no intention of accepting true responsibility for what they had done. They aim to control the narrative by making themselves the victims. But I still have more moves to make, since here's what they don't know yet. I've started collecting receipts on my own. Documentation of every time they lied about me to others. They've always manipulated events to their advantage. Every time they've utilized familial bonds to corrupt and control individuals. I'm ready to begin revealing the evidence. Final update. It's been 29 days since the birthday supper. This is probably my final update because there isn't much more to say. John and Clara are facing repercussions that they cannot negotiate or maneuver their way out of. Sophia has finally had to embrace some difficult facts, and I am precisely where I want to be. The week after the disastrous family meeting, things picked up. Uncle Mark petitioned the probate court for a complete examination into how Grandma Evelyn's estate was handled. Aunt Sarah initiated a legal lawsuit against Clara for the missing $130,000 from their mother's property sale. Cousin Luke and the other grandkids hired a lawyer to reclaim the college fund money. According to Sophia, when she arrived at my flat for the third time, my parents hired their own lawyer, which was rather costly. She was frantic. She stated that Mom and Dad were drowning in legal bills. She explained that they would have to sell the house to pay for their defense. She said that everything was out of control and that the only way to stop it was for me to advise everyone to abandon their cases. I asked Sophia why she felt I have that power. She said that everyone knew I had begun this. She stated if I publicly admitted that I had been incorrect to raise concerns and that I felt Mom and Dad had fair answers, then the family would back away. I asked her if she felt her parents had fair excuses for stealing money from others. She stated there may be explanations we didn't comprehend. I told Sophia I was done shielding her from reality. I pulled out my phone and showed her something I had been keeping on to. Screenshots of Clara and Sophia's text chats from 2 months before their birthday meal. Clara complained about me in messages, claiming I was an embarrassment to the family, that I needed to be taught a lesson about respect and thanks, and that she and John were plotting something to put me in my proper place. Sophia's face became white. She said she didn't recall such chats. I scrolled through more texts. Sophia acknowledged that I had been harsh. Ones in which she suggested a wake-up call for me. When she asked Clara what her parents were preparing for her birthday, she stated it would be one she would never forget. I asked Sophia whether she still wanted to say she had no idea about the birthday meal prior. She began weeping again. She stated she didn't know the specifics. She explained that she had assumed they were just going to have a serious chat with me in front of the family. She claimed she had no knowledge of the images, the invoice, or my termination. She admitted that when it happened, she was stunned as well, but she had no idea what to do. I questioned her why she had taken the car keys. She stated her father had told her to. She said that he had stated that the automobile was his property and that I no longer deserved it. She said she felt strange about it, but she did what he wanted since he was her father. I asked her if she felt strange about driving my car around while I took the bus to work. She didn't respond. I showed her further screenshots. These were based on my own years of observation. I collected messages in which Clara lied to relatives about why I wasn't attending family occasions. Emails in which John informed extended relatives that I was struggling financially and could not be relied on, despite the fact that I was doing well. Text threads in which they trash-talked me to other family members for not following their life plan. Sophia questioned why I had retained all of this. I told her I'd been collecting records for 3 years because I knew they'd ultimately go too far and I'd need proof that this wasn't unexpected or one-sided. The birthday supper had only served as a trigger. The proof of their manipulative and dominating behavior dates back years. Sophia inquired what I wanted from her. I told her I did not want anything from her. She'd made the decision to side with them. She was aware that something was planned, so she took part. She had taken my automobile. She had brought a lawyer to my flat to put pressure on me. She'd spent a month attempting to persuade me that I was the problem. I was also done with her. She went, and I have not heard from her since. That was 11 days ago. Last Tuesday, John arrived at my apartment complex. He did not come to my door. He waited outside on the sidewalk. When I went for work in the morning, he was standing there. He looked awful. He had lost weight. His clothing appeared to have slept in. He looked like he had aged 10 years in 4 weeks. He began chatting instantly. He stated we needed to have a genuine chat, just the two of us, with no attorneys, other family members, or anybody else interfering. He said that I needed to understand the family finances and his actions throughout the years. He claimed that everything he had done had been for excellent reasons, which I was too young to grasp. I informed him I was 26 years old and completely knew that he had taken from his brother, his wife's sister, and his own grandkids. He said it was not stealing. He said that he had been managing family finances. He said that when you are in charge of many estates and trust funds, you must make judgments about where the money is most required. He stated that the money had been used to cover vital household expenses. I asked him what significant family expenses required $17,000 from Adam's bequest. He stated that they were in substantial debt at the time, and that if they lost their home, the entire family would suffer. I asked him why he didn't explain it to Adam and requested to borrow the money. He said Adam would not have grasped the urgency, and there was no time for talks. I asked him about Sarah's $130,000 house sale. He claimed Clara's sister had never been good with money, and they were scared she would spend her inheritance. He explained that they had planned to send her the money in reasonable sums over time, but Sarah had ceased interacting with Clara due to a family quarrel, and the issue had grown problematic. I asked him about the college fund. He stated that the money has been utilized for family situations in the past when no other choices were available. He said that they had always intended to return it before the grandkids turned 18, but the financial situation had proven more challenging than anticipated. He stated that they had been working on a plan to recover the money before everything went wrong. Each response was a justification. Each theft was reframed as smart financial management. Every falsehood was rationalized as saving someone from oneself or avoiding a worse fate. I asked him if he truly believed what he was saying, or if he'd simply told himself these stories so many times that he'd convinced himself they were true. John became upset. He remarked, "I had no idea what it was like to be responsible for a family." He said I had spent 29 years receiving from them while doing nothing. He said I went to college on their money, lived in their house, drove their vehicle, and never thanked them properly. He said that when they attempted to teach me a lesson about thankfulness, I became enraged and destroyed everything out of anger. I informed him that the birthday supper was not a lesson, it was humiliating. It was a public execution, intended to punish me for not being the son Dad desired. I questioned why he had invited my boss. He stated they needed to teach me that disobeying your parents has genuine consequences. I inquired as to why he had handed me a phony invoice. He claimed he wanted me to know just how much I owed them. I asked him whether he recognized that everything that was going on right now was a direct result of his actions. Lawsuits, legal bills, and shattered family connections. All of it stemmed from his decision to steal money from family members and publicly humiliate his kid when he failed to meet his expectations. John responded, "I could stop everything." He said, "If I talked to Adam and Sarah and told them I'd misunderstood the financial situations, they'd listen to me." He said, "If I admitted I'd been angry and vindictive and had stirred up trouble on purpose, the family would forgive everyone and move on." He said I had the power to fix this, but I chose not to because I wanted to see them suffer. I assured him he was correct. I wanted to see them suffer. I had spent years watching them manipulate and dominate others. Years of seeing them offer this wonderful family picture while treating me as a failed investment. Years of knowing they were lying about their financial status but not having enough evidence to prove it. The birthday supper was my breaking point, and sure, I purposefully posed questions that would reveal what they had been hiding. John accused me of being manipulative and vengeful, exactly like them back then. I assured him that maybe I had learnt from the greatest. He stated that this would ruin them. They would lose their house. They'd lose their status inside the family. They would lose everything they had created. I reminded him that they had built it on falsehoods and stolen money. So perhaps they deserved to lose it. He looked at me for a long time. Then he told me I was dead to him. He said I'd made my decision, and now I'd have to live with no family. He warned it would be too late once I was older and alone to realize what I'd thrown away. I told him I had abandoned them at the birthday supper when Clara threw away my photographs. This was simply making things official. He walked away. That was 8 days ago. Clara tried again yesterday. She called from another unknown number. When I responded, she did not shout, weep, or blame. She simply sounded exhausted. She mentioned that they were placing the house on the market. The legal bills were very expensive, so they had to settle with Adam and Sarah rather than go to court. She said that they would be moving into a modest apartment. She added that Sophia was distraught since she had grown up in that house. I asked Clara why she was telling me this. She stated that she wanted me to know what I had accomplished. She said I set out to destroy them and succeeded. She said I should be proud. I asked her whether she had ever considered simply being honest with others. She described honesty as a luxury for those with no actual obligations. I inquired whether she regretted her birthday dinner. She expressed sadness that I had turned out to be the type of guy who would ruin his own family for injured emotions. I inquired whether she regretted stealing from family members. She expressed sorrow for entrusting family members with financial information that they were not sophisticated enough to grasp. I asked her whether there was any situation in which she would accept she and John had done something wrong. She claimed they had taken difficult judgments that individuals with narrow perspectives could not understand. I told her that was my response. Then we were finished. She stated we were done the night I stormed out of the birthday dinner without trying to understand their point of view. I hung up. It was yesterday morning. Cousin Luke texted me yesterday night to provide an update. John and Clara have decided to settle. They're paying Adam $30,000, which includes his initial bequest and interest. They are paying Sarah $150,000, which is what she should have gotten, plus an extra sum that was agreed. They are paying $50,000 total to the 5 grandkids to settle the college fund dilemma. The house sale will conclude next month. After paying the settlements and legal fees, they'll have enough money for a tiny apartment and perhaps a year's worth of living expenses. Sophia has been sharing on social media about how cruel and callous individuals can be, how families should forgive and support one another, and how harboring grudges kills lives. She hasn't named me by name, but everyone understands what she's talking about. She's getting compassionate responses from family members who don't know the entire situation. My grandma has not contacted me since that single voicemail. Uncle Mark wrote me a mail thanking me for raising the inquiry that resulted to him receiving his inheritance. Aunt Sarah sent one, claiming she'd always felt Clara had retained more of the home money, but she'd never had the confidence to request an investigation. Cousin Luke stated that the youngsters were sharing their settlement and spending it for legitimate educational expenditures as Grandma Evelyn had planned. I'm writing from the same apartment where I've lived for the past 6 months. Sophia discovered the address to the flat that my parents had no idea about. I rode the bus to work this morning. I will take it home tonight. I've been looking at second-hand automobiles, but I'm not in a rush. My employment is secure. David contacted me last week and confirmed that Ethan is no longer with the organization. There was a formal determination that he had violated termination processes and demonstrated prejudice in personnel choices. 2 days ago, I purchased a tiny birthday cake from the grocery shop. I ate a slice while sitting on my kitchen counter at 29 years old. There is no family that claims me, no parents who speak to me, no sister who acknowledges me, and I am good with that. Better than fine, because I am no longer bearing their falsehoods. I'm no longer safeguarding their image. I'm not pretending their version of events is true anymore. They intended to officially disown me and present me with a bill for rearing me. They intended to embarrass me in front of 35 relatives. They accomplished exactly what they set out to do. Every consequence people face is the result of their own decisions. They stole money, fabricated falsehoods, and intended to harm their kid during a birthday dinner. I did not destroy them. They wrecked themselves, and I simply made sure everyone saw it clearly. My phone hasn't rang in 3 days. The apartment is peaceful, and I've been precisely where I wanted to be since I walked out of that birthday meal. I'm free of them, done with their manipulation, and done with disappointing them. They threw me a birthday dinner to disown me. They succeeded, and now they have to deal with the actual costs. My father-in-law demanded $8,500 for a business, refused to explain it. When I said no, he called me stingy, then turned our marriage upside down in revenge. Just now my father-in-law has done something to destroy my marriage. James is the name of my spouse and we have been married for the last 5 years. In addition, we have a beautiful son together. I greatly respect the way that James works tirelessly and the extent to which he is devoted to both his family and his career. Both of us are lucky enough to earn decent salaries, yet we manage our money in ways that are not the same. I am the one who takes responsibility for paying the mortgage on our property and ensuring that all of the expenses for the household, such as electricity, water, and internet, are paid in full. In the meanwhile, James is responsible for covering all of our son's costs, including school fees, clothes, and any other items that he need. In addition to providing financial support for his parents by sending them money every month, he also contributes to our auto loan payments. Even though James's parents are retired, they do not have any funds to fall back on. They have 2 daughters in addition to him, who is their oldest kid. His parents, however, did not have a history of financial stability. Throughout the years, any money that they did possess was utilized for the purpose of settling their medical expenses as well as financing their daughters' weddings. As a result of the situation, James has taken it upon himself to provide assistance to them because they have been left with no resources. Whenever it is required, he ensures that they have the funds to cover their daily expenses, purchase groceries, and pay for medical examinations. In contrast to his sisters, he does not receive any support from them. In their place, they make use of their parents by acting as though they are free babysitters, putting their children in their care for hours on end without providing any sort of monetary assistance. However, it is James who consistently rises to the occasion, ensuring that his parents are looked for while his sisters continue to take advantage of their kindness without reciprocating with addition. I am willing to assist James with the care of his parents. I make it a point to go and see them on every weekend, so that I can check in with them and see if they need anything, as well as spend some time with them. I never fail to ensure that their refrigerator is well stocked with fresh produce, so ensuring that they will never have to be concerned about running out of food. In addition, I assist my mother-in-law with her garden, which I am aware that she has a great affection for. I would want to provide her with support in order to help her preserve the beauty of it, since it is something of which she is proud. In addition to assisting her with her day-to-day requirements, I also strive to make sure that my mother-in-law has some time for herself to unwind and feel like a pampered queen. In order for her to be able to relax and have some fun, I take her to a spa for a day of pampering and a massage every single month. After having dedicated so much time to diligently working and caring for her family over the course of all these years, I am of the opinion that she is entitled to it. Of all their children, I truly believe that in comparison to the others, James and I have done the most to support and assist his parents. Providing financial assistance is not the only thing that we do. We make it a point to take actions that will make their daily life simpler and more pleasant. However, it appears that despite all of the things that we do, the parents of James only have a unique fondness for his sisters. They consistently place their daughters in a position of greater importance, regardless of the amount of assistance we provide them. They scarcely acknowledge our son, but they do utilize the money that James provides them to purchase presents for their other grandkids. This gets progressively more apparent with each and every Christmas that passes. They are willing to go to great lengths to get costly presents for the children of their daughter, but they are never willing to put out the same kind of effort for our son. He received nothing more than a single pair of socks from them over that whole year. Both James and I have been aware of this for a considerable amount of time, but in order to maintain family harmony, we have decided to keep our mouths shut about it. It is not our intention to bring up needless drama, but it does sting to realize that our hard work is not acknowledged when compared to the favoritism shown to his sisters, who put in the absolute smallest amount of effort. Then, last year, there was a change in the behavior of my father-in-law. He began to form new friendships with other retired guys who lived in his area. Every time that I came across him, he would be brimming with enthusiasm as he shared with me the many subjects that they were instructing him in. According to his account, they were teaching him how to invest his money and were even urging him to establish his own company. The concept appeared to interest him much, and I sincerely believed that it was a positive development. I provided him with some encouragement, with the assumption that working on a project that was solely his own would keep him occupied and interested. I reasoned that it would be beneficial to his mental health, providing him with a sense of purpose and preventing him from experiencing a sense of directionlessness in his retirement. I had no idea what was truly about to happen. Not long ago, my father-in-law approached James and me with a request that was anything from trivial. It was more akin to a demand. He informed us that he had finally settled on a company concept and that he was now in need of a significant amount of capital in order to get started. He made it quite apparent that he was anticipating our complete support in order to bring his vision to fruition. Naturally, I was intrigued and inquired of him as to what type of business he intended to establish, but rather than providing us with any specifics, he dismissed my inquiry. He mentioned that he was not going to share his concept with anyone else in order to prevent others from stealing it. That was something that struck me as peculiar right from the bat. Why wouldn't he offer us even an approximate sense of what his strategy was if he was so certain that it would work? After that, he made the shocking revelation that he expected us to give him $8,000. James and I were both utterly surprised by what happened. That favor was far from being insignificant. The sum of money was truly astronomical. My father-in-law immediately ignored the explanation that James had given, which was that we didn't have that amount of cash just laying around, and instead called him stingy. He started to urge that we should have faith in him, becoming defensive and emotional in the process. Do you not have faith in me? I am the one who gave birth to you. If I were not certain of what I was doing, do you believe that I would ask you for this amount of money? He continued in a confident tone. Trust me and give me the money. I promise I will pay you back with interest. James was astonished, but he offered a cautious nod as if he was genuinely contemplating the idea. Meanwhile, I remained seated in a state of disbelief. Something about the entire scenario struck me as extremely suspicious. My father-in-law had been retired for many years, and even before that he had never really held a steady job, and now, all of a sudden, he had what was supposed to be a brilliant business plan, but he refused to provide any specifics, and on top of that, he was making a promise of an almost unimaginable return on investment. Everything about it seemed far too perfect to be real. I explained to James's father that any savings my husband and I had were savings that we had accumulated together. Additionally, because my husband was already responsible for a great deal of financial obligations, I was the one who contributed the most to our savings. Therefore, if he was requesting that we invest such a large amount of money in his business, we would need to have some form of guarantee. I made it clear that it was his decision whether or not he was comfortable sharing the specifics of his business strategy. However, in the event that he chose not to share the information, we would require the appropriate paperwork to ensure that the money would be repaid to us at some point in the future. The instant that I made that statement, both James and his father appeared to be deeply insulted. When I requested that my father-in-law sign some paperwork simply because he was borrowing money from us, his face turned red with anger, and he immediately began yelling. He couldn't believe that I would make such a request, and he felt that demanding that he sign paperwork was an insult. He told me that I ought to have that kind of trust in him, and to my surprise, James sided with his father. According to him, he had complete faith in his father, and because we were financially able to provide him with $8,000, it wasn't something that we ought to be quarreling over. I was utterly shocked by what I was hearing. Although our finances were stable, this did not mean that we could simply discard such a substantial sum of money without any form of security. I argued with James, insisting that our savings were not his to give away. The money that was accumulated was intended to provide for our future, and more importantly, for the future of our son. We both worked hard to build it, and he had no right to treat it like his personal fund to hand out without my agreement. If he wanted to help his father, we could discuss it properly, but expecting me to just hand over our hard-earned money without a second thought, I responded to James in a manner that he found extremely offensive. He yelled at me, claiming that I was casting doubt on his father and implying that his father was attempting to steal from us. I maintained my composure and assured him that I had not said anything like that. I was simply being pragmatic. Neither James nor his father were willing to listen to my logical reasoning, despite the fact that I had pointed out that there was no guarantee that this business venture would be successful, and that we wouldn't just lose the $8,000 that we had loaned them. I also made the point that we had never been repaid for anything in the past by my father-in-law, and that he was now suddenly starting a business out of nowhere. I made it clear that if I were to loan such a large sum of money to anyone, I would need some form of assurance that it would be paid back. They persisted in urging me to trust them more because, as they said, we were family. They made it appear as though I was the unreasonable one only because I wanted to proceed with caution. The situation took a turn for the worse from there. My father-in-law, clearly enraged, erupted with frustration. He yelled out that in his time, women were not even consulted about these matters, and he did not understand why he was interfering. He made it very clear that he thought this was something that should be discussed between men and that he did not think it was appropriate for me to question him. After that, he turned to James and said something that made me feel absolutely horrified. He conveyed to him that it was necessary for him to maintain control over his wife and to prevent me from being engaged in matters of this kind, as if I were a disobedient horse that needs someone to rein me in. It was at that very moment that I came to an understanding. This wasn't just about money anymore. It was about respect, and it was abundantly evident that I was not receiving any. The words that my father-in-law spoke to me were extremely offensive. Don't get involved. It was as if I required permission from my husband. I was not going to remain silent in the face of such indignity, particularly since he was the one who was approaching us with a request for financial assistance. I gazed directly at him and told him precisely what was on my mind. I reminded him that he was the one who was pleading for our money. Nevertheless, he had the gall to verbally attack me on the grounds that I was a woman. I made it abundantly clear that we were not going to give him 1 cent of our money. If James wanted to assist his father, he would have to come up with the money himself. Our savings account is shared by the two of us, and James did not have the authority to withdraw any of the funds without my consent. As soon as I uttered those words, my father-in-law went completely off the deep end. He began to scream at me, hurling one accusation after another, as though I had done something to offend him personally. James did not seem to be any happier either. His expression was strained, and it was clear to me that he was seething with anger. Nevertheless, rather than escalating the disagreement, he made an effort to soothe his father. He requested that my father-in-law give us some time and promised him that he would speak with me. This seemed to calm my father-in-law down a bit, and eventually, he left our home. After he had gone, however, James and I had one of the most violent arguments we've ever had. He accused me of being rude, cold, and mean for refusing to help his father. He believed that I had shown disrespect to him and embarrassed his father by giving him a blunt no. However, I did not see it that way. I told James that his father was abusing our hard-earned money without any consideration for us, was refusing to provide any details, and was even resorting to insults when I did not immediately agree with him. How was I supposed to have faith in a person who couldn't even bother to give us a brief description of what the company was about? I can tell that James is completely torn between me and his father, but at the same time, I feel completely alone in this situation. Instead of considering things from my point of view, he is making me out to be the bad guy just because I refuse to be manipulated without any kind of resistance. To be completely honest, that causes more pain than anything else. Therefore, I am going to update Reddit 1. I know with absolute certainty that my father-in-law is not a person who can be trusted without question, and I am truly relieved that I trusted my instincts and stood my ground. If it had been up to my husband, the $8,500 would already be in his father's possession at this point in time. Without any further questions, James is absolutely at the mercy of his parents. He doesn't hesitate to comply with any request they make of him, regardless of how irrational it might be. His father is well aware of how to exploit this relationship, and he takes advantage of James's sense of responsibility, shame, and devotion in order to get him to do as he pleases. As a result, his father is able to rely on him whenever he finds himself in need of cash. He has never once asked his daughters for financial assistance, and there is a very good reason for that. He is aware that they would not provide him with any money at all. They are not under any obligation to be the ones who provide for others, and they definitely do not allow themselves to be coerced into giving money. On the other hand, my husband is a simple target. Father-in-law is aware that he can depend on James to step up to the plate each and every time, regardless of how much it inconveniences us. Update number 2. Recently, my husband and I have been in conflict with each other more than we ever have before. The stress that is present in our home is intolerable, and it is all due to the unrelenting pressure that his father is placing on him. On a daily basis, James receives a barrage of calls and text messages that implore him to give his father the money. At this point, things have only gotten worse because his mother and sisters have also gotten involved. Rather than accepting that $8,500 is a significant sum of money and that we are completely within our rights to think things through, they continue to tell James that, being the eldest son, it is his obligation to provide funding for their father's business endeavor, regardless of any concerns he may have. If that weren't already bad enough, they have also begun attacking me. They constantly refer to me as greedy and a gold digger, as though I am the one who is selfishly keeping money for myself, when the truth of the matter is that I am only attempting to safeguard the future of our family. They claim that I am attempting to destroy the unity of our family by refusing to support my father-in-law's unreasonable demand. The most upsetting aspect of this situation is that it is beginning to have an impact on James. I can see that it is happening gradually. The guilt, the pressure, the emotional manipulation, all of these things are wearing him down. It appears that he is being brainwashed by them, and he is gradually convincing himself that they are correct and that I am the one being unreasonable. It feels as though I am losing him to his family. Despite the fact that I try my best to reason with him, they keep pulling him away from me even further. James keeps insisting that we should just give his father the money and think of it as a one-time investment. He argues that whether we get the money back or lose it entirely, it doesn't really matter. He just wants to get this over with and make his father happy. However, I disagree with him completely. I have told him over and over again that I am not comfortable with that. We are not his family's personal cash cow, and I am beyond sick and tired of them always looking to us whenever they need money. It is never ending. They continue to take, and when we finally say no, we are labeled as the villains. At this point, I understood that I could not merely sit around and hope that James would not make a decision that was reckless. I knew that I had to take action. Therefore, as a precautionary measure, I withdrew my share of the money from our joint account. I did not make this decision lightly, but I was unable to take the risk. It was me, not my husband, who had contributed the most to our savings account up until this point. I had worked tirelessly to build up that financial cushion, not just for our own benefit, but for our child's future, for emergencies, and for stability. I wasn't going to let all of that be drained away because his family viewed us as their personal ATM. If I had left the money there, I knew exactly what would happen. James was desperate to gain the approval of his father and sisters, which put him in a very dangerous position. They would continually pressure him and wear him down bit by bit until he ultimately gave in. Once he gave them money, it wouldn't stop there. They would continue to return, demanding even more, coming up with more excuses, and pulling him in deeper and deeper. There was a very real possibility that, in my absence, James would give them every last dollar. I couldn't let that happen. At least now I have control over my share. I can be certain that the money I worked for is secure. If James still wants to give his father money, then that is his responsibility. He will have to figure out how to go about doing it without compromising the financial stability that I have worked so hard to establish. Update number 3. James attempted to take out $8,500 from our account without my knowledge, just as I had suspected earlier, and he was infuriated by the fact that I had already withdrawn my share. He yelled that his family had been correct about me all along. He insisted that he, as the head of the family, had the authority to determine how our money should be spent, and that I had no right to act against him. The altercations between us became more intense with each passing day. Then, in what James referred to as an act of retaliation, he made the decision to leave the household. He packed his belongings and departed, explaining that he needed to teach me a lesson about family ethics. It was like being slapped in the face. He was the man with whom I had built a life, the man whom I had loved, supported and stood by for years, the man for whom I had made sacrifices. However, when the time came for him to make a decision between his parents and his wife, the latter of whom had done more for them than his own sisters would have, he made the decision to choose his parents. I am devastated. For years, I have treated his family as if they were my own, doing everything in my power to provide for them financially, emotionally, and physically. Despite the fact that I have refused to give them a substantial amount of money that I may never see again, I am being punished as a result. However, things have become increasingly clear to me the more I have considered the situation. It is simply not right for me to agree to give them $8,500. No matter how much pressure James and his family exert on me, I am certain that I am not in the wrong. I am taking a stand for myself and for the financial well-being of my children. Therefore, if James wants to break up our family over this issue, and if he truly believes that walking away from his wife and child is the right thing to do, then I will not stand in his way. This is a decision that he has to make for himself. However, I will not allow myself to be manipulated or guilt-tripped any longer. If standing my ground means that I will lose him, then so be it. At the end of the day, I deserve to have a partner who appreciates me just as much as I have appreciated them. Update number 4. Since my previous update, 3 months have passed. My husband is still living with his parents and has refused to return home. It appears as though he has completely settled in with them. Despite all of this, he has not made any attempts to reconcile with me. Despite the fact that he has stopped communicating with me, he continues to make time for our son. He visits him every other day and spends time with him, which I appreciate. He has not abandoned his role as a father at least. Regarding our relationship, we no longer communicate with each other, we do not speak about our marriage, or about ourselves. There is nothing. It appears that the anger he felt on that day when I refused to give him the money has not dissipated. It is as if he is harboring some resentment and is adamant about refusing to accept the fact that I was completely within my rights to take a stand. However, yesterday, out of the blue, he contacted me. Initially, I was shocked. We hadn't spoken to each other in weeks, so my first thought was that something had occurred to our son. Since it was his day to take care of him, my heart began to race, and I rapidly answered the phone, getting ready for the worst. On the other hand, what he said immediately after that completely took me by surprise. He appeared to be extremely upset over the course of the phone call. In addition, for the first time in months, he did not direct his anger toward me. He informed me that he had recently found out the actual reason for which his father had been so desperate for the $8,500. It was not for a business endeavor. In fact, there is no business endeavor. Instead, he discovered that his sisters had been applying pressure on their father-in-law to purchase a family vacation home for them. According to their reasoning, owning a vacation home would be a wise investment for their children, providing a space where the family could come together and create lasting memories. However, neither of them was willing to contribute even a single dollar to the purchase of the property. They were not at all interested in paying for it on their own. Therefore, they persuaded their father that it was his obligation to make it happen. Instead of rejecting their request, the father-in-law made an effort to obtain the funds from us. Daniel confessed that if we had provided the money to the father-in-law, he would have returned asking for even more. The $8,500 would not have been the final amount, it was simply going to be the start of things. He would have kept on coming up with excuses and hiding behind his phony business concept until enough money had been amassed to cover the costs of the vacation home. When I heard this, I felt a complex mix of emotions: anger, frustration, and most of all, validation. Everything I had suspected was indeed true. I was not insane. Far from being selfish, I was the only one who recognized the manipulation for what it was from the very first moment it occurred. At this point, Daniel has also recognized it, and his voice sounded genuinely distressed during our phone conversation. His voice was tense, and for the first time in months, he actually sounded regretful. He expressed his apologies to me, which I genuinely did not anticipate hearing after everything we had gone through together. This time, he did not speak with anger or defensive. Instead, he expressed regret. Daniel confessed to me that, prior to uncovering the truth, he had already lent his father some money. As he went on to describe how he had truly believed his father's story, how he thought that he was doing the right thing by supporting what he assumed was a legitimate business venture, I could hear the frustration in his voice. However, he had been deceived. He was greatly shaken after he confronted his father about the matter. He confessed that he had been lied to and felt betrayed, humiliated, and disgusted by the manipulation. He acknowledged that I had been correct all along, that I had noticed the warning signs, that I had safeguarded our money, and that from the very beginning, he should have paid attention to my advice. He spoke in a voice that was hesitant and almost uncertain, as though he was fully aware of the amount of damage that had been done, but was still holding on to the hope that everything could return to the way it was, before he informed me that once he became aware of the extent to which his family had manipulated him, he was unable to continue living with them. The betrayal, the lies, and the fact that his own father had taken advantage of him had all shattered something within him. He confessed that he had come to feel embarrassed because he had given his trust to those individuals without question, and because he had allowed them to persuade him to take a position against me. He went on to say that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to remain in that house under the same roof as those who had lied to him and coerced him into making the decision to break up his marriage. He no longer desired to be in their company. He longed to return home. However, the situation was not that straightforward for me. I inhaled deeply, allowing his words to fully register. A few months ago, I would have done anything to hear him say this, to hear him acknowledge what he had done, and finally see the truth. But now that the moment was here, I did not experience the sense of relief that I had anticipated. Rather, I felt angry, hurt, and disbelieving. I made sure to let him know the precise nature of the feelings that had been troubling me. I said, "When you walked out of our home to stand by your parents, you broke my trust." It was not simply the fact that he had left. It was everything that accompanied that action. It was the way in which he had disregarded my concerns, the way in which he had permitted his family to insult me repeatedly. He had painted me as the villain in the story simply because I had refused to be taken advantage of. This had made me feel like an outsider in my own marriage. He had made it seem as though my opinions didn't matter, as though my financial contributions and sacrifices meant nothing, and now, after months of choosing them over me, after watching me suffer through the humiliation of being called a gold digger and someone who was breaking up the family, he suddenly wanted to come back. I didn't feel as though it was right for him to come back. I made it clear to him that I was not prepared to simply forgive and forget. I informed him that he had made his decision when he decided to leave. At this point, it was my turn to make my decision. Before I could even consider the possibility of allowing him to return to my life, I required some time to process, time to heal, and time to determine whether or not this marriage was still worth saving. Update 5. I have arrived at this conclusion only after a great deal of contemplation and anguish. It has taken months of therapy and relentless discussions with Daniel to finally reach this point. However, I am now certain that our marriage cannot be salvaged. When Daniel first proposed the idea of relocating to our hometown, I did not give my immediate approval. I was still very upset over the way he had treated me. The way he had chosen to support his parents instead of me, permitted them to insult me, and left our home for the sake of proving a point. However, there was still a part of me that held on to the hope that we might be able to repair things. As a result, over the course of the last 3 months, we made an effort to do so. We went to counseling for our marriage. I sat across from him in session after session, laying my heart bare and doing everything I could to make him understand just how much he had hurt me. I told him how his doubts, his blind loyalty to his father, and his total lack of consideration for my feelings had completely destroyed my trust in him. I explained to him how degrading it felt to be branded a gold digger by his family, even though I was the one who was responsible for the majority of our financial obligations. I went on to tell him that things would have to change if we were going to move forward. We were going to have to cut off his family financially. We could no longer serve as their safety net. We could no longer rescue them every time they mismanaged their lives. We were no longer willing to make sacrifices for the benefit of a family that only viewed us as a source of income. It was necessary for us to establish clear boundaries. This meant going low contact, not completely severing ties, but rather creating much-needed distance between ourselves and the manipulative family of Daniel. However, Daniel refused to do so. Despite all of the things that his family did, the lies, the manipulation, and the financial abuse, he still insisted that he could not abandon them. He maintained that it was his responsibility, as the oldest son, to look after them regardless of the circumstances. Even though they had taken advantage of him, even though they had shown disrespect toward me, and even though they had come close to tearing our marriage apart, that was the moment when I reached my limit. At that point, I came to the realization that nothing would ever change. Even if I forgave him at this very moment, this cycle would continue to repeat itself. Daniel would continually give us more, and I would constantly be put at the bottom of the priority list. His family has never once apologized to me for all the terrible things they said to me. I will no longer accept living like this. I will not continue to be a part of a marriage in which my voice is drowned out by the demands of his family. I will not be in a marriage in which I am expected to give up my financial security for the sake of people who do not contribute anything at all. I will not be in a marriage in which I am constantly fighting to be appreciated, respected and heard. As a result, I have decided to leave. I am choosing to prioritize myself. I have spoken with my lawyer and I will be filing for divorce. Daniel has made his decision, and now it is my turn to make mine. I will not remain in a relationship in which I am constantly going to be second. I am deserving of more than this. This time, I am putting myself first. My cousin was the golden boy, while I was the family's joke. At the reunion, my aunt gushed about his job. I said, "I just signed his paycheck." Have you ever had a family gathering when you could sense the setup coming? As if you've been welcomed for more than simply love or to reunite. No, you've been summoned for a performance under the limelight. Except you've merely been cast as a background figure who applauds someone else's triumph. That was me, Ethan. I'm 32. And this narrative begins with a text from my mother that simply read, "Please come this time. Everyone wants to see you." I hadn't been to a family event in 4 years. Not because I am bitter or theatrical. Okay, maybe a bit, but primarily because they never felt like family. Every event seemed like a comparison game. Who purchased a house? Who became engaged? Who had a child? Who has a new job? And every now and then, someone, typically my Aunt Sandra, would make a joke about how I was still looking for myself. Like if I were a lost sock, I maintained my distance after a while. I built my own stuff quietly. No Facebook postings, no updates, and no drama. But this time, something in my mother's voice and my curiosity compelled me to say yes. For the previous 7 years, I had been growing my firm. It began as a specialist hiring site for engineers. We then shifted our focus to developing corporate hiring solutions. 7 months ago, we obtained clean exit, the kind that changes everything, but I kept it secret. My name was not in the headlines, and I enjoyed that I was not showy. I like being underestimated. The reunion was scheduled on Saturday. The same spot as always. My uncle's obnoxiously enormous house, with the circular driveway, 3 SUVs in front, and that strange iron eagle above the garage, as if he was running some kind of secret organization. I drove up in my Tesla. No one seemed to notice or care. They were too busy swarming Zach. Let me tell you about my cousin Zach. He's 28, blonde, has a wide smile, and exudes enthusiasm in his varsity jacket. He's the golden boy. Straight A's in high school, a business degree, and summer internships at major corporations. The traditional LinkedIn warrior. The family adored him, and evidently, today was his coronation. Sandra grabbed my wrist the second I stepped in. "Ethan, oh my God, you're here. Come say hello to Zach. He just got hired at Nexra." I recognized the name. A finance company that just raised funds. Some showy headlines, a high valuation, and unbeknownst to Aunt Sandra, one of the firms that my firm now technically controls. Not directly, but rather through our new parent company's umbrella. I blinked. "Oh wow," I replied, smiling. "That's exciting." She leaned in and whispered as if we were exchanging gossip, yet her voice carried far enough to be heard by the next zip code. "He's going to be a millionaire before he's 30. He's just so brilliant." Then came the big reveal. "Unlike some people," she said, letting the last bit linger like a cheap insult she hoped I wouldn't notice. I smiled again, not because I wasn't irritated, but because this was precisely why I came. Zach was in the middle of the backyard, surrounded by lawn chairs, lemonade and adulation. He was discussing stock options as if he'd found them himself. A tiny group of cousins and uncles nodded like disciples. "It's pre-IPO, so yeah, there's risk, but I'm not worried. We're scaling fast. The CEO knows me by name." I stood at the periphery of the group, hands in my pockets, simply observing. That's when grandmother posed the unavoidable question. "So, Ethan, honey, what are you up to these days?" The loudness dropped, not completely silent, but enough for me to feel a dozen heads tilt toward me like sunflowers seeking sunlight. I pondered, providing my customary ambiguous response. Oh, work's been good, busy. But today seemed different. I was not here to brag. I was here to remind them that I exist outside of their assumptions. Not much, I said, sipping my drink. I just signed Zach's paycheck last week. It was quiet. Similar to true quiet. I've never heard so many jaws shut at once. Even Zach blinked, as if he didn't grasp what he had just heard. Aunt Sandra's grin twitched. And that's when Grandpa, who's 85, hard of hearing, and normally half sleeping, jumped up from his lawn chair, leaned on his cane and exclaimed, "Wait a damn minute." But first, let me back up a bit because this wasn't simply a snappy response. It had been 7 years in the making. And it all began with a college dropout, a rundown apartment above a laundry, and a family that believed I was squandering my life. Everyone thought I was insane when I dropped out of college at the age of 23. My father stopped talking to me for a month. My mother sobbed. Aunt Sandra informed everyone that I would definitely finish up delivering food or establishing a band. I didn't care. I had a concept, and I wanted to construct it. Not for clout or accolades, but simply for myself. However, that choice cost me more than simply their favor. And as I stood in that backyard, seeing their arrogant smiles fade to uncertainty, I remembered everything they had said along the road. I remembered the birthday I wasn't invited to because they thought I'd be too busy with my business. I remembered Zach making a joke about my being officially unemployed at Thanksgiving and everyone laughed, even my parents. I remembered every unanswered text, every eye roll, and every forced grin as I tried to explain what I was working on and received nothing but blank eyes. So, no, my response was not about flexing, it was about regaining space. And when Grandpa adjusted his hearing aid and glanced around at the startled audience, I knew the finest part hadn't even begun since they hadn't heard the entire story. Not even close. Grandpa's words broke through the quiet like a rusted saw. "Way too damn minute, you signed his paycheck." He glanced at me, then at Zach. What does that even mean? All eyes returned to me, and I could feel the weight of the situation pushing down on my chest like a sandbag. My hand clenched around the drink. I hadn't intended to speak it out like way. It simply slipped. But now that it was suspended in the air, there was no getting it back. Zach uttered a brief, hesitant laugh. "Ha ha ha, right Ethan, that's a good one." He looked around, hoping for someone to join in. Nobody did. I smiled softly. "Yeah, it's a small world, right?" I didn't say anything more. Not yet. Let them stew. Aunt Sandra recovered first. She straightened up taller, pulled down her cardigan, and gave me the tight, dismissive look she usually used when she wanted to reclaim control. "Well, I'm sure that's a fun joke, Ethan. But a part of me, some deeply wounded part, desired more. Not vengeance, exactly. Just balance. An equilibrium was long needed. When I was 23, I moved back home with my parents after depleting my funds. I was working 16-hour days attempting to develop the initial prototype of my platform, hardly sleeping, and delivering groceries at night to pay off my college loans. I recall eating plain rice for dinner for 6 days in a row. You believe I'm exaggerating, but I have images. I used to joke with my one friend that if I ever made it, I'd buy myself a gold-plated rice cooker. The worst thing, however, was not the fight. It was pity. Every meal with my family seemed like an intervention. My mother would suggest things like, "Maybe you should just apply for something stable for now. You can always do your little business later." My father would look at the TV and grumble. My sister Victoria, who was in medical school at the time, would share anecdotes about her residency and how she didn't have time for such diversions. The unsaid message was consistently the same. Ethan is wasting his potential. Ethan needs to grow up. On the day of Victoria's graduation, I overheard my parents discussing in the kitchen. My mother muttered, "I just hope he doesn't embarrass us in front of everyone." I didn't weep that time. I departed soon before the talks began. I stopped turning up after that. I created, studied, and developed in quiet. Back in the backyard, the hum had changed. Zach was still talking, attempting to get people's attention with something about his manager inviting him to a secret Slack channel, but they weren't paying attention as much. The shine had vanished. Now they were gazing at me. For the first time in years, they expressed an interest in hearing me. But before I could say anything more, Aunt Sandra hit again. "You know what I think, Ethan?" she inquired, folding her arms. "I think you're jealous. You came here to cause a scene. You've always hated when someone else gets the spotlight." That stung, not because it was true, but because she said it so simply and publicly, as if I had been a bitter parasite my whole existence. No, I said quietly. I came here because Mom asked me to, and because I was hoping, naively, I guess, that maybe this year would be different. She cracked a joke. Different how? We're just proud of Zach. He earned it. You don't get to come in here after disappearing for years and act like you're above everyone. I'm not above anyone, I explained. But I'm not beneath you either. That is when the gloves came off. Really? Because last I checked, you dropped out of college, lived off your parents and couldn't even hold a real job. Zach has a career. He's going places. And you? What have you even done that's worth clapping for? I could feel the back of my neck warm up. I looked at my mother. She was chewing her lip, her gaze flitting between us. My father merely gazed down at his plate. And just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Victoria stepped over. She must have caught the final few sentences. Her expression was unreadable. You know, she gently added, it wouldn't kill you to be happy for someone else's success. And that was all. Not the words, but the weight behind them. The revelation that despite all of these years and everything I'd accomplished, they still regarded me as the family disappointment, not a self-made entrepreneur. Not the person who turned a failed concept into a multi-million-dollar exit. Not the man who spent late nights studying how to pitch, hire and survive. Just the dropout, the pity case, and the failure. I walked back to my car and drove away. Without making a scene or storming out, I did not go home. I parked near the old high school field where I used to have lunch alone after leaving soccer. I glanced at the empty bleachers, reflecting on every moment that had brought me here. Every remark, slight, every backhanded compliment. I phoned my old mentor. He picked up on the second ring. Ethan, he asked. Is everything okay? I halted. I think I want to do something petty. He laughed. Define petty. I want to invite my entire family to dinner next weekend, and I want to book it at the most expensive restaurant in the city, and I want to pay for everything, but only after they sit through a presentation. He did not hesitate. Do it. So I did. I waited a few days to let the tension boil. Then I messaged my mother, requesting her assistance in inviting everyone to a dinner to commemorate an important occasion. She didn't ask many questions. All she said was that she was delighted I was attempting to reconnect. I reserved a private room at the city's most luxury restaurant, the sort with gilded menus, valet parking, and a sommelier who makes wine seem like a religion. I pre-ordered everything. Steak, seafood, dessert, and high-end cocktails. I told them to spare no cost. Everyone had RSVP'd. Of course they did. They assumed it was about them. I donned a black suit to dinner and brought printed copies of something I'd been working on for a few days. It was not a presentation. It was not even showy. It was a single page with a diagram outlining our company's organizational structure before and after the purchase. And there, in plain and white, was Nexra listed under our parent brand, with my name at the top, just below the CEO. I arrived at the restaurant early, met each family member as they came, smiled, snapped photos, and listened to Aunt Sandra explain how Zach had been selected for a new client assignment. Then, once everyone had finished their appetizers, I stood. I just wanted to say a few words, I started. But before I could, Zach, poor, dear Zach, came up and said, before you go, I just wanted to thank everyone for their support. This new job is a big deal for me, and I hope to make you all proud. Polite applause. I nodded. Thanks, Zach. That's actually a great segue. I gave out the pages, saw them read, their eyes expand, Aunt Sandra's jaw droop, and then spoke the line I practiced in the mirror. You were right, Zach is going places, and lucky for him, one of those places is under my supervision. He grumbles. Forks fell. And just when stillness threatened to absorb the entire room, Grandfather stood up. He didn't say anything at first. Just stared at me, then the paper, and finally at Zach. Grandpa's hand trembled slightly as he placed the paper down. His gaze lingered on me, blue-gray, worn with age, yet sharp when it mattered. The room was hushed, almost respectful, as if we'd all walked into a church, and no one informed the priest he may talk. He turned to Zach, who was transfixed with his champagne glass half lifted, and said slowly, You work for him? Zach's neck bobbed. His gaze shifted between me, his mother, and the paper. No, I mean not directly. He's not in my department. He doesn't oversee me or anything. I didn't say anything. I did not need to. The paper speaks for itself. My name was there. VP of Talent Infrastructure and Strategic Acquisitions. Nexra was one of 5 acquisitions under our branch, represented by the new holding company's emblem directly under the executive board. I'd signed Zach's paycheck. He was technically 3 levels below me, 2 if you considered the dotted line structure. I did not flaunt it. I'd never communicated with him on Slack, but the figures did not deceive. I could have noted his performance assessment, authorized or denied his bonus. I could have allocated his team to a random internal project just for fun, and everyone in the room knew it. Grandpa chuckled and turned to Aunt Sandra. Well, would you look at that? You were so busy puffing up the boy, you didn't notice the man standing next to him. He turned back at me. I always knew you had fired Ethan. The old man gave me a nod I hadn't seen since I was a kid attempting to build model trains in his garage. Then he sat down and stabbed his steak with fresh vigor. But the room had not caught up. Not yet. Victoria remained mute, staring down at the page as if it had betrayed her. My father shuffled awkwardly, looking at my mother as if he wanted permission to talk. Aunt Sandra had turned absolutely pale, blinking as if someone had yanked the floor out from beneath her. And Zach, oh Zach, appeared to want to disappear. But I was not gloating. I didn't even feel furious anymore. That phase had come and gone. I felt fatigued more than anything else. And when I sat back down and took a leisurely drink of water, I knew that this was not the end. This was the midpoint. Allow me to take you back for a bit. Back to the section of the tale I skipped at the beginning. The portion that most people do not discuss when they make it, the bit that aches. After leaving Victoria's graduation celebration early, I moved out of my parents' house and into a small apartment above a laundry with a leaking ceiling and paper-thin walls. I worked nights delivering food and days constructing my company, putting together code and clumsy prototypes using tutorials and late-night forums. I had one buddy, David, who believed in the idea and offered to help on weekends for free. The platform's original iteration was prone to frequent crashes. The second was scarcely useful. The third started working. We got our first paid user 15 months ago. A tiny corporation in Ohio charges $99 per month. I burst into tears when I received the Stripe message. Not in delight, but in relief. I was not insane. The night we reached $600 MIPSAR, I purchased 2 paper crowns from Burger King and made David wear one. We toasted with Pepsi and spoke like kings. But growth was modest. Money was tighter than ever. Every dollar received went toward hosting expenses, UX enhancements, and customer support. I did not pay myself for 28 months. My parents were not aware of this. They believed I was a freeloader. My father once inquired if I would ever contribute to society. I nodded and shifted the subject. I didn't attend family events. Didn't respond to texts. I lived in that in-between space. Too broke to enjoy success. Too obstinate to stop. Then came my low point. Year 3. We lost our largest client due to a feature problem. Our turn increased. David's mother became ill, forcing him to walk away. I found myself alone again. I maxed up my last credit card just to keep the lights on. I applied for night shifts in a warehouse to get by. That night I sat in my car outside the warehouse orientation center, holding the steering wheel with white knuckles and wondered why keep going? Why should we suffer? Why not just get a regular job and end this madness? However, something in me, little, silent, and angry, resisted. Perhaps it was pride. Perhaps it was the anxiety of going back to those family meals with nothing to show. Perhaps it was the recollection of Victoria rolling her eyes when I mentioned my notion. Whatever it was, it compelled me to turn the key, drive home, and patch the fault that night. 2 weeks later, we had a phone contact with an angel investor, and everything changed. His name was Robert. He wasn't glamorous. He was a sensible person who loved our concept and saw possibilities. He provided us $50,000 in initial money, which was enough to keep us going and hire one developer part-time. From then, we expanded gradually, then quickly, we signed new clients. Word got around. 2 years later, a venture capital firm made an offer. We responded, bargained, and signed. I moved into an actual apartment. David came back. We assembled a real team. Then followed the acquisition. $13.5 million. No drama, just clean terms. I left with a healthy peace. Not enough to retire permanently, but enough to never have to answer to anybody. Again I remained on for a new position, strategic acquisitions and internal infrastructure. The portion of the work where you get to assist businesses like ours develop smarter, quicker, and better. Nexra is one of the first firms I helped buy. I didn't even realize Zach worked there until I saw his name on a personnel list. Months later I chuckled when I saw it, but I didn't say anything until our reunion. Back at the restaurant, I watched my family eat their meals, too proud to speak and too terrified to pretend nothing had occurred. I made a little toast. Thank you for attending. I thank my parents for rearing me. Thank David gently. Then I paid the money in full and went out. Not while my chest ballooned up. Not with swagger. Just peace. But peace does not erase the past. The next week, my mother texted me. Can we talk? And I phoned her. She did not apologize immediately. Just asked serious questions about the firm and my life. I told her about the evenings at the laundromat, the rice, the tears and the silence. She didn't say much, simply listened. I believe that pained her more than anything I could have said that was something she had not known. That I had not told her. She had no notion I was drowning despite the fact that we lived together. She cried I nearly did. Victoria wrote me an email. Long, formal, and apologetic. She said she admired me, even if she hadn't expressed it. She said she was proud I did not respond straight away. I wasn't upset, I simply wasn't sure I believed her yet. Zach has not contacted us, but I heard via the grapevine that he's keeping his head down at work. Now that news has spread, folks are a little more cautious when they learn the man they used to laugh about is now 3 rungs above them. Aunt Sandra has been silent on Facebook recently. No more bragging postings. No more meek bragging about Zach. Only photographs of her garden and passive-aggressive statements about true success being silent. I grin whenever I see one. But here is the reality: revenge felt amazing at the moment. But peace felt better. Not because they finally noticed me, but because I finally recognized myself. I did not need their adulation, I didn't need the validation. I'd spent so many years trying to show I wasn't a failure that I'd forgotten I wasn't one. And perhaps the true victory wasn't that they knew now, it's not that I needed them to. However, the story is not finished since something more happened after the supper. Something I hadn't expected. Something that would change the entire family dynamic. And this time it's not in my favor. It began with a voicemail. 4 weeks after the meal, I was on a flight returning from Chicago, bleary-eyed and operating on 2 hours of sleep when I noticed the message: I missed Dad's call. Message time. 1 minute, 23 seconds. We didn't chat much, even after everything. Our relationship floated in a strange limbo where we were courteous but distant, like 2 co-workers who were once close but had lost their rhythm. I played the message while waiting at the luggage carousel. His voice was soft. Too quiet. Hey Ethan. Listen. Something's come up. Nothing urgent. Don't worry. But your grandfather's been asking about you. Wants to see you. I think it's important. He's not saying much, but when he asks twice, I listen. Call me. That was all they said. My stomach constricted slightly. Grandpa had always been bright, but his health wasn't what it once was. He still lived alone. He refused to leave the house he had constructed. Himself. But lately my mother had hinted that he was slowing down. I phoned back the next morning. Ethan, he replied, his voice booming. You finally done playing with airplanes and meetings and all that jazz? It made me giggle. Just landed. What's up? There was a long silence. Then come over tomorrow if you can. There's something I want to show you. His residence hadn't altered. The porch railings are painted in the same fading blue. The identical wind chimes clinked in the gentle air. The same fragrance of coffee and cedar, as well as something subtly therapeutic, lingered on ancient walls and memories. He was waiting for me on the porch, wearing his regular suspenders and a flat cap that made him appear like he had stepped off the set of a 1950s baseball game. You're late, he remarked, even though I arrived 5 minutes early. Nice to see you too, I said. He simply waved me in without saying anything further. Inside, he walked me to his study, which was strewn with equipment, old maps, stacks of yellowed newspaper clippings, and a locked cabinet that hadn't been opened in decades. He sat carefully in his aged leather chair, gesturing to the other seat. He then unlocked the cabinet, took out a manila packet and handed it to me. Inside were a dozen ancient documents, including property titles, tax applications, letters, and a wrinkled photo of a lake cottage from my boyhood. My eyes skimmed the first page, perplexed. I don't understand, I said. What is this? That, Grandpa explained slowly, is everything the family is unaware of. I looked up. He leaned back and rested both hands on his cane. That lake house. It's been in the family since the 1970s. Your grandmother and I bought it before any of your uncles got married. I never told anyone it was under my name only. Figured it'd be less of a fight when I died. I started reading property titles, dated signatures, and my name on a handful of them. Dated within the previous year. You transferred these to me. He nodded. Started the paperwork months ago. Made it official last week. I hadn't noticed. Why me? Another silence. He looked at me with an unusual intensity, as if he was trying to see through my skin and into my bones. Because you showed me something they didn't. Grit. Fire. You earned everything you've got. They, your father, Sandra, Victoria, the rest. They all think success is owed to them because they check the right boxes. Good grades, good schools, the right job titles. He turned toward me. But you built and then you showed grace. You didn't rub it in their faces. Even when you had the right to. I had no idea what to say, so I said nothing. He kept going. Quieter now. They think I'm leaving it all to your dad. Sandra thinks Zach's getting a share. But the truth is, I've watched how they treat people when they think they're above them, and I've watched how you stayed humble when you didn't have to. He tapped the file cabinet. You're the executive now. You hold the key. And when the time comes, it's your call. What happens next? My heart quickened. Does anyone else know? He said, smiling. Nope. That's the fun part. I left his house feeling as if someone had handed me a loaded weapon and ordered me to use it carefully. I did not ask for this. I didn't want it at first. But the more I thought about it, about the lake home, the accounts, and the forgotten shares in an old family firm that still generated a modest but consistent income, the more I recognized what I'd been given. Leverage. Suddenly, memories began to arise. For example, Victoria laughed in my face when I asked her to review a contract in the early days of the firm. I'm a doctor, not a magician, she'd said. Or Sandra told my mother behind my back that I was a hopeless case and that they should prepare for when I returned. Or Zach boasting at a wedding that some individuals think startups are a quick way to get money but don't understand the real world. I recalled everything, and now I grasped the strings. Over the next few weeks, I started to plan. Not out of hate or vengeance, but because I sought clarity, justice, and, perhaps a spectacle. First, I contacted my lawyer, who reviewed every document Grandpa handed me, validated the transfers, filed the silent paperwork to complete a few outstanding deeds, established safeguards, and watched as the legal authority changed in my name piece by bit. Then I looked in the old business record for a firm named Pinarove Utility LLC, which the family had forgotten about after selling it off in the late 2000s. But someone had retained a minority ownership. That person was Grandpa. And the 8% share is now mine. And that 8% had a new customer knocking on their door, $300,000. I signed the paperwork. Suddenly I had liquid cash and legal ownership over 3 plots of property, 1 cabin, and a family trust account that they had no idea existed. The irony. The whole family assumed Grandpa was forgetful and needed assistance handling his affairs. They were already hovering like vultures, anticipating that when he died, they'd share the scraps. They had no notion that the will had already altered. They had no notion that I was the executive. They had no idea I now had the passwords to every account he had ever used. I waited until Thanksgiving. This time, the meal was held at Sandra's place. It was the typical circus. Roast turkey, polite insults, and theatrical laughs. Zach remained silent than usual. He kept his head down. I saw him staring at me now and then, as if he wasn't sure whether he was supposed to be upset or impressed. Victoria had brought up her new boyfriend, a surgeon. She introduced him 3 times, as if we hadn't heard her the previous 2. Sandra was in full hostess gear. This turkey is from that specialty farm near the vineyard, nothing frozen here, she told me. And we only use ceramic knives now, better for the environment. I giggled. Said nothing. Let her speak. Allow them all to talk. Then, when dessert was presented, I clinked my glass. Hey everyone, I said as I stood up. Can I have just 5 minutes? They all turned. Even Grandpa glanced up from his pumpkin pie. I brought out a little black folder and carefully placed it on the table. This, I replied, is the updated deed to the lake house. Sandra blinked. The lake house. It's in my name now, I responded quietly. Grandpa transferred it last month, along with a few other assets. You could hear the blood drain from their faces. Victoria frowned. What are you talking about? I opened the folder containing the notarized paper and flipped it around for all to see. Aunt Sandra became rigid. That has to be a mistake. That property belongs to the family, to us. Grandpa cleared his throat. I am the family, he explained. And I made my choice. I paused for a moment before continuing. I'm not doing anything with it right now, but I will be restructuring a few things, which means if anyone had plans to use the house next summer without permission, they might want to rethink that. Victoria's partner began making excuses. Zach looked like he had swallowed a spoon. Sandra rose abruptly. This is insane. This is manipulation. You convinced an old man to sign over our family's property. No, Grandpa said. I gave it to someone who earned it, but I also made him executive. Grandpa said, when I pass, Ethan will have the final say on everything. The stillness that followed was unlike the supper silence. This one was hefty, nasty, and final. But I wasn't finished yet, since this wasn't simply about property or money. This was about the truth. And it was time to show them what truth looked like when it entered the room carrying a folder and a plan. And that's when I dropped the last envelope on the table. Sandra's name is printed on the front and side. Something she hadn't seen coming. Something she should have remembered. She made a mistake years ago and I had the receipts. But let us not get ahead of ourselves. Because as she opened the package, her expression altered. That's when everything really started to disintegrate. Sandra's fingers shook as she removed the paper from the envelope. She unfurled it with the care of someone who was aware they were handling something harmful. Her eyes skimmed the page, quickening as her breath hitched. By the time she reached the signature at the bottom, her face had become totally motionless, expressionless, yet pallid in a way that revealed everything. I didn't say anything. I wanted her to speak first. Where did you get this? She eventually said, grasping the paper somewhat too firmly. It was in one of Grandpa's old files, I explained gently, with the rest of the trust documents. You went through his private things, she yelled, raising her voice an octave. Desperate now, you manipulated him. You must have. He would never give you this. You've always hated me. Stop, Grandpa whispered quietly but firmly. He didn't manipulate anything. I gave it to him. The chamber fell silent again, but this time it vibrated beneath the surface, like if the air was about to shatter. Victoria leaned over to look at the document in Sandra's hands. What is it? I asked Victoria, turning slowly and almost dramatically. A promissory note, I explained. Signed by Aunt Sandra 25 years ago for a $40,000 loan that Grandpa gave her and Uncle Ron when they wanted to start that landscaping business, the one that failed after a year. Sandra's eyes widened. He said it was a gift. We were family, and it was. He said not to worry about it. Grandpa shook his head. I corrected you. Don't worry about paying it yet. I never forgave that debt. I just waited to see if you'd bring it up. You never did. She stammered now, wrath and terror clashing in her gaze. That was 20 years ago. It's irrelevant now. And anyway, any lawyer would say the statute of limitations. It's not about suing you, I explained, folding my hands neatly in my lap. It's about family and justice. You've spent decades treating everyone as if they were beneath you, boasting about your wealth and making disparaging remarks about other people's occupations and choices. My mother, father and the entire time you never considered the assistance you received to get started. Victoria spoke out cautiously. Okay, but that was a long time ago, Ethan. Why bring this up now? Because, I replied, turning my face toward the crowd. This family has spent years rewarding arrogance and punishing humility. I watched all of you treat me like I was broken just because I didn't follow the same path you did. You mocked me for building something from scratch. You belittled me when I was at my lowest. You ignored me unless you needed something to gossip about. And now, I stopped, letting the tension build. Now I'm the one holding the keys to the property, to the accounts, to this family's legacy. Sandra stood up. You're just doing this for revenge. You always were jealous of Zach, of Victoria. I cocked my head. You keep saying that word, jealous. But let's be honest. What exactly is it you think I'm jealous of? No one responded. So I continued going. Victoria's success. She earned that. I respect her. Even if she's cold sometimes, at least she works for what she has. Victoria tensed but did not interrupt. Zach, I was never jealous of him. But you made sure the entire family believed I should be. Every dinner, every party, you made him the star and made me the cautionary tale. You created a narrative and fed it until it became gospel. Well, guess what? The story changed. Grandpa laughed quietly. I turned back to Sandra. You owe $40,000. I don't need the money, but I do want a statement. A signed letter acknowledging the loan, the terms, and that you misrepresented it as a gift to avoid repayment. She scoffed. You're joking. I selected another sheet from the folder. I've drafted it for you. You can't make me sign that. No, was my response. But if you don't, I'll file it with Grandpa's full estate records, and then you'll be in violation of a promissory agreement under the terms of the updated trust, which gives me the right to legally bar you from inheritance distribution for failure to acknowledge debts to the trust originator. Sandra began to speak, but there was no sound. Zach appeared to be seeing a live automobile wreck and wasn't sure which side of the windshield he was on. Victoria sat very motionless, her eyes fixed on me, no longer furious, but intrigued. For once, I'm truly listening. I turned to face the gathering and made it plain that this is not about punishing her, but about accountability. I was labeled a failure for years. I was cut out of birthday celebrations, insulted during reunions, and criticized for not following the same chronology as everyone else. Now that I'm successful, you want me to pretend nothing happened. I shake my head. I will not. I am not asking for acclaim, but for honesty. So this is how it will proceed. I looked each one in the eyes. 1. If you want entrance to the lake home, you must go via me. 2. I will revise the family trust rules to restrict access to discretionary cash and create contribution-based equity for future usage of any shared properties. 3. No more backdoor dealings. No more. He spoke, and she spoke. I will put up quarterly reporting for any pooled assets. Complete transparency. I looked at Victoria. You're a doctor. You understand systems. If you want to help me manage this as co-executive, I'd welcome it, but not as a favor to me, as an act of atonement. She gave a little nod. I'd be okay with that. 4. Zach. He glanced up, startled, as if I had called on him in class. You don't owe me anything, but we're in the same company now. If you ever want to talk about your role or your growth or how to actually succeed in the startup world, my door's open, but I'm not protecting you. If you slack off, you'll be fired like anyone else. Earn your place. He hesitantly nodded. He was thankful. I turned back to Sandra and replied. 5. You have until the end of the weekend to sign that letter, or your name will be removed from the list. She glanced at me before gently sitting down. She didn't say anything for the rest of the night. The consequences were not immediate. It trickled in during the next weeks. First came the apologies texts from Victoria, my mother, and even cousins who hadn't spoken to me in years. Everyone was instantly thoughtful, interested in my experience, and curious about what I had gone through. I reacted respectfully but not always warmly. Some bridges, once burnt, do not require repair. Zach began showing up for work sooner. I saw his slack behavior. I saw that he was asking better questions. He was attempting to change in his own manner, which I admired. A month later, Victoria invited me to a hospital benefit where she would be speaking. I went. She described me as my smart brother who created something from nothing when no one believed in him. It wasn't a performance. It was genuine. That night we focused on the future rather than the past. We were no longer best friends, but we were finally headed in the same direction. Sandra signed the letter finally, but she hasn't contacted me since. I'm fine with it. She no longer controls the story. As for me, I continue to operate my division at the firm, invest in small companies, live in the same apartment, and drive the same Tesla. But now I visit the lake home and fix it up. I spend weekends there, either alone or with people I care about. I constructed a fire pit out back, installed a new dock, and planted trees. Peaceful and serene, with no tension, comparisons, or commotion. Just me, the river, and the crackling of the fire. It is not about money. It never was. It is about understanding who you are when no one is cheering for you, and knowing who they are once the applauding ends. That is the actual inheritance.